The rain that night came down so hard it sounded like the sky was trying to scrub our city off the map, and my mother's hand was the only warm thing left in the world. She had me by the collar, not the elegant grip of a cultivator, the grip of a woman who has already decided she is not going to lose this argument. Behind us, my ancestral hall was burning in a color fire is not supposed to be, a sick blue-white, and men in black were coming through the courtyard the way water comes through a broken dam, without hurry, without a single wasted step. My father was out in that courtyard. I could hear his sword. I could hear it getting slower. Jinlong. My mother pushed a blue flagstone aside with her foot and shoved me into the hole under the altar, and I want to be clear that I fought her. I was 18. I had a cultivation level roughly equivalent to a strong opinion. I fought her anyway. You do not come out. Not for the screaming. Not for me. Mother. Not for me. Then she smiled, which was the worst thing she could have done, and put the stone back. I have replayed the next 4 hours more times than I have replayed anything in my life, and the terrible part is that I did not see any of it. I only heard it. Stone is very good at carrying sound and very bad at carrying anything else. I heard my father lead them out of the city, which is a polite way of saying I heard him buy the rest of us about 90 seconds. I heard the elders go one at a time, the way beads come off a snapped string. And then I heard my mother's voice do something I did not know a voice could do. And the whole hill above me jumped, and every hair on my body stood up, because that was the sound of a woman detonating her own core to take a few dozen men with her. Afterward, it was very quiet. There was blood coming down through the gap in the flagstone. It pooled on the blue stone right beside my hand, and I did not move it, and I did not move. I want my hand in this recorded. I have my own note on this, and it is one line. I got out because an old man dug me out. Our old ancestor, Purple Mansion 5th level, the last strong thing our family owned. He carried me 2 miles with a hole in him you could have posted a letter through, and he lived 3 more years on borrowed time, and when he finally died we told nobody, because a clan that admits its last sword is gone is a clan that gets eaten by breakfast. My people would tell you I hesitated. My elders never saw that line, so that was my Dai clan. 2 fresh tablets in my ancestral hall. 70% of our scripture pavilion burned. 4 great families in Shuantian City, and we were, generously, the 4th. I heard it later. I hesitated, and I know it. I keep my worst judgments where I can find them. That was 5 years ago. 5 years later, I was standing on the back mountain at sunrise with 36 guards in black kneeling in a ring around me, and the spiritual energy over the peak was turning in a slow whirlpool, and every single one of them was holding their breath because a whirlpool like that means one thing. My hall heard it first. I have my own version, and I prefer theirs. My file on this is thicker than it should be. Somebody just broke through. I opened my eyes. There were rivers of gold moving in my pupils, which is a thing I had gotten used to, and everyone else absolutely had not. And when I took a step forward, a golden lotus opened under my foot and then dissolved. I took 3 steps. 3 lotuses. My robe was white and the mountain was cold, and I felt, for the first time in 5 years, like the arithmetic had finally started going my way. 5 years, I said. The Dai clan finally has the capital to argue with the 4 families. Behind me, Elder D. Shuangyi cleared his throat and started the morning report, which is where the day went sideways. Fu Guangyao, the young master of the Ma clan, had broken through to Purple Mansion 3 days ago. He was throwing a banquet in 3 days to celebrate. Every family in the city was invited, including ours, which was very sporting of him, considering that 2 weeks earlier his people had walked onto our 2 spirit mines in the northwest and simply started mining them, and when our stewards objected, the Ma stewards explained that the mines had always been theirs, and that memory is a fragile thing. I was not standing there. My own people brought me this, and I checked it twice. My memory of it is cleaner than I deserve. I know my own blind spot, and this was inside it. Also, said Elder D. Shuangyi, and here his voice got careful, Miss Wen of the Luo clan had sent a private letter. Wen Qingxia, Divine Mansion 7th level, which at 20-something is the kind of number that makes matchmakers weep with joy. She wrote that if my D clan moved against the Ma clan, the Luo clan would move with us. She also wrote a second thing, wrapped in about 9 layers of polite phrasing, which boiled down to the fact that I was 23 and unmarried, and she was aware of both of those facts. I was 3 provinces off. I have gone over my choices here twice. My people covered for me, and I let them. Every elder in that circle developed a sudden fascination with the ground. Prepare a generous gift for the banquet, I said. Triple the guard on the northern mine. Then Elder Dai Hepping handed me the other thing. It was a scrap of scorched cloth. They had found it 5 years ago at the place where my father finally stopped running, and for 5 years nobody had been able to do anything with it, because reading a residual aura off a piece of burned cloth requires a level of perception my Dai clan had not owned since the night in question. I owned it now. I closed my hand on it and let my senses go down into the fibers, and there it was, faint and ugly and unmistakable. 70% match to the Ma clan's blood fiend palm. My fingers shook. That surprised me. I had spent 5 years assuming that whatever part of me still shook had been left under that altar with the blue flagstone, and apparently not. My reading of my own motives is unkind. I have reread my own orders from that week. That night I went to my ancestral hall alone and stood in front of 2 tablets, Di Feng Wu, Shu Mei Rong. The lacquer on them was still newer than the lacquer on everything else, which is a detail I hate and cannot stop noticing. I keep my accounts in my own hand for this reason. Ma, I said to them, I'm going to make that whole clan pay in blood. Behind the tablets there was a loose brick, and behind the loose brick there was a ring. My father pressed it into my hand the last time I saw him. Old, plain, dark metal, no shine to it at all, the kind of thing you would step over in the street. He said it held the greatest secret of my Dai clan, and then he went outside and died, which is a hell of a way to leave a customer support ticket open. 5 years I had carried that ring. 5 years it had not opened, not for blood, not for spiritual energy, not for anything. It just sat there being a ring. My clan calls me patient. I call it something else. I put it back on my finger and went to do the only thing I have ever been genuinely good at. I went to cheat. Here is the part where I explain the trick, and I need you to hold on to it because everything else in this story is downstream of it. My guards told me, there is a formation in the deepest room of our ancestral land, 9 bronze lamps in a 9-star pattern, blue flame, very old, very illegal. When I light them and sit in the middle, my soul comes out of my body and goes somewhere else. I owe my life to smaller decisions than this. My orders were correct and still insufficient. That somewhere else is called my D realm. It is mine. I made it. It sits behind my own brow like a pearl in a very stubborn oyster, and when I stepped into it that night, I came out onto a terrace of gold crystal above a sea of clouds that ran to every horizon, and standing at the rail waiting for me was a man in gold robes with my face. You're late, he said. That is my split soul. When I was 18, bleeding, half dead, with a family reduced to 2 names on wood, I did something that I would call reckless if it had not worked. I tore a fragment off my own primordial spirit and threw it into that inner world with nothing. No cultivation, no resources, no name. Start over, I told it. Climb. Time in there does not run the way it runs out here. 1 year outside is 10,000 years inside. 5 years had passed in Xuantian City. 50,000 had passed in my D realm. He had climbed. 3,000 Dao lineages down there call him Holy Ancestor. 800 sacred grounds send tribute to a palace he does not live in because he finds the ceremony tedious. The continent under those clouds is 1,000 times the size of the entire eastern province, and there is not one thing walking on it that will meet his eyes. He gave me this afterward, and I made him repeat the middle of it. I had to be shown. My debt list grew that week, and I paid none of it. I want my error kept in the record beside the win. My split soul had become a great emperor, and I, the original, the actual Degen Long, the one who has to eat food and sleep and attend banquets, had been stuck at Divine Mansion 9th level for 5 years, because you cannot tear off a piece of your own spirit and then be surprised when the rest of you runs slow. I have that in my own hand. I sent my orders late, and I knew I was late. Found something, he said, and tossed me a book. It was not paper. It was not jade. It was a chaotic dark gold, and it had no words on it at all, only patterns that moved when you were not looking directly at them, and holding it felt like holding the core of a small star. My people confirmed it. My reading of it stands. My instinct was wrong, and I followed it anyway. My win column lies about weeks like this one, the body scripture. One of the 9 great heavenly scriptures. He had pulled it out of a ruin so old that the ruin had its own ruins. I did not like my part in it. I owe him a debt. I have never let my elders read my note on this. It's a body path, he said. Divinity and demonism, creation and destruction, both at once. Both at once sounds like a great way to explode. Yes, he agreed pleasantly. Are you coming back or not? So we did the merge. I would like to tell you it was dignified. A golden seam split open in my forehead and 50,000 years came through it at once. Look, I have been hit by a lot of things since. I have been hit by a law realm expert's dying spite. I have taken a spear from a venerable's dharma body. None of it was this. This was an ocean deciding it wanted to live inside a teacup and not being open to discussion. My skin cracked like glaze on old porcelain. Blood came out of all 7 of my orifices at once, which is a phrase I had read in books and always assumed was an exaggeration. My meridians tore. My core came apart at the edges and started to come apart at the middle. I did my thinking afterward, as usual. And then the golden runes lit up under my skin, because that gold-robed lunatic had also brought back the eternal purgatory scripture, which repairs a body faster than the body can be destroyed. It is not healing. It is a race. I keep my copy of that. My conclusion was mine alone, and I stand on it. My habit of thinking late nearly cost me a man. I won the race by about a nose. Purple Mansion 1st level, 2nd, 5th, 6th, Heaven reaching 1st, 3rd, 9th. At the ninth, the wave came in 10 times harder than everything before it combined. My body left the ground by 3 feet on its own, and my skin split from collarbone to hip. That was the moment the body scripture stopped being a book and became a projection, an enormous dark gold shadow standing over me, and it reached down and rebuilt me from the marrow out. New flesh with a gold-red sheen, bones like jade, meridians several times wider than the ones I was born with. I have never repaid what I owe from this, and it wanted to keep going. I could feel the next step. Law realm. Right there. One more push. I cut the connection myself, because the next step would have finished me, and I had 2 tablets in a hall and a name to collect, and dying spectacularly at the finish line is a coward's way of getting out of the work. My debt is unpaid. I did my counting after, which is my usual failing. My debts here are older than my titles. When I opened my eyes, my left eye was pure gold and my right eye was blood red, and behind me there were 2 wings out in the dawn air, the left one white, holy, so bright it hurt to have it in peripheral vision, the right one black, demonic, and it did not reflect any light at all. I would give a great deal to have my hour back. There was a gold and red vortex over the entire mountain. Half the city was outside looking up at it. Grand Elder De Hepping came up the path, took one look, and did not manage to meet my eyes. I should probably feel worse about that than I do. Across the city, in a much nicer courtyard, Fu Guangyao was also looking up at my sky, and I have this on excellent authority because I asked him about it later while I had him by the throat. My hands were free. I chose to keep them free. I have my own note on this, and it is 1 line. He was afraid. That is the first thing. Whatever else Fu Guangyao was, he was not stupid, and a man who has just broken through to Purple Mansion knows exactly what it means when someone else's breakthrough turns the weather. My ledger says otherwise. I said nothing. I told myself it was policy. I know my own excuses. My elders never saw that line, so he went and had a conversation with the Black Fiend Alliance. If you have not met them, assassins, regional, professional, expensive, and utterly indifferent to whose blood ends up on the invoice. The Ma clan had been on very good terms with them for years, and the Alliance's own master had personally vanished from public life exactly 5 years ago, which is the sort of coincidence that stops being a coincidence somewhere around the 3rd time you think about it. I had it inside the hour. I have never been able to unsee it. My silence cost him. My reasoning was sound, and I still dislike it. I keep my worst judgments where I can find them. The plan they made was elegant, and I mean that. Fu Guangyao gave his banquet a second purpose. Every important person in Xuanqian City in one room. Me at the empty seat of honor, alone, surrounded, 3 days out. And at that exact hour, while I was busy being murdered indoors, the Alliance would hit our northern mine. I paid for the report. I put my name to the outcome, and I will keep it there. At the banquet, he told his father, I'll take his life myself. They also discussed Wen Qingxia. The Luotian sex master wanted her as a personal disciple, and the Luotian sex master was heaven-reaching, so the summary of that discussion was, leave the girl alone. I checked it myself. My money was well spent. My share of the credit here is nothing at all. My file on this is thicker than it should be. Then they sent for the young master of the Black Fiend Alliance. They did not wait for the banquet to hit the mine. I found out at midnight, from the smell. Beilu Mine sits in a fold of hills 8 miles out. When I got the alert, the protective formation over it was already hanging in rags like a burned curtain, and there were dozens of our people on the ground, and Third Elder Di Yingji was in the middle of it doing the only thing Di Yingji knows how to do, which is refuse to fall over. I got that from my own runner. I would like my part in this remembered accurately. I know my own blind spot, and this was inside it. He is 35. He has a scar that runs from his eyebrow to his chin and gives him a permanent expression of mild disappointment. He fights with a saber called Frost Blade. Divine Mansion 8th level. My elders disagree with me. I know the hour. My own account contradicts my elders, and I trust mine. My people covered for me and I let them. The man in front of him was Fu Xuanming, Grand Elder of the Ma clan, Divine Mansion 10th, with fingernails gone purple-black and a blood lotus opening and closing under his feet. I have my doubts. My clock says otherwise. I asked myself the question, and I answered it badly. I have reread my own orders from that week. The city lord is in seclusion, Fu Xuanming was saying, in the voice of a man reading a weather report. So tell me, who rules Xuantian now? Then he used the blood fiend finger, and Yingji went back 7 steps, and every one of those steps left a 3-inch dent in the rock. That reached my desk late. I trust my source. My answer took me a year, and I got it wrong twice. My orders were correct and still insufficient. And Yingji, spitting, looked at that technique and said the sentence that decided the next 3 days of everyone's life. That's the one. That's the technique the men in black used 5 years ago. Fu Xuanming did not deny it. He did something worse. He looked mildly pleased to be recognized. Then he sent blood pythons at my third elder, and Frostblade cracked, and Yingzhe did the stupidest and bravest thing available to him. He burned what a man keeps in reserve. I remember my reaction. I have my own recording, and I have watched my own face. I watched it happen from 4 miles out, which is the exact distance at which you can see everything and change nothing. His hair went white. His beard went white. His face aged 40 years between one breath and the next. And his aura went straight up through the roof, and he hit Fu Xuanming's shield hard enough to send a divine mansion 10th flying 10 yards with a stain on his mouth. My answer took me a while. My source was afraid. My reaction is on that crystal, and I do not enjoy it. I want my error kept in the record beside the win. Fu Xuanming got up. Of course he did. He unfolded a blood fiend avatar with 3 heads and 6 arms, and 6 beams of it went out toward my third elder, who was at that point roughly the physical condition of a wet paper lantern. I made my own note of it. I made my peace with my part in this a long time after. I arrived. 15 minutes of flight for me at that time. I want that on the record because it is the last time in this story that distance was ever a problem for me. The world stopped. 6 beams of bloodlight hung in the air like insects in amber, which is a very strange thing to see, and stranger still to be the reason for. My guess was wrong. I filed it myself. My silence in that hour is mine to carry. My win column lies about weeks like this one. Who, I said, gave you permission to touch a man of my clan? And I raised one finger. That is all it was. One finger. A gold and red column went out of it, through the avatar, through the 3 heads, and the 6 arms, and the whole grand theatrical apparatus, and into Fu Xuanming, and Fu Xuanming came apart the way a sand sculpture comes apart when a wave finds it. There was nothing to bury. There was barely anything to sweep. This part, I watched myself, from a hall with my elders in it. My hand is on that page. I want my hand in this recorded. I did my thinking afterward, as usual. The mine went completely silent. I went to Yingzhe first. He was on his knees looking like a man of 80, and the backlash of that reserve was going to kill him inside a day. I put my palm on his back and poured gold red into him until the backlash stopped moving, and his hair stayed white because some prices do not refund, but he was going to live. My people would tell you I hesitated. My habit of thinking late nearly cost me a man. Clan chief, he said. You. Later. Fu Longwei, the Ma clan's third elder, was flat on the ground, trying very hard to be a rock. You, I said. Go home. Tell Fu Guangyao I took Fu Xuanming's head. Tell him that when I come for his, I'll come for it myself. He went home extremely quickly. The Ma disciples we captured went into the mine, permanently. There is a version of me that finds that harsh, and I have not met him. I have the tally. In the Ma clan's ancestral hall that night, a soul tablet cracked down the middle with a sound like a knuckle popping. Fu Guangyao stood in front of it and could not make it be true. One strike, he kept saying. Grand Elder Xuanming, Divine Mansion 10th. One strike. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. His father, Fu Bojun, asked him a question that I suspect he had never asked his son before in his life. Can you beat him? And Fu Guangyao opened his mouth to say what he had said 1,000 times about me, that I was nobody, that my D-clan was a corpse still warm, and the words would not come out. I hesitated, and I know it. I have never repaid what I owe from this. So they put everything on the young master of the Black Fiend Alliance, and they sent the invitation to my banquet written in blood. I still owe him for that. My tally is grim. I have my own version, and I prefer theirs. My debts here are older than my titles. That is not a metaphor. The invitation to my Dai clan was physically written in blood, which is the kind of thing you do when you are trying to communicate contempt and are working with a limited vocabulary. My city talks about it wrongly. I did not move. My memory of it is cleaner than I deserve. I would give a great deal to have my hour back. I laughed at it, genuinely. Right there in the hall, with all my elders watching, which did not reassure them. That's not arrogance, I said. That's fear. Arrogance is when you don't bother writing at all. Then I burned it with golden flame and stood up. Clan chief, said Elder Du Heng carefully, you know it's a trap. Obviously it's a trap. Then, how can the main character not show up to the banquet? Nobody laughed. I thought it was pretty good. The Ma banquet hall was the size of a parade ground and they had hundreds of guests in it. Every family in the city, 4 great families at the front, lamps in rows, wine older than most of the people drinking it. I have the page in my study. My feet stayed still. I have gone over my choices here twice. I have my own note on this, and it is one line. The seat of honor at the head of the room was empty, left empty on purpose. A courtesy that means come in, sit down, be surrounded. I asked. He told me. I regret my timing. My reading of my own motives is unkind. My elders never saw that line. Wen Qingxia was already there when I arrived. She had come knowing exactly what kind of evening it was. Moon-white dress, black hair pinned simply, and a cinnabar mark on her forehead like a single drop of red on new snow. She had come because she had done the same arithmetic I had, and her answer was that if she was not in that room, I was not walking out of it. My timing was poor. I keep my accounts in my own hand for this reason. I keep my worst judgments where I can find them. I came in through the doors. I did not open them. They came off their hinges and went in two different directions. Half the lamps in the room blew out, and every conversation in that hall stopped in the middle of a word. I walked in and took 3 steps, and under each step a gold-red lotus opened and died, and the air got thick, the way air gets before a storm gets serious about it. I was told twice. I know my own habits. My clan calls me patient. I call it something else. Every cultivator in that room read my aura at once, and every single one of them got the same answer, and every single one of them was wrong. My clan owes him. My habit is to wait. I owe my life to smaller decisions than this. My file on this is thicker than it should be. High Purple Mansion. City Lord tier. I was heaven-reaching 9th level. I have never once in my life corrected anybody about this, and I do not intend to start now. I walked the length of the room to the empty seat of honor, sat down in it, poured myself wine from Fu Guangyao's own jar, and asked my first question. I waited too long. My debt list grew that week, and I paid none of it. I know my own blind spot, and this was inside it. Why did the Ma clan touch my northern mine? Fu Guangyao smiled with his whole face and none of his eyes and said something about survey lines and old records. Fine, I said. Then let's do the other one. Would anybody here like to account for what happened to my clan 5 years ago? The room got very cold, very fast, and I put the burned scrap of cloth on the table where 300 people could see it. Next to the cloth, I set down a memory crystal and let it play in the air above the wine cups, big enough that the back rows could see. I do not repeat my mistakes twice. I sent my orders late, and I knew I was late. Fu Xuanming, alive, in a training yard, working through the blood fiend demonic form. 3 heads, 6 arms, the exact angle of the wrist on the 3rd motion. I have my reasons. My patience cost blood. My instinct was wrong, and I followed it anyway. My people covered for me, and I let them. Then the same 3 motions, from a different memory, in the rain, 5 years ago, on a man in black standing over my father. 300 people watched a wrist move twice. Slander, Fu Guangyao said, and unfolded his purple mansion pressure over the room like a man shaking out a tablecloth, and 12 experts came out of the shadows around the walls, and that was the moment the trap was supposed to close. Then Wen Qingxia stood up. She did not raise her voice. She dropped something on the floor instead, and it rang, and it rolled, and it stopped in the open space between the tables where everyone could look at it. My hands were tied, and I tied them. I sent word too late. I have never let my elders read my note on this. I have reread my own orders from that week. A black fiend token. Before we go further, she said, the Ma clan should probably explain this. And she opened her hand and let a letter unfold in the air, hanging there in her spiritual light so that every family head in that room could read it at their leisure. A commission, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 2 teams, 1 target. I have the memory crystal of this in my own vault, and I do not show it. My conclusion was mine alone, and I stand on it. My orders were correct and still insufficient. My Dai clan, sealed with the Ma clan's blood mark. I want to be precise about what that meant, because in the Great Qi dynasty, hiring an assassin alliance to erase a registered clan is not a scandal. It is a capital statute. The penalty is your entire family executed, or, if the court is feeling economical, your entire family sold into permanent bondage to the very alliance you hired. I let it happen. My word arrived after. I did my counting after, which is my usual failing. I want my error kept in the record beside the win. Also, Wen Qingxia added, in the tone of someone remembering a small extra errand, the Ma clan has been refining the blood fiend technique on living blood for years. You have not been on the orthodox path for a very long time. I'd stop pretending. Fu Bojun went the color of old paper, and then she looked at me, and her voice changed, and this is the part I did not see coming. 5 years ago, she said, in the rain, the blow that should have killed you. I remembered a shape in the rain. I remembered red on a forehead. I had spent 5 years assuming it was a hallucination assembled out of shock and blood loss, because the alternative was that somebody had stepped in front of a killing strike for a boy from a dying family and then never once mentioned it. My hands were free. I chose to keep them free. My win column lies about weeks like this one. That was me, she said. I have been told my face does interesting things when I am not managing it. I would not know. I was busy. Fu Guangyao threw his cup at the floor. A blood barrier snapped up over the entire hall, sealing 300 guests in with us, and his 12 experts came in from every direction at once. My conclusion came late. I keep the letter. I told myself it was policy. I know my own excuses. I did my thinking afterward, as usual. I raised one finger. A gold-red halo went out in a ring, and 12 Purple Mansion-adjacent professionals went into the walls hard enough to leave outlines. Blood on the plaster. Not one of them got up. I saw it in my own sky. My letter went unread. My reasoning was sound and I still dislike it. My habit of thinking late nearly cost me a man. Fu Bojin surged out of his chair with his hands already moving. Wen Qingxia looked at him. That is all. She looked at him, and Fu Bojin sat back down so fast the chair moved and did not attempt anything else for the rest of the evening. My name is on that order. I signed the order. I put my name to the outcome, and I will keep it there. I have never repaid what I owe from this. So Fu Guangyao broke a vial. Out of it came a fog with faces in it, and the faces were screaming, and the fog was called the blood demon of 10,000 souls, and it went across that hall like a tide coming into a low harbor. Guests near the barrier touched it. I will keep this short. They did not stay guests. What was left of them went down in a clatter. I have never told him. My seal is on it. My share of the credit here is nothing at all. My debts here are older than my titles. I spread my wings, white on the left, black on the right, and that fog, 10,000 souls of it, went off like frost off a roof in April. It did not fight. It did not resist. It simply stopped being present, because it turned out that whatever 10,000 angry ghosts are made of, the answer is not enough. She told me this herself, much later, and I did not interrupt her. I take the blame. I would like my part in this remembered accurately. I would give a great deal to have my hour back. I crossed the hall and took Fu Guangyao by the throat and lifted him up so his feet were doing that little search they do. Don't panic, I told him. I'm not going to let you die quickly, which was when his old ancestor came through the roof. Ma Hao, peak Purple Mansion, 20 years in seclusion, allegedly a legend, and he opened with a blood blade at my spine, which tells you everything about the legend. My verdict has not changed. My blame is earned. My own account contradicts my elders, and I trust mine. I have my own note on this, and it is one line. I did not turn around. I flicked the black wing back over my shoulder. He went into the floor. Old man, I said, still holding his great-grandson at arm's length. At your age, most people are lying down in a nice box. What are you jumping around for? One finger. He stopped jumping. And then Ma Hao did the thing I had been half hoping somebody would do all night, because I had 50,000 years of curiosity and nowhere to put it. He tore his own robe off. There was a ghost head tattooed across his chest, and it opened its eyes. I did the sums. I asked myself the question, and I answered it badly. My elders never saw that line. His aura came up through Purple Mansion and did not stop. Heaven-reaching. Yes, he said, and his voice had gone wrong, layered, like two people saying it. It was me. 5 years ago, I led them. Thank you, I said. That saves time. The blood demon god-slaying art. The personal technique of the blood fiend Taoist, a man the law enforcement hall executed so thoroughly that they also executed the technique, which apparently did not take. A phantom stood up out of Ma Hao, 10 feet of it, and the guests still alive in that hall came apart where they stood and went into it as fuel. I am told it took under a minute. My own estimate is less. I would do it again. My sums came out ugly. My answer took me a year and I got it wrong twice. I keep my worst judgments where I can find them. When Qingxia did not move, she could have. She chose not to, and I knew exactly why, and I did not hold it against her. She wanted to see the bottom of me. Fair. I would have wanted the same. I have my own recording, and I have watched my own face. One finger. Ma Hao cracked. Not fell. Cracked from the sternum outward, the way glaze goes on a bowl you have put in the fire one time too many. I counted them myself. I checked them again. My reaction is on that crystal, and I do not enjoy it. My file on this is thicker than it should be. And in the last instant, out of a fold in the air that should not have been able to hold anything, 3 chains of blood came out at my throat, my heart, and my core. I made my peace with my part in this a long time after. I took my hand out flat like a blade and cut them. They snapped, and the fold in the air closed, and whoever had opened it did not stay to introduce themselves. I stood in a hall full of wreckage with a chain end still hissing on the floor, and I thought, that was not the Ma clan. The Black Fiend Alliance came out of the shadows about 4 seconds later. A dozen of them. Black cloaks, fanged masks, that particular deliberate slowness that people use when they want you to know they have done this before. 2 at the front. Meng Xiaokun, young master of the Alliance. Purple Mansion 10th. Gold trim on his mask because of course. And Guo Tianyi, 7th elder. Heaven-reaching 4th. I got the whole thing out of a man's head, so I know it is accurate. My second count matched. My silence in that hour is mine to carry. I know my own blind spot, and this was inside it. Meng Xiaokun looked at Wen Qingxia and waved a hand. The Luotian sect is not our business. Miss Wen may leave. I don't know very much about your alliance, I said. I know one thing. Starting today, its young master gets cut into 8 pieces. Guo Tianyi decided to educate me and let out his full heaven-reaching pressure, the way you would open a window in a stuffy room. I stood in it and felt a pleasant breeze. Heaven-reaching, I said. That's it? Meng Xiaokun tore his robe. Same tattoo, same ghost head, same climb. Purple mansion to heaven-reaching. And I finally understood what the Ma clan had actually bought and who had actually been selling. My records are exact here. I stood on my wall. I want my hand in this recorded. My people covered for me, and I let them. He came in with a dagger at my heart. Good speed. Genuinely good. I caught it between 2 fingers. Then I put a finger toward his forehead, and Guo Tianyi, to his credit, got in the way and threw up a blood ghost palm with claws on it that could take the skin off a divine mansion cultivator. My finger went through that palm the way a hot knife goes through nothing at all, and continued and arrived where it had been going. I put my seal on it. My people would tell you I hesitated. I have reread my own orders from that week. They both came apart into red mist. I turned to the remaining 8. Go, I said. Tell your alliance master he lost a young master tonight, and that the alliance still has a head on its shoulders, and that heads are not permanent. They went. When we finally dropped the barrier, less than 3 in 10 of the guests walked out of that hall on their own feet. Patriarch Zhou tried to speak to me on the way past, some noise about regrettable circumstances, and I looked at him and the sentence died between his teeth. My wall was quiet. I hesitated, and I know it. My orders were correct and still insufficient. There is no longer a place for the Ma clan in Xuantian City, I said, to nobody in particular and everybody in general, and walked out into the street. When Qingxia fell into step beside me, it had stopped raining hours ago. The streets were shining anyway. 5 years ago, she said, you had barely stepped into profound core. Explain that. Everyone has secrets, I said. Take the cinnabar mark on your forehead. That's not a birthmark, is it? That's a seal. Her pupils contracted about a hair's width. It was the most emotion I had ever gotten out of her, and I decided to consider it a victory. I watched my sky. The Alliance Master, she said, changing the subject with the grace of a woman throwing a table over. 20 years ago he was heaven-reaching 10th. He has not been seen since. Assume Law Realm. Then he's Law Realm. That doesn't concern you? It concerns me the way weather concerns me, I said. I still go outside. Then a runner came down the street at a speed no runner should manage, because while I was busy being the main character at a banquet, somebody had gone to my house. My sky told me nothing. I have my own version, and I prefer theirs. The Black Fiend Alliance hit my Dai clan that same night, and I want to say clearly that they very nearly got what they came for. Grand Elder Dai Hepping felt them first. Dozens of cold auras coming in low along the ridge, a technique he recognized, and he called a 3rd-level alert and put every woman, child, and elder in my clan into the hidden chamber under the altar. My first thought was wrong. I asked my elders. My memory of it is cleaner than I deserve. I want my error kept in the record beside the win. The hidden chamber under the altar, that one. I did not learn that detail until afterward, and I had to go stand somewhere by myself for a minute. My elders had no answer. I have gone over my choices here twice. My win column lies about weeks like this one. 300 elite guards, 12 defensive formations, a blood moon overhead because the universe enjoys a theme. The first wave were spirit origin fodder, and our crossbows made compost of them by the 100. Then Yin Juyu came over the wall, purple mansion, silver-fanged mask, and opened with a Xuanming palm that put frost across 100 yards of my ancestral land in one breath, and my grand elder, 60-something, divine mansion 7th, a man whose actual professional specialty is ledgers, stepped forward to meet it because there was nobody else, and he had decided that was that. I asked him instead. My reading of my own motives is unkind. I did my thinking afterward, as usual. He had already accepted it. I could see it in how he stood. A gold-red beam came down out of the sky and took that palm apart. I landed in front of him and healed him with one pass of my hand, and he made a sound I am not going to describe. Now, I said, the old thing in the shadows. I pointed one finger into the dark. Yin Shan, heaven-reaching, Yin Juyu's father, put up 7 black shields, then a blood barrier, then a bone golem 3 yards tall, all of it in about a second and a half, which was frankly excellent work. I have kept it since. My question was blunt. I keep my accounts in my own hand for this reason. My habit of thinking late nearly cost me a man. The beam went through all of it and hit him in the forehead. Then it split into dozens of threads and went out across my whole ancestral land and found every single person who was running, including Yin Juyu, who nearly made the wall. My source was reliable. I got a straight answer. My clan calls me patient. I call it something else. I have never repaid what I owe from this. Final tally on our side, 4 dead. 20-some wounded, 4, against a full alliance strike team. I have thought about those 4 a lot. I know their names. I am not going to put them in this story next to a joke. Over at the mine, the alliance's second team saw the signal from our side and pulled out. Blood red flare, straight up, the professional way of saying we are not being paid enough for this. I have no better excuse. My answer was worse. I owe my life to smaller decisions than this. My debts here are older than my titles. By sunrise, the city had the whole thing. Di Jianlong killed the Ma clan patriarch, and the young master of the Black Fiend Alliance, and one of their heaven-reaching elders. My share of that is real. I wrote it down. My debt list grew that week, and I paid none of it. I would give a great deal to have my hour back. The Ma clan had 3 Purple Mansion experts. My Dai clan absorbed everything the Ma clan owned, which was, and I am reading from an actual ledger here, a lot. That news went to the city lord's residence before breakfast and to the neighboring cities by noon, and 2 of the 4 great families read it and immediately started packing. I own that decision. My notes are exact. I sent my orders late, and I knew I was late. I have my own note on this, and it is one line. The Wang clan and the Yang clan had a meeting that morning in a room with gold abacuses and 300 years of account books in it. 17 mines, 200 shops, 1,000 mu of spirit fields. My people paid for it. I have the account. My instinct was wrong, and I followed it anyway. My elders never saw that line. What good is property, said Patriarch Zhou, if there's no life left to enjoy it? They had both taken a cut when we fell. Wang got 12 shops on the south side. Yang got 2 mines. Neither of them had lifted a finger that night, and neither of them had asked a single question afterward, and they had both slept perfectly well for 5 years. I have replayed this more than I will admit to my own elders. I have never let my elders read my note on this. They broke the whole into pieces, packed the pieces into caravans, and left for Qinglin City 3,000 li away, and everything that would not sell they left behind for my Dai clan, which they described in writing as compensation. I have not forgotten. My account is short. My conclusion was mine alone, and I stand on it. I keep my worst judgments where I can find them. They left the branch disciples. Too many faces to move quietly. By the second morning, Xuantian City woke up and found 2 of the 4 great families simply gone. And in a wayside inn on the road out, Zhou Lei showed Qinming a genealogy scroll, and this is the part that I would not know if we had not later caught up with the man who wrote it. I remember my own silence. I did my counting after, which is my usual failing. There was a name on that scroll, Zhou Hu. The Wang patriarch's own elder brother, taken away as an infant by some recluse, never heard from again, except that Zhou Hu had come back quietly, exactly 5 years ago, and had watched our slaughter from a distance. My clan learned about it from 3 separate runners, and I believed the third. My family says less about it. I trimmed nothing. My hands were free. I chose to keep them free. My file on this is thicker than it should be. He wrote a letter about it. In the letter, he said he had met a big figure, and that 2 of the men killing my family used moves that belonged to that big figure, and that under no circumstances should the Wang clan go anywhere near this. I gave the word. My version stands. I told myself it was policy. I know my own excuses. I know my own blind spot, and this was inside it. Everyone who had read that letter was dead. Zhou Lei had seen to that personally, which is a remarkable amount of housekeeping to do over a piece of paper. My part was to wait. I did not intervene. My reasoning was sound, and I still dislike it. My people covered for me, and I let them. So the real hand behind the Dai clan massacre, Zhou Lei said, was never the Ma clan, and it was never the alliance. It was. Lightning went off outside the window, and thunder rolled over the name, and a cup shattered on the table. That is the whole record. That is what we recovered. A blank where a name should be, with a very expensive silence around it. I have carried that blank a long time. Back home, we started counting what was left. 70% of the scripture pavilion had burned 5 years ago, and nobody had ever had the money or the heart to do anything about it. We had the money now. I walked the repair ledger myself, line by line, mostly because it made the elders happy to see me do a normal thing, and then I hit a line that stopped me. I put my name to the outcome, and I will keep it there. Sword hut, occupied. Condition, poor. Di Jianfeng. If you had asked anyone in this city 6 years ago to name the 2 most dangerous young men in it, they would have named me second. I do not tell this often. My reasons were cold. My share of the credit here is nothing at all. I have reread my own orders from that week. He grasped sword intent at 12. 12. He was at profound core at 15. He was going to be the sword that our clan handed to the next century. My hands stayed clean, and I mind that. I still think I was right. I would like my part in this remembered accurately. My orders were correct and still insufficient. 5 years ago, covering the retreat, he took a palm to the abdomen that shattered his core. The sword hut yard was waist-high in weeds. There were empty wine jars stacked in a pile that had achieved architecture. The smell hit me from the gate. I was elsewhere. My people disagree. My own account contradicts my elders, and I trust mine. I want my error kept in the record beside the win. He was sitting against the wall with a jar in his lap, and he did not get up. Clan chief, he said, and the way he said it was worse than if he had thrown the jar. Di Jianfeng died 5 years ago. What are you bowing to a dead man for? I sat down in the weeds next to him and took the jar out of his hand and drank some. It was appalling. It tasted like a fight in a barrel. Good wine, I said. It's terrible wine. It's your wine. Above him on the wall hung the Thousand Tribulations sword, 3 feet 3 inches, dragon head pommel with a dull pearl in the jaw. The scabbard was wrapped in 7 golden chains that had never once come off, and the sword had fallen out of the sky on the day he was born, which is the sort of thing that makes a family very excited and then very quiet. I want you to have this the way it reached me, which was badly. I gave him room. I asked myself the question, and I answered it badly. My win column lies about weeks like this one. Everyone had always said the chains were a seal. I looked at the runes on them with eyes that were 50,000 years older than the last time I had been in that yard, and the chains were not a seal. My room cost him skin. My answer took me a year, and I got it wrong twice. I did my thinking afterward, as usual. He's not locked, I said. He's asleep. He's waiting for the day you stand up again. Jianfeng laughed at me. There was nothing in it. So I took out a memory crystal from a clansman who had been in that retreat and who had never shown it to anyone, and I let it play in the weeds between us. I have made peace with it. I have my own recording, and I have watched my own face. A boy, 17, in the rain, alone in a gateway, holding 3 men in black. Behind him, 17 people running, 3 of them children. My reaction was slower than his. My peace is thin. My reaction is on that crystal, and I do not enjoy it. My habit of thinking late nearly cost me a man. The palm going in, the boy not stepping back. You are not garbage, I said. You are the reason 17 people ate breakfast the next morning. He did not say anything for a while. A shattered core can be reforged, I said. Torn meridians can be tied. Those are engineering problems, and I am very good at engineering problems. I stood up. The only thing I can't fix is if the heart's dead. So here's what we're doing. 3 days. No wine. Decide what you actually want. And if you pick up that sword again, I stopped at the gate. Hang a lantern outside your door. I'll see it from the hill. Then I went to visit the man who was, at least on paper, the most powerful person in Xuantian City. The city lord's residence has 2 bronze kiln at the gate, 10 meters tall, ruby eyes, a personal gift from the founding emperor, 9 courtyards, white jade underfoot, lamps of solid crystal burning merfolk oil, which does not smoke and costs more per night than a good horse. I heard about it the same night, and I did not sleep after it. I read the field after. I made my peace with my part in this a long time after. This path, I said, walking up it out loud in front of everybody, cost 100,000 spirit stones. Minimum. Guo Tianqi, Purple Mansion 10th, 1 step from heaven reaching, did me the courtesy of not pretending he had not heard. Wen Qingxia was already there. So was General Li Hua, who commands 100,000 men on the frontier and had the stillness of a man who has never in his life needed to be loud. So was Wang Haocheng, an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect, and I did not like his smile. I have measured it since. My reading was grim. My silence in that hour is mine to carry. I have never repaid what I owe from this. There were rune pillars in all 4 corners of that hall. I only saw them because of the body scripture. 6 days earlier, I would have sat down inside a formation and never known. The offer, when it came, was generous in the way a hook is generous to a fish. All the Wang and Yang holdings, every mine, every shop, every field, transferred to my D clan by decree, plus a post as guest elder, plus 100,000 spirit stones a year, plus a title, general who guards the state, plus a province to administer. My orders arrived late. I counted my dead. I want my hand in this recorded. My debts here are older than my titles. I only had to take the hand of Prince Lin, the emperor's brother, 30% of the army. Heaven, reaching 9th. That's treason, said Wen Qingxia, flatly, into a silence that had gone glassy. My clan is barely off its knees, I said, as pleasantly as I could manage. Fortune like that doesn't fit us. We'd trip on it. Wang Haocheng smiled wider and set a cauldron on the table. The spirit refining cauldron. One of the Pill Cauldron sect's 3 treasures. It is famous for the fact that it can render a divine soul down like fat. I have thought about my timing. My dead were 4. My people would tell you I hesitated. I would give a great deal to have my hour back. A serpent of fire came out of it, directly at my face, and everyone in that room watched to see what I would do. I put 1 finger out and hit it in the 7-inch, the spot behind the head where you kill a snake, and the fire went limp and fell back into its own pot. My accounting of it is short. I know their names. I hesitated, and I know it. Lovely piece, I said. Does it do anything else? Wang Haocheng did not answer because his cauldron was ringing like a struck bell and had developed a hairline crack up one side. Top grade profound rank, one of 3 treasures his sect has. I had tapped it with a fingertip. I know my own failure here. I have my own version, and I prefer theirs. The city lord and the general looked at each other across the table, and I watched them both silently move me up a category. At the gate, on the way out, Guo Tianqi walked me down the white jade path and said quietly, "Missed opportunities do not come back around, clan chief. Prince Lin is not fond of being refused." I stopped walking. "Are you threatening me?" There is a particular sound a man makes when he wants very much to say yes and has just done the arithmetic. Guo Tianqi made it. My messenger nearly died carrying it. My hall keeps them. My memory of it is cleaner than I deserve. When Qingxia refused their offer too in her own way, which was to stand up mid-sentence and leave. I went up to the stargazing platform above the city that night and looked down at 10,000 lamps and thought about a man in a black hood standing in the rain 5 years ago and said to a city lord who could not hear me, "I hope you're not about to turn out to be an ungrateful idiot." 3 days later, Elder Di Shuangui came to report that the sword hut situation was hopeless. The boy had not stopped drinking. He had not swept the yard. He had not so much as opened a window. I read it twice. I do not joke about them. I have gone over my choices here twice. While he was still talking, a light came on across the valley. One oil lamp, hung on a hook by a door. The yard had been cut back to bare earth. The jars were gone. Di Jianfeng was standing in a clean gray robe with his hair tied up and his sword on his back, and when I came through the gate he went down on one knee in the swordsman's salute, forehead almost to the dirt. My people were braver than me. My rule on that is fixed. My reading of my own motives is unkind. Clan chief, teach me. We went to a cave in the back mountain, and I put 2 fingers on his wrist and went down into him, and there it was, 1 grain of foundation, still alive at the bottom of a shattered core, the way a coal will keep in ash for 3 days if nobody stirs it. I did not earn any of that. I set the price. I keep my accounts in my own hand for this reason. Question, I said. Do you dream about the sword? His head came up. Since I was a child, he said. The same one. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a sword that has drunk 10,000 people, and while it drinks, the blade turns from black to red. He stopped. It stopped when my core broke. 5 years. Nothing. And what do you want? Not what you should want. What you want. Revenge on the Alliance, he said immediately, and then to rebuild the sword path of the D clan. So I gave him the Nirvana Sutra. That is a Phoenix clan technique out of my Dai realm, and it does exactly what it says. It does not repair a shattered core. It burns the core down to nothing and grows a new one out of the ash, and the process, in the honest technical description, feels like 10,000 ants eating your heart from the inside while you are awake for all of it. My name got the credit. My price was fair. My clan calls me patient. I call it something else. He listened to the whole description without blinking. I've endured 5 years, he said. What is there to be afraid of? Then he took the 1,000 Tribulations sword off his back and held it out to me. Keep it. I'll take it back when I come out. I'll be waiting. I want to tell you about the man who killed my father. His name was Shui Wuhui, and he was the master of the Black Fiend Alliance, and on the night my son of a corpse tablet was written, he was the one holding the blade, and afterward he did the most unusual thing an assassin master can do, which is retire from being seen. I have corrected my own record. I owe my life to smaller decisions than this. He came out of hiding when his son died. Bloodfiend Valley. An altar of white bone with 9 bronze lamps burning green, and Grand Elder Bai Yan calling him through a blood mirror to deliver the news, and when he got to the part with the name, Shui Wuhui said it back to him 1 syllable at a time. That is the version I was given, and I have no reason to doubt my source. My debt list grew that week, and I paid none of it. Dai Sheng Long. Bai Yan coughed hard just from standing near him during those 3 syllables. Gather the blood guards, Shui Wuhui said. Seal the city. Then he went and knelt. There was a statue in the deepest chamber of that valley. 3 heads, 6 arms, and out of the dark behind it came a voice that was not attached to anything I would call a body. I have that in my own hand. I sent my orders late, and I knew I was late. 5 years ago, it said, you did not pull the root. Master, fail twice and do not come back. And then the voice said the thing that reorganized my entire understanding of my own life. 5 years, it said. 5 years I have worked on that ring, and it will not open. Perhaps it opens only for one of the Dai bloodline. They already had a ring. Shui Wuhui had taken my D clan's ancestral ring off my father's body on the night he killed him, and it had gone to that thing behind the statue, and for 5 years that thing had been trying to pry it open with everything it owned. I have not lowered it. My instinct was wrong, and I followed it anyway. Which raised an interesting question about the plain dark ring that had been sitting on my finger for 5 years doing nothing at all. My people confirmed it. My terms hold. I have never let my elders read my note on this. Bring me the boy alive, said the voice. And it gave Shui Wu Hui a vial of myriad tribulation blood essence, which buys a man temporary law realm the way a loan shark buys you a house. I did not like my part in it. I made him an offer. My conclusion was mine alone, and I stand on it. One more thing, and this is the part that has kept me up. That thing had planned to come to my Dai clan personally 5 years ago. It changed its mind at the last minute because it got a premonition, a sense of great calamity, and so it sent Shui Wu Hui instead, with instructions not to finish us off completely. My offer stood one day. I did my counting after, which is my usual failing. Somebody looked at my family, saw a disaster in the future, and decided to leave us alive by accident. I let my divine sense out over Shuantian City that night, the whole city, every roof and cellar and courtyard at once, and counted. I withdrew it. 37 auras that did not belong, 20 in the south quarter, 10 in the west, 7 already inside my own clan, hired that month as servants, which was a nice piece of work, and I have since improved our recruiting process, and out past the wall, in the Black Pine Forest, 2 more, both heaven reaching 9th. My withdrawal was noticed. My hands were free. I chose to keep them free. I raised my hand. A gold-red column went straight up out of my palm and burst at the top into the shape of a dragon, and that dragon's roar went out 100 li in every direction. I keep my copy of that. I told myself it was policy. I know my own excuses. In the Black Pine Forest, 2 heaven-reaching 9th level experts coughed hard into their own hands and ran. That's not some fresh heaven-reaching, one of them was heard to say. That is 10th level, or it's already law. The 7 inside my clan did not run. They died where they stood, from pressure, which is not a thing I did on purpose, and which I have decided not to feel complicated about. My reasoning was sound, and I still dislike it. I did not hunt the rest of the alliance down. I want to be very clear that I could have. I left them alive on purpose, because a scattered alliance stays scattered, and a wounded alliance comes to you, and I needed Shui Wu Hui to come to me, because Shui Wu Hui was the only man alive who had actually seen the face behind the statue. Meanwhile, the Wang and Yang holdings came online, and immediately started printing money, triple the revenue we had ever run. The Northern Mine's output went up 30% the moment we stopped letting other people mine it. My ledger says otherwise. I looked once. I put my name to the outcome, and I will keep it there. I raised the disciples' monthly allowance by half and had the pleasure of watching a clan that had been counting spirit stones for 5 years start arguing about what to spend them on. I checked it myself. My look was enough. My share of the credit here is nothing at all. In a cave in the back mountain, Di Jianfeng was having a worse month than everyone. The Nirvana Sutra opens with a blood rune on the sternum and then sends threads of itself down into you like fine worms and starts eating flesh, then meridians, then the marrow. His skin split and healed and split again. There was a pool of blood on that cave floor that got refreshed daily. I asked him about this once. He answered me, and I left it alone. I would like my part in this remembered accurately. Days of it. His bones cracked and were reset by something that was not a doctor. He curled up on the stone with his fingernails jammed into the seams of the floor, and he did not scream because he had decided at some point that screaming was a thing that other people did. My reports on this contradict each other, so I went and looked myself. I got that from my own runner. My own account contradicts my elders, and I trust mine. I know exactly what he said to himself down there, because he told me later, and I have never forgotten it. He said, "If I cannot bear this, how am I going to lift a sword?" Near the end, when the thing eating him got to the last of the old core and he started to go under, I put my voice in his head from 4 miles away. I turned away. I asked myself the question, and I answered it badly. Does the blood of the Dai clan die that easily? And he said, out loud, alone, on a cave floor, "I will not die here." Then he exploded. New core, cleaner than the one he was born with. Meridians scoured out like a flu. Profound core 10th level, higher than he had ever been before they broke him. He held his hand up in front of his face. The fingers that had been shaking from 5 years of bad wine were as steady as a table. My elders disagree with me. My back was safe. My answer took me a year and I got it wrong twice. I had my own month, a full month of settling, and at the end of it, the eternal god-demon body reached minor achievement, which put me, in the honest units, somewhere around heavenly venerable 10th level. I have my doubts. I have my own recording, and I have watched my own face. I did not announce that. I did not announce any of it. What my clan saw was that their clan chief walked around looking calm, and for the first time in 5 years, people in my ancestral land started laughing in the corridors at night, and one of the old cooks said something to a guard that got repeated to me later. As long as the clan chief's here, we can just live. I have received a lot of praise since. That one is the one I kept. When Jianfeng came out of the cave, the Thousand Tribulations sword was on my wall, and I did not have to hand it to him. The 7 golden chains cracked on their own. All 7, one after another, and the sword came off the rack with a cry like a hawk and went across the hall to him. That reached my desk late. I trusted the report. My reaction is on that crystal, and I do not enjoy it. The blade had changed. It had been dull gray iron. It was black now, ink black, with dark gold patterns down it like scales, and at the pommel, the dragon head's ruby eyes were open. I remember my reaction. My trust was repaid. I made my peace with my part in this a long time after. The hilt actually nuzzled his palm. I watched a sword nuzzle a man. Then the dragon pattern climbed off the metal and up his forearm and settled there as a tattoo. My answer took me a while. I was surprised. My silence in that hour is mine to carry. He cut his forehead and let a drop fall on the blade, which is the old blood oath, and the sword drank it. Understand something, I said. I don't want your loyalty. Give it to the clan, and understand the second thing, because it matters more. A sword is picked up to protect. Revenge is a use for it. It is not the reason for it. Then we sparred, and I pressed myself down to profound core 10th so it would be a fair fight, and it was extremely educational for both of us. I made my own note of it. I want my hand in this recorded. His first move went for my throat. Fast, no warning, exactly the right choice. I caught the blade between 2 fingers. Speed's good, I said. Too much killing intent. I can hear where you're going. He fell back and gave me the 9 swords of the heavens, which is our family's showpiece, 9 blades of sword chi from 9 angles at once. My guess was wrong. My surprise showed. My people would tell you I hesitated. I opened my hand. All 9 came apart 3 feet out. A lot of shine, I said. Not much substance. He stood there breathing for a second. Then he sheathed the sword, which nobody does mid-fight, and closed his eyes, and took 3 breaths. I still owe him for that. I hid my reaction. I hesitated, and I know it. And then he drew and cut, once, with nothing on it at all. No sword chi, no stance name, no decoration, just the shortest distance between his sword and my chest, executed by a man who had spent 5 years having every clever thing burned out of him. My city talks about it wrongly. My face gave nothing. I have my own version and I prefer theirs. That is called return to simplicity, although he did not know it yet. I brought my hand across like a blade and stopped it half a foot from my sternum, and I want to note that I had to actually try. I lost, he said. Behind us, 2 of my elders were quietly crying, which they will deny. 3 days after that, the Black Fiend Alliance came for us with everything it had. Shui Wu Hui shattered the bone throne in his own hall with 1 palm and told his people, "In 3 days we march on Xuantian. I want you to watch the D clan die with your own eyes." And I have often wondered which of us he thought he was talking to. I laughed later. My memory of it is cleaner than I deserve. The city lord watched the alliance columns come out of the valley from his tower and said, to an aide, Di Jianlong refused Prince Lin. He brought this on himself. That clan was a flash in the pan. The city shuddered. Shops boarded up by noon. People with somewhere to go went there. I put the whole clan in the front court and stood on the steps. I know some of you have already done the sums, I said, and I know the sums are bad. Fine. Do them out loud. There are 8 heaven-reaching experts coming here, plus the blood guards, plus a few hundred professionals, and we have a dozen at Divine Mansion and not quite 100 at Profound Core. Nobody moved. The Dai clan has never once been afraid of a fight, I said. 5 years ago, they nearly wiped us out. Nearly. We are still here in this yard, in the morning, drawing breath. So if what's coming is a pack of beasts, then we knock a couple of their teeth out. I got the roar back 3 times. Fight. 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 Then I moved the whole engagement outside the city walls, because the people of Xuantian had not signed up for any of this, and I was not going to make widows out of a grocer's family to save myself a walk. My laugh was private. I have gone over my choices here twice. Zhui Wu Hui came across the plain with the myriad tribulation blood essence already in him and law realm burning off his skin. 5 years ago I did not finish the job, he called. Today, I finish it. Tell me the truth about that night, I said, and I'll leave you a whole body. He answered with a sword of blood 1,000 yards long. I brushed it aside with the back of one hand. Kill them, he screamed, and I let my aura out. Just once. Not a strike, a release. The entire Black Fiend Alliance froze in place. Every man, every blood guard, every elder, and Shui Wu Hui in the middle of them, all of them locked as if the air had turned to amber. I have the page in my study. I have kept score. My reading of my own motives is unkind. Then I waved my hand, and every cultivation level on that field dropped by 1 full major stage. Heaven reaching became Purple Mansion. Purple Mansion became Divine Mansion. All the way down the line, hundreds of men and women, in one motion, demoted. Shui Wu Hui went to his knees like a dog that has been kicked in a particular spot. I have thought about my own part in this a great deal since. My score is long. I keep my accounts in my own hand for this reason. I turned around and looked at my own clan. Sons and daughters of the Dai clan, I said. Their cultivation is suppressed. Go and wash off 5 years. I could have killed every one of them with a finger. I have thought about whether that was showmanship, and I have decided it was not. That debt belonged to the people standing behind me, and a debt that somebody else collects for you sits in your chest forever. My clan calls me patient. I call it something else. They went. Di Jianfeng took Bai Yan in 3 moves. Arm off at the shoulder on the first, sword through the heart on the third. He killed the Alliance's twin venerables in 10, and the 10th was a dragon of sword chi that went through both of them lengthwise. I could have stopped it. I want that written down in my own account. I owe my life to smaller decisions than this. And I saw a young man in the 2nd rank of our guards go through 4 blood guards with a spear, take a saber across the ribs, and keep going, because the wound had already closed by the time the man who gave it to him hit the ground. I asked. He told me. My debt list grew that week, and I paid none of it. Di Fei Ying. 17. Nobody's favorite. I filed that away very carefully. At the end, I walked over to Xue Wuhui, put my palm flat on the top of his head, and searched his soul. Then I said, "Now you can die," and closed my hand. Out at the edge of the field, Wen Qingxia was the only person present who understood what she had actually just watched, and what she was thinking was, Venerable Realm. He is 23 years old, and he is at Venerable Realm. I was told twice. I intend to settle it. I sent my orders late, and I knew I was late. In the city lord dropped a teacup and said to nobody, "Quickly, prepare a generous gift." We did not stop at the field. Bloodfiend Valley had 3 heaven-reaching elders left in it, and they put up a blood barrier with their own lives as the fuel. I put a hand out over the valley. A golden palm filled the sky. You could see the lines on it. I have been told by people who were 3 provinces away that they looked up that afternoon and saw the creases of a palm across the clouds. My clan owes him. My settlement is coming. My instinct was wrong, and I followed it anyway. It came down. Where the valley had been there was a depression in the earth in the shape of a hand. A stronghold built up over several hundred years went to dust in the time it takes to close a fist. I do not repeat my mistakes twice. I mark the date. I have never let my elders read my note on this. Jin Feng went down into what was left and burned their vault of evil techniques and cut the underground blood pool in half. And after that, the earth veins under that place were broken badly enough that nothing will cultivate there again for a very long time. He does not know I know this. I intend to keep it that way. My calendar is full. My conclusion was mine alone, and I stand on it. In the ruins we found a token. Black metal. Netherworld markings. And in a hidden chamber under the altar, there was another statue. 3 heads, 6 arms, same as the one in the valley above. And as I looked at it, a figure came halfway out of it, made of dark, and looked back. I have my reasons. I did my counting after, which is my usual failing. Di Jianlong, it said. You are good. We will meet soon. I punched it. The statue came apart. I have no idea whether that inconvenienced anybody. After that, I called the Great Council, and we tore my Dai clan down to the frame and rebuilt it. First item, population, mainline, 1,270 people. That is not a clan, that is a village with pretensions. My hands were tied, and I tied them. I do not forget dates. My hands were free. I chose to keep them free. New policy, effective immediately. Every couple that marries gets 10,000 spirit stones and their own courtyard. Every child born gets 5,000. Every child that tests as genuinely talented gets 100,000 and a technique out of the pavilion. 100 new courtyards breaking ground that week, and a supply of heaven fertility pills, which prompted a very memorable silence in that hall. My grand elder logged it that evening, and I signed the page. I let it happen. My memory is exact. I told myself it was policy. I know my own excuses. Second item, and this one mattered more. There is no longer a main branch and side branches, I said. Summon all of them, every DI in the province, the ones we stopped inviting to New Year. Then we cut my clan into 10 lineages. Battle lineage, Di Yingzhe. Alchemy lineage, Di Shirong. Artifact lineage, vacant. Formation lineage, vacant. Merchant lineage, Di Shuangui. Hidden lineage, which is a polite word for intelligence, Di Heping. Academic lineage, Di Yuheng. Agricultural lineage, vacant. External affairs, Di Qingfeng. I put a man on it afterward, and what he brought me was worse. I sent nobody after. My reasoning was sound, and I still dislike it. And the 10th. Saint lineage, I said. I lead it personally. Current membership, 1. Di Jianfeng went down on a knee in front of everybody. 10 lineages of the Di clan, I said. We forge the glory together. They said it back at me loud enough to move dust off the beams. Third item was my scripture pavilion, which was still 70% ash. I shook out my sleeve over the middle of the hall. 1,000 earth-rank techniques hit the floor. then 100 heaven rank on top of them. I need you to understand the scale here. Before that morning, the single best technique my Dai clan owned was peak earth rank, the top sex of the Great Qi Dynasty fight wars over mid-heaven rank. My restraint was deliberate. I put my name to the outcome and I will keep it there. I dumped 100 heaven rank on the floor of a family hall like a man emptying his pockets before laundry. The pavilion went to 24 hours, 2 techniques a month, free, for anyone with our surname. Then I looked at the second rank and pointed. You. Fei Ying. He came out. 17, maybe 18, and the scabs from the battlefield were coming off his forearms while he walked, which nobody else seemed to find remarkable, and which was the most interesting thing in the room. My conclusion came late. I regret nothing. My share of the credit here is nothing at all. Undying battle body, I said. Saint lineage, membership, 2. We instituted monthly assessments with the top 10 getting resources, and a grand tournament every 3 years, and by the end of that week, my clan had stopped walking around like people waiting for the second half of a disaster. I saw it in my own sky. I would like my part in this remembered accurately. That night, I went alone into the memories I had taken out of Shui Wuhui's head. Rain on a cliff. A man in black with the hood up, and under the hood there was no face. There was a slow-turning nebula, and rain evaporated 3 inches from him. My name is on that order. My conscience holds. My own account contradicts my elders, and I trust mine. Either you die on my blade, said the nebula, or you bring me the ancestral ring of the Dai clan. Then a different memory. A black palace standing in raw void, the 3-headed statue again, and a man in a dark official's robe with an emblem on the breast. I have never told him. I let him choose. I asked myself the question, and I answered it badly. A sword crossed with a set of scales. Bronze mask. A blood-red crystal set into the right eye socket. The qi leaking off him alone was cracking the space around him. Heavenly venerable. My verdict has not changed. My choice was made for me. My answer took me a year, and I got it wrong twice. From today, he said, you are a deacon of the Dark Department, of the Law Enforcement Hall. I sat with that for a while. The Law Enforcement Hall was founded by the ancient human emperor to keep order across the realms. When he died, it went silent. Nobody has seen its people in 1,000 years. I would do it again. I would choose again. I have my own recording, and I have watched my own face. They are not silent. They have a dark department. They wanted my family's ring badly enough to hire an assassin alliance to strip it off my father's corpse. My road runs one way. My reaction is on that crystal and I do not enjoy it. And they already have it, which meant the ring on my finger, the one my dying father pressed into my hand, was either a second ring or something considerably worse for everyone involved. I made my peace with my part in this a long time after. All right, I said, out loud, to an empty hall. Then from today, the Law Enforcement Hall is the Dai clan's whetstone. The rewards that night were the good part. For Janfeng, I brought out the 9 Heavens Annihilation Sword Art, Saint Grade, High Tier, 9 forms, master all 9 and you can cut law itself. I counted them myself. I fed him nothing. My silence in that hour is mine to carry. I also read him the rest of the label. Every form you complete cuts away a piece of your humanity, I said. At the 9th, the swordsman is no longer a swordsman. He's a puppet of the heavenly Tao wearing your face. I let him see it. A figure at the far end of a white road turning around, and it had his face on it and nothing behind the eyes. Afraid? I said. If I can protect my people, he said. What do I care if I end up a demon? I hit him with the coldest voice I own. Idiot. I need a man who wields a sword, not a sword that wields a man. Then I cut a heart-questioning seal into his forehead with my fingertips so that on the day he reaches for the 9th form, the seal will ask him one question, and if he cannot answer it, the sword does not come out. My help was withheld. He thanked me for it about 4 years later. For Di Fei Ying, I did something less gentle. I burned gold-red fire along those black patterns on his arms until he could feel where they went, and then I had him write in his own blood, in the god-demon script, 3 lines. I withheld it on purpose. First sacrifice to heaven, my battle will is unbreakable. Second to earth, my body does not die. Third to self, my true spirit is eternal. The phantom that came down into him was Xing Tian, headless god of war, the axe that cuts the river of stars. Then I gave him a spear, Dragonfall. It is called that because it once punched through the reverse scale of a Saint Domain dragon, which is the single most protected square inch of anything in the world. My records are exact here. My purpose was hard. The dragon head on the shaft bit at him when he reached for it, actually bit. He caught it bare-handed with a grip that opened his palm to the bone and did not let go, and the spear decided that was acceptable. I put my seal on it. I told him after. Then he tested it upward, out of pure youthful stupidity, and tore 100 li of the Milky Way open, and a falling star came back down the shaft to the point. My first thought was wrong. My telling was late. I cut my wrist and threw blood into the sky. Show me your limit, I said. They went at the sky, the two of them, the sword and the spear, until the last of those stars had gone out. The rest of the world noticed that night, and I found out about most of it later from the people it happened to. In the western region, an old monk was counting prayer beads and crushed one, and 18 golden arhats around his hall wept blood. I have kept it since. I apologized once. In the north, the mistress of the Moon Palace sat up in an ice coffin that had not been opened in 10,000 years, and the ice came off her in sheets. My source was reliable. My apology was accepted. In the central region, 9 soul lamps in one hall went out at the same moment, and the star chart on the wall cracked from corner to corner, and the man reading it said the sentence I still find funniest in this whole story. I have no better excuse. I saw the number. Why is there absolutely nothing there? Prince Lin sent me a zither. The 9 heavens ringing jade, heaven grade medium tier, which in the Great Qi dynasty is the top of the entire national inventory. He sent it with an apology for Guo Tianxi's manners, phrased in the way powerful people apologize, which is to blame a subordinate very sincerely. I have the exact wording because I took it out of a memory. My number was higher. Forgiven, I told the messenger. If it happens twice, he shouldn't blame me. Then came the congratulations. Every sect within a month's travel, all at once, all extremely warm, all clearly written by men reading the same weather report. My share of that is real. I revised it down. The demonic sect did not send congratulations. 10,000 Skeleton Mountain has 36 bone pillars in front of it that weep blood on a schedule, which tells you how they like to be perceived. Their sect master, Wang Xiangtian, aimed a blood mirror at me. It has 900 eyes. It shows you your target, and, if the target is interesting, it shows you what stands behind him. I own that decision. My revision was wrong. It showed him an ancient field of corpses stretching back past the horizon, and then, in the mirror, I turned around and smiled at him. The mirror cracked. 7 of his elders coughed black ichor onto the floor of their own hall. All operations against the Dai clan, Wang Xiangtian said. Stop. Now. The court of Great Qi took it worse. Their astronomers reported that the eastern region was going to turn over and that the source of the disturbance was a family estate outside Xuantian City, and Emperor Han Ming went down into a place under his own palace that he clearly did not enjoy visiting. My own view of this arrived 4 days late, and I was furious about it. My people paid for it. I have his account. 2 old ancestors got out of bronze coffins down there. Han Li and Han Yuan. Law realm, both of them looked like men who had been awake for 1,000 years and had not enjoyed it. I have not forgotten. My copy is annotated. Leave them alone, they told him. Do not make an enemy of that. And then they told him why they were really awake. Under the palace there is the 9 Dragons Well, and in it something old is chained, and the chains number 360. I remember my own silence. I annotate everything. 5 of them had snapped the day before. The Li dynasty does not sit on that well by accident. It sits on it as a lid, and it holds the lid down with the accumulated luck of the state, and the emperor keeps his hands steady by drinking a soup made from the blood of his own bloodline. I did nothing about it, which I am telling you on purpose. My margins are crowded. I did not know any of that at the time. I want to be honest. If I had, I would have gone and looked, and everything after would have happened 3 years earlier and considerably worse. We had a branch family in Manhwa City, not a distant one, a real one, our name, our blood, and for about a year, nobody in the main hall had noticed that they had stopped answering letters. My family says less about it. I closed the file. When Jinfeng and I got there, a man named Song Yunqiao had an iron whip around Di Yunqiao's throat and a boot on his spine, and Di Yunqiao was face down in his own courtyard, and his sister was standing 4 feet away with a zither in her arms and her fingers open on the strings. I gave the word. My file stayed open. DUUA. Fingers bleeding where the wire had cut in. Take one more step, she said, and I break the heart of this instrument. Here is what had happened. A year earlier, Di Yunqiao had been profound core at 17, which for a branch family in a nothing city is a very big deal. Then in one night, without warning, he lost all of it, everything, down to nothing. This is the part where I should have moved, and I did not. I reopened it, and the Duan clan, who had been very patient neighbors up to that point, decided that the moment had come to take Duyue as a concubine, and her zither with her. My part was to wait. My reasons changed. Jianfeng killed the whip hand first, a flying blade through the wrist, and then he let his pressure out, and 17 Duan guards went down on their knees in the dirt like a wave breaking. I do not tell this often. I knew the man. Who are you? Said Song Yunqiao, still holding the stump. The man who kills you. His head went across the yard. I was watching through a talisman, and I put my sense into Di Yunqiao while he was still coughing on the ground, and what I found made me want to burn that city to the foundation. 360 acupoints, every one of them threaded with a chain of blood. They didn't take your cultivation, I told him. They made you into a living formation core. 100 li under Yanhuo City there was a bronze book, and it was eating the luck of an entire branch of my family and pushing it upward into the Duan clan's ledgers, and they had been growing something in the runoff, the divine demon transformation. They had been feeding it on the blood of a 17-year-old for a year. My hands stayed clean, and I mined that. My knowledge was thin. I reached in and pulled the golden chain out of his core. Diyunqiao went from body tempering to divine mansion in the time it took the chain to come out, and then he kept going, and the roof came off because what was underneath all that plumbing was a nirvana physique. I was elsewhere. I learned more later. The Duan patriarch arrived on a blood python. I took him by the throat. "Did your son not tell you," I said, "that it took me one breath to erase an entire assassin alliance?" Jianfeng stood on the wreckage afterward with 78 heads laid out, which is not a number I asked for and not a number I corrected. My learning cost me. And in Duyue zither, when I finally looked at it properly, there was a fire. Nanming Li fire. The genuine article. The ancient one. The fire the man who created the divine demon transformation used to burn 3,000 demonic saints down to their outlines. It had been sleeping in a family heirloom in a branch house nobody visited. I have carried that decision since, and I am not proud of my reasoning. The other half of the divine demon transformation woke up somewhere in the veins under Yanhuo that same week. I felt it. I did nothing about it. Remember that. The other trip I took that month was to Beichuan. There was a young man there called Di Quanglong, and the reason I went personally is that when he touched the Starfall Pagoda, a 1,000-year local landmark that nobody had ever moved, opened, or scratched, it fell over. My reaction was slower than his. I heard it later. More than that, the ancient inscriptions on it bowed to him. Di Quanglong had been, in a previous life, the Asura demon venerable, a great emperor. 100,000 years ago, he fought 3 other great emperors at once, and he was doing fine, right up until his own favorite disciple put star nails through his divine platform from behind. My people wrote it down badly, and I made them do it again. I have measured it since. My hull heard it first. Dying, he sealed everything he had into a spear called the Asura God-slaying spear, and threw it, and the point came down pointing at a hill outside Beichuan. My orders arrived late. I was 3 provinces off. Later, he showed me the bottom of a dried-up cold pond there, and standing in the mud was a bronze pillar wrapped in chains of starlight. I have thought about my timing. "That's not a treasure," he said. "That's a guard post. It had been left by an ancestor of mine. His blood is dark gold." When it touched the pillar, the patterns on it started repairing themselves, and a fragment of his old spear came out of the stone and went into his core as a dark gold pill. My accounting of it is short. My guards told me. "My fall in the last life was not an ending," he said, and he said it flatly, like a man reading his own file. "It was karma, so that in this one I would stand guard for the Dai clan." He came back with us and immediately tried to see through the 2 stone statues that flank our ancestral hall. The Asura demonic eyes see through everything. They did not see through those. Then he tried me. I let him. He told me afterward what it was like, and I liked the description enough to keep it. He said it was like leaning over the edge of a well at night and finding out the well is the sky. I had to be shown. A former great emperor looked at me and could not find the bottom. "Everyone has their own opportunities and their own secrets," I said. "I don't pry. While your heart is with this family, your Dai clan." Then I put a beam of light through the projection of that pillar, and the runes on it rearranged themselves into a single ancient character. I know my own failure here. Die. I went out to the Beichuan earth vein myself and put my palm on the pillar, and my blood answered it, and a dragon of light came up out of the ground and wound around my arm. My Dai clan was founded 800 years ago by an ancestor named Di Wenjiao. That pillar was older than my clan by an amount that made 800 years look like a rounding error. Half a year went by. Our territory grew about tenfold. Population went past 17,000, 15 at Purple Mansion, 45 at Divine Mansion, over 450 at Profound Core, which is roughly the strength of a mid-tier sect, and considerably better organized. I know the timing to the breath because I checked it against my own. I finished the merge. The primordial spirit of the great emperor dissolved completely into my own soul, along with 50,000 years of memory that stopped being a library I visited and became things I simply knew. The eternal god-demon body hit major achievement, and my blood woke up. I want to describe this properly. I cut my finger to check something, and in the single drop that came out there were silver runes, and the runes were moving, and when I looked at enough drops at once, they connected into a complete lattice. The great Tao of time and space. Not a technique, not an inheritance. It was in the blood. It had always been in the blood. 800 years of my Dai clan farming and trading and dying in provincial cities with that in our veins. My messenger nearly died carrying it. My reading of it stands. Also, and I noticed this only because I finally had the eyes for it, there were 9 golden dragons of luck coiling over my ancestral land. That is why everything was growing. That is why the crops came in heavy and the disciples broke through in clusters and the merchants kept accidentally making good decisions. Then I split my spirit off into my Dai realm again, because if a trick works, once you do not stop doing it. And then I ran into the actual problem. The city was too small. The spirit veins under Xuantian were thin and getting thinner, and we had outgrown them in 6 months. You cannot put 17,000 cultivators on a plot of land that was comfortable for 1,200. He told me this while I was healing him, which is when men are honest. I owe him a debt. So I went to the Godfall Mountains to find a bigger plot. There were 2 great saints fighting in there when I arrived, which was inconvenient for them. One was a howling moon heavenly wolf in human form, silver, elegant, lazy, arrogant in the specific way of something that is never lost. The other was an amethyst demonic tiger with 6 wings and a face like a cliff. I read it twice. My debt is unpaid. A human, the wolf said without looking up. Get off a saint's territory. I let a little of my pressure off the leash. Not much. Enough. 2 great saints went completely still, the way rabbits go still, and did not move again until I told them they could. From today, I said, this place has the surname Dai. Deeper in there were ruins with pre-writing on the walls, and under the ruins there was a spirit vein of peak saint rank, which does not exist anywhere in the eastern region and had been sitting there quietly for who knows how long being nobodies. I let it run. I want to be clear that letting it run was my choice. There was also a beast on it, Supreme Realm. A killing body with a dragon's tail, and where its feet came down there were cracks in space. My people were braver than me. I said nothing. 10,000 years I've slept, it said, and a human walks in on his own legs. Good, I said. I happen to be short a clan guardian. Its chaos flame parted around my robe like a curtain in a doorway, and star chains came out of my aura and wrapped it before it had finished being offended. My silence cost him. And at the head of the vein, in the rock, there was a bronze key with runes on it from the same root as the pillar in Beichuan. 3 months later we moved. I fused those ruins into my own space, which expanded them by a factor I stopped measuring, and then folded the whole thing into the void, so that from the outside, it is a mountain range, and from the inside, it is a country. The wolf built the city, which he complained about constantly, and did beautifully. The tiger trained the Yao beast guard, which he enjoyed far too much. We ran the spirit vein up to the surface in 9 waterfalls. I did not earn any of that. I paid for the report. Di Quanglong drew the plan. A former great emperor spent 3 months doing municipal layout and never once made it about himself, and I have never forgotten that either. My name got the credit. My money was well spent. We called it my eternal night divine capital. The great Qi dynasty formally ceded us the mountains and pulled their border back 800 li, which cost the emperor nothing and bought him a great deal. I have corrected my own record. I know the hour. The great Qin dynasty next door took a different view. Their marshal, Wu Chang, wanted the bandit city leveled. Their national preceptor, Shen Xingyuan, did a divination first, and the tortoise shell exploded in his hands, and the crack that was left spelled out 1 character. My own account of the next hour is secondhand, and I have marked it so. I have that in my own hand. Calamity. They marched anyway. I will get to that. The sects sent spies, as sects do. One of them was found by 3-eyed crows and burned by annihilation flame. One of them had an ice soul mirror that shattered and killed its owner on the rebound. The third got far enough to see a heaven-reaching dragon lounging on the western wall using its tail to pour molten rock into a mold and went home and quit. I have never asked her what she was thinking. I know anyway. My clock says otherwise. The 2 stone statues came last, the ones outside my ancestral hall, the ones Quanglong could not see through. I touched them, and the moss came off in a sheet, and under 1,000 years of moss they were not stone at all. They were dark gold. My people confirmed it. I trust my source. Then they exploded. Out of one came a 9-headed demonic dragon, 1,000 feet of it. Out of the other came a sky-burning vermilion bird, quasi-emperors, both of them, sitting in my front yard as garden ornaments since before my family had a family. The dragon got one look at me, and its 9 heads all recoiled at once. That pulse in the blood, it said. Impossible. The direct line of the Dai clan should have ended in the ancient era. And then I got the truth, out of 2 prisoners who had been waiting 800 years to tell somebody. This world is called the Saint Realm. In the ancient era, my Dai clan ruled it. Then the extraterritorial demons came through, and my ancestors fought them to the last person, and when it was finished, my Dai clan was gone, and the era ended with them. My source was afraid. Those 2 had, in their youth, challenged my Dai clan and lost, and had been sealed into the gate as guards, which is an extremely Dai clan way of handling a grudge. I did not like my part in it, and the reason the demons came at all was that my Dai clan was hiding a key to something called the Grand Void Origin Realm, where the secrets are of a level above Great Emperor. I looked down at the plain dark ring on my finger and put a drop of blood on it, and after 5 years of nothing at all, it opened. I filed it myself. The pillar in Beichuan is called the Black-Yellow Heaven-Suppressing Pillar. It is a clan protection weapon of Emperor grade. It was broken in that war. I keep my copy of that. My hand is on that page. Afterward, I unsealed the dragon and the bird and told them they could go. They both stayed. Long Kong and Feng Shi. They put it in writing, which nobody asked them to do. Out of the pillar came the first scripture, the Universe Instant Sutra. It governs the flow of time and lets you cut space the way you would cut cloth. My ledger says otherwise. I have the tally. I read the whole thing in about a minute and said out loud, not enough. So I fed the pillar my blood, properly this time, and 9 ancestral dragons came up out of it, and behind them came the second one. My tally is grim. Myriad realms returned to origin. The cover has 36 miniature black holes on it. An ordinary great emperor is not permitted to look at that cover because the holes will eat his Tao fruit through his eyes. I checked it myself. I did not move. I cultivated it in 2 times at once. I need you to sit with that sentence for a second, because I have never found a better way to say it. The left half of me was in that hall in my eternal night divine capital. The right half of me was standing on a battlefield tens of millions of years in the past, next to my own ancestors, in a war I have no business remembering. The waterfall on the east side of the city froze solid. On the west side, the leaves came off the trees and rotted in mid-air. Somewhere in the heavenly secret clan, a supreme realm elder who had been quietly watching me for months got curious enough to look closely and came apart into particles. I got that from my own runner. Every record his clan held on the Tao of Time was erased out of their vault that same night. They appeared in mine. I did not do that. I want to be clear. I did not do that on purpose. And the fact that it happened anyway is the single most unsettling thing about that scripture. I gave the first volume to the entire clan, and everybody's talent went up at once, and I stopped being able to keep track of who was breaking through. My feet stayed still. Then we opened the city. The Emperor of Great Qi came in person, on a procession of 72 cloud-treading beasts, and he arrived to find walls of starfall profound iron, paving stones set with crystals the size of a dragon's eye, columns of cold jade, and domes plated in sun gold. That is what my intelligence lineage put in front of me the next morning. I regret my timing. One of his elders had a famous sword, and halfway across the square that sword tore itself out of its sheath, flew across the plaza, and buried itself in a crack in our wall. My elders disagree with me. My timing was poor. Our city eats weapons. It is a feature. The wolf thinks it is hilarious. I was rolling a small black hole between my fingers like a worry bead when the emperor came in. When I pressed it flat, the ripple went out and refilled every guest's cup with stardew, which is the sort of party trick you can only do once, but which really does land. Wen Qingxia gave me a gift, a clay pot with a dead plant in it. Brown, curled, finished. I touched the rim and let time run backward inside the pot, and the plant unfolded, and out of the flower came a phoenix made of ice, which flew twice around the hall and dissolved. I have my doubts. Saint Soul reincarnation technique, I said quietly, so only she could hear. Miss Wen, you hide very deep. And that was the exact moment somebody knocked at my gate with 100,000 men. The Crimson Plume Army of Great Qin, 100,000 of them in formation, with a marshal at the front holding a mountain-crushing sword. That reached my desk late. I know my own habits. Surrender the city. Elder Di Qingfeng went out alone. Purple Mansion. 1 man against 100,000. This was Qinland once, the marshal called down. It reverts. It was Qinland once, Di Qingfeng agreed. Now it belongs to the Di clan. Then the wolf strolled out past him. His hair came loose to 100 yards long. A wolf mark opened on his forehead. His pupils went to crushed gold. The first 3,000 horses in that formation had their legs break under them at the same moment, and the riders went down into cracks in space that had not been there a second earlier. I remember my reaction. My habit is to wait. Broken moon, he said. Azure wolf palm. 100 li of the plain crumpled like someone balling up a painting. There was no army after that. There was ground. Wen Qingxia stood beside me watching it and got very still because she was the only person on that wall who could name what she had just felt. My answer took me a while. I waited too long. Saint Realm. She came to me that night to tell me the rest of it, and I already knew, and I let her tell me anyway, because there are things people need to say out loud. I put my hand into the river of time and showed her a battle 3,000 years ago, in ruins, ending with a self-detonation that took 10 great saints with it. My patience cost blood. Cold moon great saint, I said. You froze 10 great saints alone. You died in the Tianshu forbidden land. She took the pin out of her hair. The ice moon seal came off, and the girl who had been standing there was not a girl. She was a saint, and the room got cold enough that the wine froze in the pots. I made my own note of it. I sent word too late. I found a book, she said. About the ancestral ring of the Dai clan. It said the ring held a supreme treasury. I looked for that ring for 300 years. In the Tianshu Forbidden Land, I found something else, and I could not beat it, and I detonated my saint soul rather than let it take me. Her memories had only come back 3 months ago. Her soul had been coming apart at the edges ever since, which is why she had been so cold to everyone, including me. I put a hand on her forehead and held it together. My word arrived after. "Do you still want the ring?" I asked. She went to one knee. "I would not dare." "Get up. The ring is real. There is no treasury in it. Whoever wrote that book was wrong, or lying, and you spent 300 years chasing a mirage." 300 years. She took it better than I would have. I repaired her soul completely, which took most of a night, and while I was in there, I saw something I did not mention at the time. Every future thread she has is braided into my Dai clan. All of them. There is not one where she walks away. I made her Vice City Lord of my Eternal Night Divine Capital. The law enforcement hall came for the first time about a week later. A black crack opened over the plaza during a public banquet, and a man in black stepped out onto black lotuses that burned with blue fire, and every guest in that square felt their own spiritual energy start flowing toward him without permission. I read that report standing up, and I did not sit down afterward. I keep the letter, Law Realm 9th. "This throne," he said, "has come to collect an old debt." He reached for a group of our younger disciples, and his arm came apart into 1,000 phantom arms wrapped in chains of law, which was genuinely impressive. My guess was wrong. My letter went unread. Then the amethyst demonic tiger, 100 yards of him, 6 wings out, opened his mouth. He belched. That is what it was. One syllable, from the gut, entirely uninterested. Space collapsed for thousands of li into a funnel, and 1,000 phantom arms went down it like noodles off a chopstick. I still owe him for that. I signed the order. "Not bad," the tiger said. "Little heavy on the blood key. I'll need wine to rinse." "You stole my kill," said the wolf. "You already showed off once. Let somebody else have a turn." I ran the moment back through time afterward and got what I wanted, which was the emblem on the collar and the last thing the man did before he died, which was fire off a set of coordinates. My seal is on it. Long Kang asked permission to go and level the law enforcement hall. "Not yet," I said. "Let them send more. The clan could use the practice." 6 weeks after that, the Eastern Wilds bowed. The Eastern region has 36 provinces, and Eastern Desolation is the bottom one. The ceiling on the entire province is Law Realm, which is why nobody important had ever bothered with us, which is why my family had been able to be slaughtered without anybody upstairs filing a report. My city talks about it wrongly. I take the blame. Every power that had ever eyed our holdings burned their files that month. Minor schools packed up and relocated closer to our walls. I have the page in my study. My blame is earned. And one night, in all 36 cities at once, dry wells came back. Old trees put out new growth. Spirit rice came up on ground that had been barren since before anyone's grandfather. I asked. He told me. I did the sums. The golden dragon of luck that belongs to the whole province turned in the sky and bowed toward my eternal night divine capital. Great Chin got its answer that same night. The wolf went by moonlight. 9 crescents. In every fortress of theirs, the shadows of the defenders stood up off the walls and went for the throats of the men casting them. I was told twice. My sums came out ugly. The Qin Emperor came out of his palace in his night clothes, holding the state seal above his head. I surrender it. Take it. Too late, said the wolf pleasantly. Moonlight went out across a continent in needles, and every needle found a forehead with Qin blood behind it, wherever that forehead happened to be standing. My clan owes him. I checked them again. Afterward, he crushed the seal between 2 fingers. If you'd known it would end like this, he said to nobody, why be greedy in the first place? Duua broke her zither on a Tuesday, all 7 strings at once, which is not a thing that happens. They came off the bridge and turned into snakes of fire and went around her wrists, and a phoenix brand burned itself into the skin of her forearms, and then she came off the ground. I have the numbers because my quartermaster counts everything. My second count matched. She hung there in the middle of the Nanming Li fire with her hair burning blue and her pupils gone amber, and 360 threads of the oldest fire in this world turning around her in a slow, patient wheel, deciding. I do not repeat my mistakes twice. I stood on my wall. There was a woman standing behind her that only I could see. Red robes, collarbones pinned through with chains, the spirit of that zither, who had been in there 10,000 years waiting for somebody, and who bowed to me before she let go. My wall was quiet. Then Yuyue swallowed the fire, all of it, every thread. She opened her mouth and took in a fire that had burned 3,000 demonic saints, and it went down like water, and when the wings came out of her back, they were made of the same thing. I have my reasons. I watched my sky. I saw him, she said, before she was even properly standing. The saint who made the divine demon transformation. I saw him. She came out of that with two saint bodies. Myriad fire sacred body and myriad medicine saint body at the same time in one girl, plus an innate pill heart, which means she looks at a medicine and simply knows what it is and what it wants and what it will do to you. My first instinct was to go. I did not go, and here is why. My hands were tied and I tied them. My sky told me nothing. I gave her the myriad flames return to origin art, made by a quasi-emperor, which fuses 10,000 kinds of fire into one, and then I left her alone for a month because she frankly did not need me. Meanwhile, in Yanhuo, the other half of that technique found its owner, Song Jinfeng, brother of the man Jianfeng beheaded in a courtyard, personal disciple of the sect master of the profound nether sect, right arm already demonized into a black claw up to the elbow. I let it happen. I asked my elders. He went into a boiling blood pool and came out of the bottom of it holding the second half of the divine demon transformation. This, he told the water, is the price for the Dai clan slaughtering my family. His left eye went gold, his right eye went black, which is precisely, exactly, mirror image the pair of eyes on Di Yunxiao, and the two of them resonated across 1,000 miles the second he stood up. My conclusion came late. My elders had no answer. I felt all of it. I did nothing. I want to be honest about my reasoning, since it cost people later. A sapling in a greenhouse does not become a tree. Di Yunxiao had spent a year as somebody's battery. He was not going to become a man by being handed a finished enemy's corpse. I asked him instead. That was his opportunity. I left it where it was. Around the same time, a pagoda made a decision without consulting anyone. Di Tianyu was up on Heavenly Sword Mountain being 19 and insufferable. Star Body, Purple Mansion 6th, 7 flying swords that he flew in the pattern of the Dipper because he thought it looked good, which it did, which was the problem. He had opinions about the main branch, he shared them. I want my own hand in this on the record before anyone else writes it. My question was blunt. A 3-inch bronze pagoda came out of nowhere and went into his sea of consciousness, and he fell 10,000 feet out of the sky, and his star sword Qi tore the clouds open for 10 li on the way down. I saw it in my own sky. I got a straight answer. 7 days later he came out of the crater. The first floor of that pagoda had given him Star True Fire, a star sword formation that multiplied his 7 swords by 10, and a star escape technique. My name is on that order. My answer was worse. It's called Starfall, he said to the sky, and so am I. What kind of world has coincidences like that? The world does not. He worked that out eventually. Then Jianfeng and Fei Ying had their duel, and the entire clan came to watch, and I let them. Jianfeng had the 9 heavens annihilation to minor achievement, which meant that when he waved a hand carelessly, he left 9 black lines hanging in the air where space had been cut and had not yet closed. I have never told him. I wrote it down. Fei Ying had the god-slaying form, which pulverized a target of black gold, and which cost him 30% of his vital essence every time he used it. The spear gives it back. That is the trade. Fight to fund the fight, and every round of it hardens the weapon a little more. He never told me this. I found it out, and I never mentioned it to him. Jianfeng pressed himself down to Divine Mansion 3rd for fairness. That is the sort of thing he does without being asked. On the 7th exchange, the spear stopped 3 inches from his throat and drew a bead of blood, and Jianfeng's body popped like a soap bubble because it was an annihilation phantom, and the real one was already behind Fei Ying. My verdict has not changed. My notes are exact. Fei Ying answered with a return thrust that opened Jianfeng's robe from collar to hip without touching skin. They finished with a sword at one heart and a spear at one throat. A draw. I walked out onto the arena. Continue, I said, and put a beam of gold into each of them. Fei Ying's pupils went gold. On Jianfeng's forehead, a vertical seam opened, and a mantle of desolation sword Qi came off his shoulders like a cloak somebody had thrown over him from behind. I would do it again. I have the account. Both weapons left both hands about 4 seconds later, and the arena acquired a hole 30 yards across. I fixed the arena with my sleeve and turned around to face 8,000 people. 2 things, I said. First, Dai clan techniques do not come in strong and weak. They come in suitable and unsuitable, and it is your job to know which is which. Second, I pointed at the 2 of them, flat on their backs, laughing. Geniuses are not a different species. They are the people who found their own Tao earlier than everyone else. You can do that too. I did not make that speech for the front row. Then I gave the whole clan the scripture. Myriad Realms Return to Origin comes in 5 volumes. I put the first one out for free. Everyone. No conditions, no contribution points, no requirement to be a direct descendant. I counted them myself. My account is short. The strange part, and I did not design this, is that everybody reads a different book. Di Guanglong opened his and found it written in the ancient script of the Asura race, which has been extinct since before this world had its current name. My records are exact here. I trimmed nothing. 38 people broke through standing in the queue, and it repaired Guanglong's Tao foundation. The one that was destroyed by star nails 100,000 years ago, in a different body, in a different era. A technique does not do that. A technique is not compatible with a dead man's ruined foundation from another epoch. That level of fit is not something you find. It is something that was made. My clan repeats this story wrong. I am giving you the correct one. I put my seal on it. I priced the other 4 volumes, 100,000 contribution points, 500,000, 1 million, 5 million. And I built a hall of imperial merit with a public board so that every disciple in my clan could see exactly what standing between them and the next volume was and could see it move. My version stands. Then we had the opposite problem. The Eternal Night Divine Capital was magnificent, walled in starfall iron, powered by a peak saint vein, guarded by 2 great saints and a quasi-emperor dragon who liked to sunbathe on the ramparts, and it had a population of under 5,000, 90% of whom were named Dai. I paid a great deal of money for this account and I got what I paid for. We had built the most impressive city in the eastern region and nobody would move in because the sects had all quietly reclassified us as a forbidden zone. My first thought was wrong. I did not intervene. So I issued 9 decrees, 12 markets, 3 years with no tax, a public Tao questioning platform where on the 1st of every month I would come out personally and lecture, and yes, I meant it, and yes, I did it. And the one that actually worked. Any infant born inside my Eternal Night Divine Capital gets a free spiritual root assessment, and the exceptional ones get taken into the residence and raised properly, regardless of who their parents are. I have kept it since. My reasons were cold. We were full inside a year. We chartered a guild and called it Eternal Night. Fei Ying took the Battle Artifact Workshop. Yun Xiao took Spirit Medicine. And I handed Duua the oldest sacred pill token in existence, and every pill token within 1,000 li with a cauldron on it hummed at the same time, which caused a certain amount of professional distress across 3 provinces. My source was reliable. I still think I was right. The contribution board went up. A yin-yang pill, 30,000. A mid-rank heaven and earth treasure, 80,000. A fragment of a saint technique, 500,000. Saint-grade forging, 3 million. And for a technique we did not already have in the pavilion, anywhere from 1,000 points to 1 million. Assessed on delivery, no questions about where you got it. I have the shape of it. My people are still filling in the corners. I have no better excuse. My people disagree. 3 spirit gathering towers. The black one, 100 stones a day. The heaven one, 10,000. And the saint one, 100,000 stones a day, or 10,000 contribution points, and you cannot buy your way in at any price without a gold token. That reached me at second hand, and I have kept my doubts about it. Prince Lin came in person to apply for residency. He came down off the carriage, went to one knee on the paving in front of everybody, and offered me a red dragon heart that was still beating. My share of that is real. I gave him room. I looked at him. 7 apertured exquisite heart. Extremely rare, extremely valuable, and the reason he had risen as fast as he had. Also, a woman. Sealed, disguised, and doing it well enough that it had held for decades. Also, and this is the part that made me keep it to myself, the luck of the entire Great Qi dynasty was wrapped around that person like a phoenix in the middle of nirvana. I own that decision. My room cost him skin. 10,000 spirit stones, I said. Same as everyone. Registration is at the second window. That night I went over the intake ledger. 371 new residents that week. 8 of them arrived with concealed intentions. 19 of them were exceptionally gifted, which is 19 more than the province had produced in the previous decade. My people paid for it. I have made peace with it. I wrote the 8 names down and did nothing about them. If you want to know what a rival is planning, do not remove his eyes. Feed them. I have not forgotten. My peace is thin. The bronze fragment came in through a pawn shop, an old man in a gray cloak waiting outside on the street, and Wen Qingxia brought him up over a bridge of ice because it amused her to make people walk on it. I remember my own silence. I read the field after. I did not turn around. Law Realm 3rd, I said. And you're standing there pretending to be a rogue purple mansion. Kui Wei, the blood-handed judge of Chihuang province. When did you get so timid? He looked at me, and I looked back, and his entire life ran past both of us at once, and he went down with every opening streaming and went down on the floor. My reading was grim. I put a drop of golden ichor into him and repaired his soul while he was still trying to remember his own name, because I wanted to buy what he was selling, and it is bad practice to break the merchant. I counted my dead. What he had was half a bronze sword, green with corrosion, and it was a fragment of a divine artifact, and in the cracks of it there was black ichor from the same root as the netherworld token we had pulled out of Bloodfiend Valley. I sent nobody. I have had to live with that, and so has he. My dead were 4. I paid him 100,000 contribution points, and I lifted the curse that had been going to kill him within the century. He had a star-shaped scar that had refused to heal for 100 years. He got it in a secret realm, where something threw him 100 li backward off an ancient bronze coffin without touching him. I know their names. There's a netherworld secret realm opening in Chihuang, he said. Soon. I made the announcement to my clan the same afternoon. Entry is capped at Purple Mansion. Nobody above can go in, including me, including the wolf, including the very large tiger who is currently listening at the window. You go in on your own risk and you come out on your own legs. Reconnaissance that comes back and is useful is worth 1 million contribution points. The list filled in about 4 minutes. Di Jianfeng, Di Feiying, Di Yunxiao, Di Yuyue, Di Guanglong, Di Tianyu, and Di Yingzhe, Purple Mansion 7th, who signed his own name at the bottom and said, when I raised an eyebrow, "It would be embarrassing if my nephews got ahead of their uncle." I gave every one of them a Schwantian escape talisman, single use, 10,000 Li. It will pull you out of a sealed realm, which is a thing talismans are not supposed to be able to do. My family says less about it. My hall keeps them, and I gave them one instruction. In a secret realm, the traps are not the dangerous part. Human hearts are the dangerous part. They flew out on a snow eagle at Tongtian 5th level, and about 3,000 feet above and behind them, all the way, an amethyst demonic tiger drifted along in the cloud layer with his eyes half shut, pretending to be weather. My records of this week are unusually complete, and I know why. I gave the word. I do not joke about them. The Chihuang Desert had red sandworms in it, and then a worm king, and Jianfeng put a sword in its mouth while Feiying put a spear in its eye, and after that they had a fairly relaxing afternoon. My part was to wait. My rule on that is fixed. The token opened the platform. A blue column of light went up out of the sand tall enough that the entire province saw it and came running. I do not tell this often. I set the price. Old Ancestor Blazing Fire came, the Blade King of Mobei came, Granny Juyu came, and she brought friends, and none of them could get in. The realm's own restriction, immovable, absolute. Purple Mansion and below. I have it on good authority that Old Ancestor Blazing Fire stood at the edge of that light for a full minute and then said, "Purple Mansion and below? Is this a joke?" It was not a joke. It was, as far as I can tell, a filter, and I have never stopped wondering what it was filtering for. Inside, the sky was dark red, and there were boulders floating in it, and what looked from a distance like mountains turned out, on approach, to be the skeletons of animals that had been the size of mountains. My hands stayed clean, and I mind that. My price was fair. The map they were given had 7 points on it. 3 of them were brighter than the rest. Sword Tomb, War God Hall, Starry Platform. The first thing that came at them were netherworld wolves, which come apart into black mist and then reassemble, and which cannot be killed by anything except extreme yang or a direct strike on the soul. Feiying worked that out in about 9 seconds by materializing his own battle will and setting them on fire with it, which is not how anybody else would have solved it. I have gone over this with him twice, and my version has not changed. I have not lowered it. Then they split up, which was correct, and which is the only reason any of them found anything. Di Jianfeng went to the Sword Tomb. It was a canyon, and the floor of it was broken swords, layers of them, going down further than his light would reach. Halfway along, there was one that was not broken, a black two-hander, taller than he was, with blood-colored patterns running the length of it. This is mine to answer for, and I am answering for it here. I was elsewhere. My terms hold. My successor, the sword said. You have finally come. The thing standing behind it called itself the Tribulation Divine Lord. Take 3 of my strikes. The first was a plain downward cut. No technique, no name. Jianfeng caught it, and his boots went 3 inches into rock, and the skin between his fingers split open. My reaction was slower than his. I made him an offer. In the sword path, said the Divine Lord, the foundation is everything. Yours is shallow. The second came across, and it was cut in such a way that every direction he could have gone was already occupied. So he went forward, straight into it, and came out the other side coughing onto the sword litter. The third one, the sword vanished, and came out of Jianfeng's own shadow behind him. He did not turn around. He closed his eyes, and he cut backward. Point met point, dead center. I have seen the recording. The 2 tips are aligned to something under a millimeter. The black two-hander came apart into light and went into the 1,000 Tribulation sword, and the 9 blood-colored patterns on his blade became 12. I have measured it since. My offer stood 1 day. And he came out of that canyon with the first 3 of the 12 forms of the Tribulation sword in his head, and a look on his face I had not seen since he was 15. My orders arrived late. I withdrew it. Di Feiying spent his afternoon in the War God Hall, getting beaten to a paste by a phantom, which he enjoyed enormously. 998 moves, he told my 3rd elder, on his knees, spitting, laughing. 1 spear thrust left. Then he did it. Army breaker. Unity. Not a technique so much as a decision. A straight thrust with nothing on it, and space cracked ahead of the point an inch at a time all the way to the wall. I have thought about my timing. My withdrawal was noticed. The blast put him through that wall. It also finished the phantom, which dissolved and left behind a silver spear called Heaven's Slaughter. My accounting of it is short. I looked once. I had it backwards, he said, while Yingje was pulling him out of the masonry. The undying battle body isn't about not dying. It's that the longer the fight goes, the stronger I get. An old man in rags walked out of the back of that hall then, and the pressure coming off him was not less than the wolf's. The true inheritance of this hall is taken by two, he said, and looked at Yingje. You are too weak. The strong feed a fight with the fight. You have hidden in the rear for too many years. Today, I am going to help you find a soldier's heart. Meanwhile, several miles away, Di Yunxiao and his sister were standing back to back with two of her zither strings already snapped and a bone claw out of the netherworld coming down on them. High purple mansion, big as a house. I know my own failure here. My look was enough. Yunxiao shoved her sideways and took the hit himself, which sent him tens of feet through the air. Then he stood up as something else. Divine Demon Transformation, first stage. He grew to 10 feet. Demonic patterns came up out of his skin, claws like blade edges and 2 horns. My messenger nearly died carrying it. I turned away, and Yu Yue on the ground painted a rune on the body of her zither in her own blood and said, Nanming Li fire, burn the heavens. All 7 strings went at once. A crimson gold phoenix came off the frame, and an arm covered in demonic patterns came up out of the ground under the claw and tore it in half from the inside. It cost him every meridian he had. He went down unconscious and stayed that way for 2 days. Out of the remains they got a black pearl, nether pearl. Remember that, because it saved him. Di Kuanglong, meanwhile, jumped into a hole because a voice asked him to. Return, it said. Asura, return. At the bottom, there was an altar of white bone and a dark red spear standing in it, and the spear was not his old imperial weapon. It was a sacred one, reforged out of a fragment of it by somebody else. I have that in my own hand. I hid my reaction. 9 skeletal generals came off the walls, peak purple mansion, and they could not be killed while the altar stood. So he bit his tongue and put Asura blood on the spear. A dragon of blood came off the shaft and went into the altar, and 9 generals became 9 piles of dust, and in the middle of it he got a vision. Someone at the bottom of that abyss, in an age before this one, patiently collecting the fragments of an imperial weapon and reforging them by hand. And that someone looked up through time and grinned at him. I saw the aftermath with my own eyes, which was enough. My face gave nothing. Asura. You finally came. The 2 spears fused into a blood-red halberd. On his way out, a group of saint weapon hunters tried him, and their leader, late-stage Purple Mansion, came apart at the waist on the first swing. My people confirmed it. I laughed later. Yu Yue went hunting. 27 netherworld creatures for 3 pearls, which is a rate of exchange she has complained about ever since. She fed them to her brother while he was still out cold, because their cold was the only thing that could hold down the demonic chi rampaging through him. My hands were somewhere else entirely, and I have no excuse better than that. I did not like my part in it. The first 2 did what she expected, which was hold the line. The third one did something else. His shredded meridians started closing. Then the black key and the white key inside him, which had spent a year trying to kill each other, stopped and began to turn. A divine demon Dharma image opened behind him with a black left eye and a gold right eye. His meridians came back wider and tougher than the originals. He came up into the second stage of the technique with God-Demon battle armor forming as he stood, and the armor fused with the Nirvana physique into something new. I know what he said next because I had him say it to me again. God-Demon Nirvana body. They killed a nether crystal Qilin at heaven-reaching level for a pearl the size of a fist, and 5 men from the Xuan Yin cult tried to take it off them with poison needles while they were still catching their breath. I keep my copy of that. My laugh was private. Yunxiao ate the poison, absorbed it straight into the demonic chi, and put his fist through the chest of the man who threw it. That got the attention of Yun Xuan, who was the brother of the Xuan Yin cult's young master, Purple Mansion 10th, with a profundity nether bone body and a left arm sheathed in bone armor with 5 blades on it. My ledger says otherwise. I have kept score. Purple Mansion 10th against Purple Mansion 3rd, which is what Yun Xiao actually was under all the theater. He held. Yun Xuan burned his blood and unsealed the dark bone physique, a 10-foot bone demon at the level of a middle divine ability, and Yun Xiao answered with the netherworld state, where the left half of him goes fully demonic and the right half goes to gold, and the god demon wings harden into something you could stand on. That is my summary. The people who were there used shorter words. I checked it myself. My score is long. There was a hole through Yun Xuan's chest at the end of it, and then, immediately, because this realm has no manners, a netherworld bone dragon the size of a hill came down out of the sky at heaven-reaching 6th level and said, in a human voice, "People, die." Space tore open sideways. Di Jianfeng came through it standing on his sword, grabbed both of them by the collar, and left. 9 heavens, void severance, 3rd form. He had learned it about 6 hours earlier. D. Yingji came out of the war god Hall's blood pool 3 days after that with his hair the same white it had been since he burned what a man keeps in reserve, and an entirely different problem for everybody else. I got that from my own runner. I intend to settle it. I did not expect, said the old man in rags, sounding almost annoyed, that you would awaken the war god physique. Purple Mansion 7th to Purple Mansion 10th, and then it kept going, and stopped at heaven-reaching 3rd. In this life, said Yingje, to a room with nobody in it, I fight for the D clan. When the 7 of them regrouped, Di Quanglong looked around the circle and did something a former great emperor does not do often, which is take stock honestly. My elders disagree with me. My settlement is coming. Fei Ying with an undying battle body, Yu Yue with 2 saint bodies, Tianyu with a star body, Yun Qiao with a nirvana physique and a god demon on top of it, Yingje with a war god physique, and Jianfeng, who had no special body at all and whose sword talent was such that Fei Ying would not put money on beating him. I have never seen my own family look at me the way they did after this. The D clan, Quanglong said, is a genuinely terrifying family. Fortunately, in this life, I am part of it. One detail I want on the record, because nobody noticed it at the time and everybody paid for it later. When that skull came apart, a single thread of green flame slid out of the base of it and went down into the earth. I remember my reaction. By then, it had become obvious what this place actually was. Broken weapons grown into the rock, skeletons hundreds of feet long, and cuts through solid stone with mirror-smooth faces, which is not something a heaven-reaching expert can do, or a law realm expert. That is Saint Realm work. The concentration of law fragments in that air was 10 times what it was outside. My elders argued about it for a week. I did not join them. My answer took me a while. I do not forget dates. This was an ancient battlefield. Di Quanglong smelled his own race down a crevasse and went in, with Yingje behind him. 3 young Asura at Purple Mansion, and his spear did not kill them so much as drink them. And at the bottom, in that pool, there were the remains of an adult Asura at Law Realm. I gave the order. Whatever came of it after that is on my name. My memory is exact. He put the halberd into the corpse and went from Divine Mansion 3rd to Divine Mansion 10th in about a minute. On the way back, the heaven-burning valley found them. 20-odd cultivators, led by a man named Qi Lian, at great perfection of Purple Mansion, who made them a proposal. I made my own note of it. I sent nobody after. 70-30, he said. 70 to us. Then there's nothing to talk about, said Jianfeng. It took under a minute. The sword cut 3 men in half on the same swing. The spear went through 2 throats. Qi Lian threw heaven-tier flame at Diyu Yue, and she ate it, and then Tianyu's 7 swords pinned him to the ground by the sleeves, and the sword took the rest. He asked me about it once. I told him the truth, and he stopped asking. My restraint was deliberate. Their core disciples carry life tablets, Tianyu said, wiping his blade. Their sect will know within the hour. It doesn't matter, said Jianfeng. We'll deal with it. In the heaven-burning valley, a man put his palm through a stone table and said, investigate. Whoever they are, they pay in blood. That was the point where a secret realm expedition turned into a war. Quanglong found something under the field. He was Purple Mansion 3rd by then, and his eyes had gone entirely blood red, and he had worked out on his own that this had not been a 2-sided war. 3 realms fought here, the Netherworld, the Asura realm, and this one. My guess was wrong. I regret nothing. At the bottom of it there was an ancient crystal coffin 30 feet long, covered in Asura script, wrapped in 9 blood chains that burned with green netherworld flame, hundreds of blood cocoons around it. Some of them were open. I have compared 4 accounts of this, and mine is the shortest. I still owe him for that. My conscience holds. 9 Hell's demon sealing coffin, royal use only. The inscription on the lid said that whoever opened it would fall forever into the unrelenting hell. He opened it. Inside was a woman with a blood diamond left eye and an obsidian right eye and a crystal set in her forehead, and her level was above the saint realm, and she was awake. My city talks about it wrongly. I let him choose. Luo Huli, 7th princess of the Asura royal line. Her story is short, and it is the one that reorganized everything for me. In the ancient era, the Netherworld came through. She was invited to fight shoulder to shoulder by the master of the 3rd branch of my Dai clan. In the decisive battle, a traitor from the Buddhist sect put a spear in the back of the man holding the formation eye, and she took a netherworld curse and was sealed in that box. I have the page in my study. Get me out of this realm, she said, and I will tell you a secret about the inheritance of the Dai clan. Her will went into the Asura spear. The last 2 things she said before she went quiet were these, and Quanglong repeated both of them to me, word for word. For the glory of the D clan, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And, beware the Buddhist sect, the netherworld was never destroyed. Then they found the 9 palaces, 9 white marble halls in the 9 palace formation, floating above the cloud layer, with bronze bells ringing on a windless day, and above the central hall, a phantom golden sun, riding one character across the clouds. I asked. He told me. My choice was made for me. Die. There were about 100 cultivators standing on the approach when my people arrived, from 7 or 8 first-class powers and 5 young geniuses at the front of them, all Tongtian first level, all with names that meant something in their home provinces. I was told twice. I would choose again. Hua Kong, Blazing Sky body. Mei Li, Dark Yin body. Gu Feng, Mad Sand body. Xiao Han, Innate Sword body. Ming Gui, Netherworld Demon body. My clan owes him. My road runs one way. And then the palaces looked at my people and poured golden light down on them, and every inherited trait in all 7 of them activated at once, in public, in front of everyone. I do not repeat my mistakes twice. It took about 100 breaths. Jian Feng split 7 men from crown to hip with a technique called Heavenly Rift. Fei Ying put 7 meteors through 7 throats. Tian Yu webbed the field in star swords. Yun Xiao went off in the middle of a formation like an yin-yang bomb, and 5 people stopped being people. Guanglong grew blood lotuses that drank what they touched. Yu Yue burned everything left with a 2-colored phoenix. My city heard about it before I did, which I corrected afterward. I fed him nothing. All 5 young geniuses died. Mei Li asked for mercy at the end, and Di Yunxiao broke her head open without answering, and I have never asked him about it. I have my reasons. Di Yingjie did not fight. He walked the perimeter the entire time, and what he was doing was making sure nobody left. 7 drops of Dai blood opened the central hall. Inside was the remnant soul of Di Ba, master of the 3rd lineage of my Dai clan. Do you know, he said, the former glory of the Dai clan? And my 3rd elder, standing in front of an ancestor, told him the truth. Our clan is a small clan in Xuantian City. The laugh that came out of that remnant soul is the saddest sound anyone in my family has ever described to me. In the ancient era, Diba said, the Dai clan ruled the Saint Realm. He showed them, an ancestor of ours with 9 suns over his head and a galaxy under his feet, alone, holding down 9 great emperors at once. My hands were tied and I tied them. My help was withheld. And then the war, and 80,000 disciples of the 3rd lineage, and how many of them walked out. He gave Yingjie a 9 Heavens battle seal and the 9 Heavens War Emperor scripture, which took him to Tongtian 5th on the spot. I let it happen. I withheld it on purpose, and then I came. I sent my Dharma body into that hall, and Diba, who had personally held the 9 Hells passage against an invasion, looked at me and felt small, which I did not want and could not help. So I bowed to him. The old bow. Full depth, ancient form, the one nobody has performed for 800 years. If you had not held that passage, I said, this world would have fallen long ago. He wept. A remnant soul, 10,000 years old, in a hall he had died in. 10,000 years I have waited, he said, and today I see hope. Be at ease, ancestor, I said. In this life, the Dai clan returns to the top of the Saint Realm. His last words came apart before he finished them. The enemies of the Dai clan have not gone anywhere. The netherworld, the Buddhist traders, and he left each of them a golden star of battle memory, and the 9 palaces came down, and all that was left in the crater was a bronze token that said 3rd branch of the Dai clan. My conclusion came late. My purpose was hard. Back home, in my ancestral hall, on an empty shelf, a new tablet appeared by itself while I was standing in the room. Ancestor Diba. I did not put it there. 5 sects lost an heir that afternoon, and all 5 of them found out within the hour, because life tablets are extremely efficient and extremely tactless. I saw it in my own sky, I told him after. Gao Xuan of the Red Flame ground a platform of 1,000-year fire jade into gravel with his palm. Hua Kang had been his grandson. Xiaoling, master of the Xuanyin cult, sat holding the shattered jade of her daughter Mei Li and wept blood, which is a thing I had previously assumed was a figure of speech. My name is on that order. My telling was late. I want them to pay in blood, she said. All of it. And Sand Emperor City turned on the 10,000 Li soul chasing sand and sealed the exit of the secret realm from the outside, which meant that my 7 people were now inside a locked box with several thousand extremely motivated strangers. I have never told him. I apologized once. Then the outside world found out what was in that realm, and every neighboring province came at once. The Taishu sword sect came on a silver barge 1,000 feet long with 300 swordsmen standing on the deck in rows, led by Liu Wuya at Peak Law Realm. I counted them myself. My number was higher. The Ice God Palace came, and when a red flame old ancestor said something impolite to Lin Ruo, she removed his arm at the shoulder and said, I told you to move. The Vajra Temple came, and Kong Ming has swastikas turning in his pupils, and several heaven-reaching 10th level cultivators coughed hard from being looked at. My records are exact here. I revised it down. The demon Phoenix Valley came, and Huang Tian brought a 7-colored axe. The local Chiwang powers, who had been arguing about entry rights for 3 days, were swept off the field in about half an hour. I put my seal on it. My revision was wrong. Their young geniuses went in. Gu Qing, called the Sword Son of the Taishu Sword Sect, Purple Mansion 10th at 25, with confirmed kills at Heaven Reaching. Fairy Bai Xue of the Ice God Palace, Huang Shuang. My first thought was wrong. I have his account. And then the entrance closed behind them. Nobody had told them about that part. My people did their intelligence gathering the direct way. Lin Wu, first disciple of the Spirit Serpent Gate, Purple Mansion 10th, demanded a share of their spoils, and Fei Ying knocked his serpent sword out of his hand with 7 silver arcs and pinned him to a rock face by the shoulders. That is what I was told. I made them tell me a second time anyway. He talked. He gave them the full roster of every top-tier genius in the realm, which included 2 names out of the Vajra Temple, Ming Xin, Shui Fozi. I have kept it since. My copy is annotated. My clansmen looked at each other, because an ancestor had used the phrase Buddhist traitors less than a week earlier. Excellent, said Jianfeng. I could use a whetstone. I want to be clear about what he was at that moment. Purple Mansion 3rd, in a realm full of Purple Mansion 10ths, with 100 people looking for him, saying he could use a whetstone. My source was reliable. I annotate everything. He got one. They walked into a Blood Phoenix stone dispute in progress. The Blood Demon sect on one side, Meng Han, Purple Mansion 10th. The Heavenly Phoenix on the other, Huang Yue, Purple Mansion 9th. I have no better excuse. My margins are crowded. Jianfeng took the Blood Demon. Fei Ying took the Phoenix. Tribulation Cloud style put 24 shadow swords through a sea of blood the way a knife goes through soft butter, and Tribulation Lightning broke the Blood God apart before it had finished standing up. My share of that is real. I closed the file. Fei Ying stopped his spear point a hair off Huang Yue's throat. You lost, he said. The lamp's good. Pity about the one holding it. The stone went to Yu Yue, and then the Sword Sun came down out of the clouds. Gu Qing walked on lotuses of sword chi. When he stepped onto that field, every sword within 200 yards came out of its sheath by itself and turned toward him. I own that decision. My file stayed open. The 1,000 Tribulation sword did not move. I have watched that memory more times than I will admit. Every blade in the valley straining at its scabbard, and one black sword hanging on a young man's back, entirely unbothered. I reopened it. Hand over the Blood Phoenix and everything else you've taken, said Gu Qing, and I may leave you your life. You want it, said Jianfeng. Come and take it. Purple Mansion, 3rd against Purple Mansion 10th. The first exchange cost the Sword Sun a sleeve, which nobody in that valley believed. Taishu 7, Absolute Swords, First Form, splitting mountains and rivers, met 9 Heavens Thunderstrike, and the 2 annihilated each other in mid-air. I have the whole exchange. My people are thorough when they are frightened. My people paid for it. My reasons changed. 7 Shadows. Absolute Kill put 7 copies of him on the field with 7 different styles, and Heaven's Punishment cut all 7 down in one motion. I have not forgotten. I knew the man. Then 9 Heavens, Voidbreaker. Gu Qing went back 3 steps and looked at a cut on his own wrist. The valley went completely silent. A Purple Mansion 3rd had just pushed the Sword Sun of the Taishu Sword Sect backward, so he stopped playing and lit up the Taishu sword body, which puts his combat strength at heaven-reaching 4th, and Jianfeng went tens of feet through the air on the next exchange and hit a wall. I remember my own silence. My knowledge was thin. Soul Extinguisher went past the flesh entirely and hit the soul. Jianfeng answered with 9 Heavens, Soul Suppression, and held, and then the finish. 7 dragons devouring the heavens, where the 7 patterns come off the blade as actual dragons. Jianfeng closed his eyes. When he opened them, the light in them was the blood red of tribulation. 12 forms of the Tribulation Sword, he said. Tribulation Breaker. 7 dragons stopped existing. The void sword of the Taishu sword sect broke in half, and the blade went into Gu Qing's shoulder and threw him hundreds of feet into a cliff face. My family says less about it. I learned more later. He crushed a jade talisman and vanished mid-fall. Taishu sword body, said Jianfeng to the empty air. Is that all? I have thought about that line a great deal. It was earned. It was also the single most expensive sentence anyone in my clan has ever spoken. My learning cost me. Gu Qing came down in a dead stone forest under a lead sky with no sun and no stars in it. He was not dead. He should have been. His core was cracked. His sword was in 2 pieces, and he had nothing to walk with except half a hilt, which he used as a crutch, and he left a blood trail across that forest floor for 4 miles. I only learned my own part in this much later, and I did not enjoy it. He was following a thread of sword will, the purest he had ever felt. In the middle of the forest there was a black altar, and it had no runes on it at all. It had sword cuts, thousands of them, layered, in place of writing. I gave the word. I heard it later. And in the altar there was a broken stone sword, and around the stone sword there were the remains of a sword saint. 10 yards out the pressure pinned him to the ground, so he burned the foundation of his own Taishu sword body to get another 6 feet, and by the time he reached the altar he was a jade skeleton full of cracks with skin over it. My part was to wait. My hall heard it first. Nirvanic extermination, said the thing in the stone, the Tao of destruction, and then it told him the truth to his face, which I respect. There is hatred in your heart. You are not clean enough for this, but the sword body is acceptable. I grant you a shadow of a life. What it did to him after that was not healing. It was reforging on a different specification. Everything that had been Gu Qing was erased and reassembled around destruction, and the only piece of him that survived intact because it was useful as fuel was his hatred of Di Jianfeng. My answer to that question took me 2 years, and I still dislike it. I was 3 provinces off. He came out of that altar with a Taishu destruction sword body, which is a saint body, which occurs perhaps once in 100,000 swordsmen. Destruction sword Yuan. Tongtian first level. I do not tell this often. My guards told me. He tested it on a black boulder that could take a full strike from a heaven-reaching expert. The boulder did not break. It was erased. The cut face was perfectly smooth and there was nothing on it. And I mean nothing. Not dust, not scorch, not heat. An absence with a flat edge. My hands stayed clean and I mind that. I had to be shown. Back in the realm, somebody decided to make my clansman famous. The second young master of the Blood Demon sect started a rumor on purpose because his brother had died on Jianfeng's sword and he wanted a crowd to do the work for him. The rumor was that the mysterious swordsman was carrying an ancient inheritance worth more than the Blood Phoenix stone. I know exactly where I was standing when this reached me. When the water is muddy, he told his people, the fish are easier to catch. Within a day, the entire realm was hunting one man. Jianfeng broke through to Purple Mansion 5th in the middle of it, which did not help the rumor at all. The Blood Butcher, Zhao Meng, set an ambush with a dozen Purple Mansion 7th through 10th, a spirit-locking net, and blood-dissolving poison sand. I was elsewhere. My reading of it stands. Jianfeng waved once, carelessly, on the way past. The net tore like wet paper. The sand evaporated. The dozen took a few breaths. Zhao Meng burned his blood and ran, and a thread of sword qi caught him between the shoulder blades about 300 yards later. He put it in front of me himself, and I could not argue with any of it. I owe him a debt. Fairy Bai Xue watched all of that from behind a stand of ice brush and said, out loud to herself, "Who are you?" She had come into that realm intending to stay out of other people's business. She stopped intending that around then. And then something arrived at the entrance of the secret realm that made every sect on that sand go quiet. Dozens of figures in black cloaks with dark silver runes crawling on them. And when a divine sense went under the hoods, it came back reporting nothing. Not concealment. Nothing. My reaction was slower than his. My debt is unpaid. The one in front was young and beautiful in an entirely unpleasant way, with skin like cold jade and eyes of pure silver gray with no expression behind them at all. I have measured it since. I said nothing. Disperse, he said. Kong Ming of the Vajra Temple, Law Realm 10th, hit him with the 6-syllable mantra and the Vajra palm at the same time, which is a combination that has ended arguments for 600 years. My orders arrived late. My silence cost him. The silver-eyed man raised one finger. An ash-colored ripple went out, and the golden runes of the mantra melted, and the giant palm was erased from the fingertips inward like chalk going backward off a slate. I have thought about my timing. I paid for the report. Kong Ming coughed hard with gold light in it. His lotus platform cracked and he went backward through several layers of space. One move. Then the dozens behind him pushed their hoods back. Identical pale faces, identical silver-gray eyes, and every single one of them was Purple Mansion 10th, which is a rank that a top-tier sect fields a dozen of in total, and my own accounting of that number is short and unhappy. The one in front was venerable. Every power on that sand stood aside and let them walk in, and nobody said a word, and I did not learn any of this until much later, and when I did, I understood immediately that they were not there for treasure. On the other side of the realm, the Buddhists were having their own argument. Shui Fozi wears a blood-red robe and has one clean eye and one that is entirely red, and prayer beads made of 9 blood-colored relics. He pulled a sutra of killing to cross calamity out of the belly of a ruined stone Buddha, and Ming Xin arrived while he was still holding it. My conclusion arrived a month late, which is my own failing. My name got the credit. I have the tally. Kill to protect life, said Ming Xin. Sever the karma. Do not sever the man. They fought about it, which is how that sect has always resolved doctrine. Then Gu Qing walked in and ended the discussion. One thrust, not a technique, a thrust. The formation of 18 blood arhats, which holds a full strike from a heaven-reaching expert, came apart like a stack of plates going off a shelf, and Zuefozi cut off his own arm, right there, with his own hand, because the sword chi in the wound was spreading, and there was no other way to stop it. I would like to claim I planned this. I did not plan any of it. Gu Qing looked at both of them. Trash, he said. Boring. And he left, because he had not come there to fight. He had come there to test the sword. Afterward, Ming Xin told Shuifozi the thing their temple does not put in writing. The Vajra Temple is a branch of the Great Thunder Sound Temple of the Western region, and its actual standing mission, the one behind the sutras and the alms rounds, is to watch for traces of the blood calamity Buddhist venerable, a traitor, the man who, in the ancient catastrophe, went over to the netherworld and put a spear in the back of his own side, and my own ancestor had used the phrase Buddhist traitors before he came apart. Then, Ming Xin handed over the sutra he had come for, free, and walked away. In the crack of those ruins, there was one more fragment with a single character on it, Calamity. Gu Qing found Jianfeng about a day later. By then his eyes had no whites and no pupils, just dark, corner to corner. Found. You. The first strike put Jianfeng through a pillar, and there were pieces of him on the stone that should have stayed on the inside. The second was called Abyssal Pit, Devouring Annihilation, and it was aimed at two things at once, the man and the sword, because Gu Qing had correctly worked out that killing one and leaving the other was not a victory. My patience cost blood, and Di Jianfeng, flat against a broken pillar, with a saint body coming at him and no strength left, smiled. Then he raised the Thousand Tribulations sword slowly, as if he were lifting the weight of the whole world up off the ground. You say my sword will is weak, he said. It is weak because it is not supposed to enter this world easily. And the forbidden will was born on the point of that blade, a dot the size of a mustard seed. Nothingness, not destruction. Destruction is a thing happening to a thing. This was the removal of the fact that the thing had ever been there. I sent word too late. Gu Qing's destruction will melt it on contact like frost on a stove, and the nothingness climbed up the line of the strike and took his right hand off at the wrist. My word arrived after. Nothing came out. The cut was mirror flat, and on the flat there was, again, nothing. Then Jianfeng looked at him properly and saw it. The destruction will was not his. It was a brand in his primordial spirit, someone else's mark, and it had put black tendrils into his soul and was eating the man it lived in. I keep the letter. So Di Jianfeng made a decision that I still think is the best thing anyone in my family has ever done. He did not kill him. If I kill him, he said afterward, when I asked, then I have bowed to that will. I have agreed that we swordsmen do not own our own Tao. I fell into a pit myself. I know what the bottom tastes like. He reached into his own sword heart and tore out a single drop of the forbidden will, which he described as identical to pulling out his own heart, and which put a stain down the front of his robe, and he pressed it into Gu Qing's forehead. My part in this was to stand somewhere else and be told about it. My letter went unread. The brand hissed, the black tendrils flinched backward, and in those dark eyes, for about 1 second, there was a person. Remember this moment, Jianfeng said. Remember this pain. If there is any of a swordsman left in you, then go and find it. Own it. Do not let it eat you. Gu Qing walked backward into the shadows and did not say anything, and the look on his face has been described to me 4 different ways by 4 different witnesses, and not one of the 4 agrees with the others about anything except that it was not hatred. The survivors got out first, and they had a problem, which was that they had to explain to their sect masters why several hundred of their people were not coming back. I checked them again, so they lied. 7 devils, they said. 7 devils ambushed us at the passage to monopolize an ancient inheritance and slaughtered 1,000 innocent people to keep it quiet. My second count matched. By the time my clansmen reached the exit, the elders of the 10,000 beasts, the spirit treasury, and the demon Phoenix Valley had thrown a net of divine sense over tens of li of desert and were standing around the mouth of it, waiting to grind 7 young people into powder. I stood on my wall. The first one out was not mine. Gu Qing came through the light with an empty right sleeve and eyes the color of cold ash, and Liu Wuya of the Taishu sword sect was in front of him before he had fully arrived. My wall was quiet, and the coldest sect master in 3 provinces looked at his own disciple, and his pupil shrank. Gu Qing did not say a word about what had happened in there. Neither did Xiao Yuan. Neither did Fairy Bai Shui. 3 of the most credible witnesses available, all silent, which everybody in that crowd read as confirmation. So when my 7 came out of the light, they came out into a ring. The spirit treasury on one side, the 10,000 beasts behind them, the demon Phoenix Valley closing the circle, elders in the front rank, all of them law realm, all of them with a dead disciple in their ledger. I watched my sky. Lin Rua of the Ice God Palace was the only person on that sand who said the honest thing out loud. We have heard one version, she said, and it came from the people who ran away. Let him answer. So Di Yingji answered, in front of several thousand people. and I have watched that memory more times than any other in this story. My sky told me nothing. Yes, he said. We killed them, and I will tell you why, and it is not the reason you have been given. Greed. They came at us without a word, over an inheritance that does not exist, because somebody told them we were carrying it. We are not sheep. We do not lie down. Then he took a step forward. You want our lives? Come and get them. Let's find out whether I knock a couple of your teeth out first. Feng Tiangang of the Demon Phoenix Valley, half a step from Venerable, did not bother to answer him. He pressed one palm downward. A phantom phoenix of fire came off that palm, and 7 of the strongest young people I have, standing together, all of them holding, were on the ground with serious injuries inside 2 seconds. I asked my elders. Hand over the inheritance, he said, and I'll leave the bodies whole. And then the temperature of that entire desert dropped because somebody else arrived. A will came down out of nothing, cold enough to stop the sand in mid-fall, and Feng Tiangang, who had just casually flattened 7 prodigies, went white. My elders had no answer. You are the ones who ruined my cult's arrangement, said Yin Quan. You deserve to die. Dharma King of the Netherworld cult, heavenly venerable. He put Fei Ying on his back with a hole through the shoulder from a thread of green wind. He knocked Yun Xiao and Yu Yue out of the air, and then he started assembling the myriad soul's heart-devouring seal, which is a thing that would have ended all 7 of them and taken a fair number of spectators with it. I made a decision here that I would make again, and I still flinch. Then something roared, and the roar tore the sky. Out of the void came a tiger the size of a mountain range, amethyst crystal along the spine, vertical pupils with purple gold fire in them, and on the forehead, 1 character. I asked him instead, King. Saint Domain Realm, somebody screamed, and it was Feng Tiangang, and his voice broke on it. The amethyst demonic tiger swatted lazily, the way you swat at a fly you have not decided to take seriously. The myriad soul seal popped like a soap bubble, and Yin Quan, Dharma King of the Netherworld cult, heavenly venerable, went out of the world with a sound like a cork. That is the whole description. There was a pop. There was no soul fragment, no death scream, no last curse. There was a heavenly venerable, and then there was not one. My question was blunt. A pile of noisy insects, said the tiger, and you thought you were qualified to touch people of the Dai clan of the Godfall Mountains. Then he delivered my message, which I had given him that morning, and which he delivered word for word in a voice that reached the horizon. I got a straight answer. From today, outside the house, you do not hide the name. The D clan of the Godfall Mountains comes before the world openly and honestly. He picked all 7 of them up and took them home. Feng Tiangang left without saying anything at all, which for a valley master in front of his own disciples is a form of death. In the Dai Divine Palace, I healed all 7 with 7 beams, and then I told them what they had actually done, because none of them knew. My answer was worse. You held in a place designed to break you. You put your hands on the Netherworld's people. You protected your own in a situation with no way out, and you did it in front of every major power in 3 provinces. For 10,000 years, the D clan has been silent. This week, it had an aura again. Di Tianyu formally entered my saint lineage that night, and when I told him my Dai clan was his only home, his voice came apart in the middle of the acceptance, and he had to start over. Then the eastern region stopped being able to ignore any of it. The entrance to that secret realm melted. I want to be precise. It did not open. It softened at the edges, and something extruded itself out through the gap, and what came out was a landscape. I did not intervene. Walls of black divine metal with claw furrows in them. The wreckage of ships 1,000 feet long, the skeletons of dragons whose spines were ridgelines, birds with wingspans that took up the horizon, broken halberds and the spears of God standing in the dirt at angles. I keep this one close because I nearly got it wrong. My reasons were cold. The burial god ancient domain. All 36 provinces of the eastern region felt it at once. In the Heaven Law Divine Palace, which sits in Dragon Locking Province behind 99 chains as thick as mountains holding down the spine of an ancient evil dragon, 3 arbiters convened. Yu Heng, Kai Yang, Yao Guang, 4 imperial guards behind them. That is my account. Anybody who was there may correct me in person. I still think I was right. And they woke the Sky Dome old man, who is a withered corpse suspended in star chains, and who has not been wrong about anything in 600 years. My people disagree. His deduction broke. Karma, he said. Interweaving, variables accumulating, the core of the domain, about to wake. Great danger, great opportunity. And then he stopped, because he could not get further. Yingji came out of the Saint Tower after 10 days at Tongtian 10th level, with his foundation touching the threshold of law. Still not enough, he said. The entire battle lineage rotates through that tower and shifts. Everybody else trains until they fall over. The Dai clan is going into that domain eventually. That tower costs 100,000 spirit stones a day, or 10,000 contribution points. I have never regretted a single stone of it. I gave him room. Jianfeng went in for 10 days and came out having refined the forbidden will down from a raw wound to a single thread, fine as hair and completely under his hand, and he had gone from Purple Mansion 5th to Tongtian 1st. Standing next to him afterward was like standing next to a very good sword in a very good sheath. He gave me this afterward, and I made him repeat the middle of it. My room cost him skin. Tian Yu went from Purple Mansion 10th to Heaven-reaching 3rd and grew star armor. Fei Ying went in for 5 days and spent all 5 of them punching the tower's own pressure with a spear, breaking himself and letting the undying battle body put him back, and came out at Purple Mansion 7th, delighted. I have made peace with it. Yun Xiao, Purple Mansion 7th, Yu Yue, Purple Mansion 6th, with 2 Saint Fires that had finally stopped arguing. Di Guanglong did something I did not authorize and would not have. He spent 180,000 contribution points on 4 of the most unpleasant items in our entire vault: a 9 nether yellow springs crystal, a blood prison demon heart fruit, bone-corroding golden sand, and the heartwood of a soul-leading tree. I had it inside the hour. I have never been able to unsee it. My peace is thin. Then he took all 4 into the Saint Tower and used them on himself in sequence. He froze himself into black ice. He poured demonic blood over the ice. And then he took the golden sand and drove it into his own chest by hand. I read the field after. What came out of that tower was not a restored Asura demon venerable. It was something new, which had fused the blood of my Dai clan, and the myriad realms returned to origin into the shape of the old thing. My reading was grim. Asura demon god body, Purple Mansion 8th, with a pressure that made heaven-reaching cultivators want to sit down. Even the princess sleeping in his spear did not believe it. Even I, Luo Huli said, have only heard of a divine body like that. Meanwhile, the story of 7 against 1,000 went out across the provinces, and spies started arriving at my walls in numbers that made the intake ledger interesting reading. I counted my dead. While all that was happening, my clan's most important development that season took place in a nearly empty building with a lot of dust in it. My hall keeps them. The dealing pavilion was our alchemy hall, and it had exactly 1 alchemist in it. Uncle Dai Kai, mid-profound rank, honest, overweight, and thoroughly beaten down. I do not joke about them. When I see the young ones come back from a fight, he told Yu Yue, and I have nothing to give them but common pills, I am ashamed to be in this room. She showed him the Sacred Fire Elixir Sutra. He touched the cover and nearly went over backward because it is sacred rank, and he had never been in the same building as sacred rank. My rule on that is fixed. Teach you? He said. Child, I cannot lift my eyes as high as 1 star on that. And Yu Yue turned the entire thing upside down on him. I don't need the secrets of the Saint Tao, she said. I have a body and I have fire. What I don't have is the floor under it. I need herb properties. I need flame control. I need to know when a plant is picked and why it matters. Without that, I am building a castle on sand. Teach me the basics. I have rarely seen a man come back to life that fast. Her first refining, he set her a mortal rank recipe that any apprentice can do, and instead of earth fire she used the 9 nether profound darkness fire. I set the price, ice and fire inside 1 furnace, the outer layer burning the impurities out, the inner blue layer freezing the rebellious properties in place like a pair of tweezers. My price was fair. The most common recipe in the book produced 9 pills at peak mortal rank with 3 gold patterns and 3 ice patterns on each one. I have not lowered it. And outside, every plant on the estate bowed toward that pavilion. Everyone, the spirit fields, the herb terraces, the ornamental trees in my own courtyard. They leaned, and a green rain of essence came off them and flowed in through the windows. My terms hold. The myriad medicines bow. It is in the old records. Nobody in 800 years had seen it. Dikai sat down on the floor of his own pavilion and stayed there for a while. I watched from the palace and said, to nobody, the first cry of a saint body, Yu Yue, your road is more interesting than I thought. Weeks later, she did a Zhuan Yuan meridian shaping pill in the black tortoise furnace, low profound rank, and got 9 again, at peak quality, and Dikai cried openly and said she was already a genuine earth rank alchemist. I made him an offer. She was not. She was better than that, and neither of them knew it yet. On the 1st of the month, I went up on the Tao questioning platform, 9 tiers of solid black star rock, out in the open, with the whole city and the whole clan in the square below it. I did not make an entrance. I simply arrived, and everything stopped. My offer stood 1 day. I did not bring a scripture. I raised 1 finger and runes came into being in the empty air and turned into rivers and then into mountains and then into lightning and then into a night sky. I withdrew it. Heaven and earth opened, I said. Chaos separated into yin and yang. The 10,000 laws run in 10,000 directions. I let that hang. They have 1 source. Every person in that square saw a different lecture. I know this because I asked. A blacksmith saw metal folding. A midwife saw a heartbeat. Di Guanglong saw a battlefield he had walked away from 100,000 years earlier and finally understood what he had been standing on. My withdrawal was noticed. By midnight, some of my clansmen had broken through where they stood, and the rest were sitting on the paving stones with their eyes closed and their mouths open. I looked once. And the sound that came up off that square afterward, the gratitude of 30,000 people at the same moment, turned into something with weight and went down into the foundations of my eternal night divine capital and stayed there. My look was enough. That is where the capital's real defenses come from. Not the walls, not the vein. That. The turbulence over the burial god ancient domain settled about a month later, and the moment it did, everyone who had been waiting went in at once and started cutting each other up before they had cleared the entrance. I turned away. Inside, the sky is lead with no sun and no stars in it. The ground is cracked to the horizon. What look like hills are rib cages. The traps in there are not clever. They are old. There is a piece of jade-colored bone that drinks a man dry in about 4 seconds. There is a broken sword that takes your life through the hilt if you pick it up, which several people did. In a row, watching each other. There is an altar that looks like an altar right up until the floor of it becomes blood-colored lava full of skulls that chew on souls. I have the memory crystal of this in my own vault and I do not show it. Then a crack in the ground let netherworld key through and every skeleton in that landscape stood up with green fire in the sockets. My back was safe. And then something in the crack roared and several Law Realm elders standing near it simply lost their heads. A claw came out. Black scale. And Saint Ching Song, a genuine Saint Realm first level, founder of his own sect, a man who had not been in personal danger for 400 years, was erased in passing, not attacked. He was in the way of a limb. I read that report 3 times before I accepted it. The word that came back out of that domain was 2 syllables, and it went across the eastern region in a day. A saint died. At home, we had a much less glamorous crisis. The Eternal Night Guild was dying. I walked into the main hall one afternoon, and there was dust on the display cases. Half the shelves were empty. The clerks had the specific dead expression of people who have not made a sale in 9 days and have stopped expecting to. My restraint was deliberate. Di Shuangyi met me at the counter. He was our accountant during the bad years. He is the man who kept my Dai clan solvent through 5 years of nothing, in a faded robe, with a face that has been cut up by tiredness, and he had put his own name on this guild. I regret nothing. Every trade node in the Eastern Wilds is already held by somebody else, he said, and I am not going to run to the clan chief every time something is hard. Otherwise, what am I for? I have hired a great many people. I have never been prouder of one sentence. Diyuyue, who had come with me, took the blame before anybody else could. The sacred pill workshop is mine, she said, and I have not made a single pill worth putting in that window. Then she said what she was going to do about it. You need a signboard. I'll make one. She was, at that moment, a low profound rank alchemist with about 4 months of formal training, and she announced that she was going to refine a heaven rank pill. My conscience holds. Di Shuangyi sold everything. I want that recorded properly. He liquidated the guild's remaining heaven-grade artifacts. He sold the rare forging materials out of the back vault. And then he sold his own painting collection, which was the only thing that man had ever spent money on in his life, all of it, to buy herbs. I let him choose. The refining took her 9 days. 1,000-year cold stargrass against the stamens of an earth core fire lotus. Ice against fire, and the furnace cracked twice, and both times she played the zither to hold the conflict steady with sound while the metal resealed. My choice was made for me. At the end, she spat origin blood into the furnace and pulled starlight down through the roof to use as a binder, which is not in any manual anywhere. I would choose again. 6 patterns. Low heaven rank. The Starfrost Nirvana pill. 9 of them, and 9 was her absolute ceiling, and she was unconscious for most of a day afterward. What it does, it repairs severe Dao injuries at Tongtian level, it restores a damaged origin, it protects the mind during a breakthrough, and it sharply raises the chance of a cultivator breaking the Law Realm barrier. My road runs one way. That last one is the whole product. The Law Realm barrier is where careers end. There are men 400 years old sitting in front of that wall. I fed him nothing. She called it the first ray of dawn, knocking on the gate of law, and then she went back into the workshop and stopped coming out for meals. My help was withheld. Di Shuangyi and Di Yingzhe took the pills to Sky Desolate City and walked into the Eastern Wilds auction house. The door guard looked at 2 men in unremarkable robes and gave them the standard treatment. Heaven rank, said Di Shuangyi pleasantly, still holding the box, and the origin of a saint body. Manager Qian came down the stairs personally at a speed that ruined his dignity, and when he opened the box and counted 6 patterns, he lost his voice for long enough that Yingji had to ask whether he was well. The D clan of the Godfall Mountains, said Shuangyi when he was finally asked who he was. President of the Eternal Night Guild, Di Shuangyi. He had been waiting 5 years to say a sentence like that. Within a month, my Eternal Night Guild had a queue that went around 2 blocks. The window stock was ordinary Earth rank medicine. The trick was that every single pill in the window had 4 patterns on it. 2 is normal, 3 is excellent. 4 is what a master produces on a good day with the following wind. I saw the number. Some of them had 5. Di Yunxiao ran the spirit medicine workshop and spent most of his time catching thieves, and one afternoon caught a woman who was not a thief. Netherworld cult assassin, wearing somebody else's face well enough to fool 3 checkpoints. I want you to have this the way it reached me, which was badly. My number was higher. The howling moon heavenly wolf crushed her with an intention from 4 streets away, without getting up. You broke their arrangement, he told Yunxiao afterward, conversationally. They'll come back for you specifically. Yu Yue moved into a sealed hall and started producing in batches of 300 sets. I was in my Dai realm at the time. I reached out with one finger and caught a grain of my clan's golden luck as it went past and refined it with the myriad realms returned to origin, and while I was doing it, I said what I was thinking, which was, reputation in Sky Desolate, momentum through the guild. Yingxi's strike was good, Yu Yui's pills were better, and then I felt what was behind it. Behind the man Yingji erased at that auction there was a shadow, and behind the shadow there was something enormous that glows with what it calls heavenly law and smells, underneath, of rot and appetite. I revised it down. The law enforcement hall. Reputation is only the start, I said to an empty golden hall. The wolves have smelled blood. Out at Zhenyuan City, the crowd at the mouth of the burial god ancient domain got denser every day and did not move. Cutthroats from 36 provinces, sect exiles, old monsters who had come out of retirement, advanced teams from every major power. My revision was wrong. And none of them would go past the first mile because a saint had died in there and everyone had heard about it and nobody wanted to be the second story. I have his account. It was the stillness before something comes up out of the ground. Then somebody laughed, and the laugh sounded like 10,000 claps of thunder going off at once. A pile of cowardly rats. The opportunity of an ancient battlefield is right in front of you, and you stand here shuffling your feet. And a figure walked through that crowd wrapped in white lightning, and the crowd parted because when someone walks toward the thing everyone else is afraid of, people get out of the way. My copy is annotated. His name was Tian Lei, out of Thunder Prison Prefecture, and he was 10 feet tall with lightning tattoos crawling under his skin and hair standing straight up like white fire, heaven reaching third. He had spent 3 years bathing in the 9 heavens thunder astral chi at the core of the thunder prison to forge an indestructible thunder body, and it had left him with the temperament of a man who has never had to apologize. I heard about it the same night, and I did not sleep after it. I annotate everything. If you don't dare go in, he said, get out of my way. A voice like an ice spring answered him from a rooftop. The saintess of the Starfall Pavilion, in Stargauze, with her eyes turning slowly like a chart. My margins are crowded. Tian Lei, your thunder astral chi is fierce. It will not survive the netherworld death chi. Going in rashly means certain death. Stinking brat from the Starfall Pavilion, said Tian Lei. Stop playing God. Then the domain hummed, deep down, at the level of law, and every cultivator in Zhenyuan City felt something take hold of their heart and squeeze once. I closed the file. Tian Lei laughed and went in first. That was the spark in the oil. Fangqi Prefecture went in with a phoenix cry. Xuanfu went in behind a wall of cinnabar talismans. Jianzhong went in on a sword. Shueisha went in shouting about treasure. My file stayed open. Zhenyuan City emptied out into a hole in the ground like a race, which it was, and my clan did not run in it. We had a council about it. Di Jianfeng said the killing intent of the residual souls in there would poison his state of mind before it improved his sword. Di Quanglong said the field was crowded and the crowd would thin itself. Di Feiying said that what they took last time had not settled yet, and that going in now was not competition, it was suicide with paperwork. That is the version I was given, and I have no reason to doubt my source. I said nothing and nodded, and my Dai clan stayed out of the burial god ancient domain that season, and digested. Which brings me to a boy in a vegetable patch. The Dai garden is the least glamorous part of my ancestral land. Herb terraces in neat squares, the smell of turned soil, and a permanent faint smell of other people's honest work. I reopened it. Di Chengxi was 16, and he was hoeing a bed of low-grade spirit plants at the far edge of it where nobody goes. Branch family. Declined so far that nobody had bothered to formally note the decline. His parents had died on a clan mission when he was small and had left him a blurred name and a box of old things. My reasons changed. He had been stuck at the 10th level of mortal realm for 2 solid years. With the first volume of the Myriad Realms returned to origin in his hands, the one that broke 38 people through in a queue, he read it every night and could not move. I asked him about this once. He answered me, and I left it alone. He was saving his monthly allowance, and I mean actually saving it, to buy a fragment of a lightning technique, because lightning was the only element in heaven and earth he could feel at all. I knew the man. Well, look, said a voice that afternoon. It's the garden's own awakening of insects. Playing in the dirt again? D-Gang. Spirit origin 2nd level, nephew of a minor steward, and the kind of person who has worked out that a small amount of protection goes a long way if you only ever punch downward. My knowledge was thin. He kicked over the ridge of earth Chenshi had just turned. 9th level of mortal realm? You're a disgrace to the Dai clan. I hear you're scraping together coins for the lightning attraction mantra. Give it up. With your affinity, you couldn't attract a fart. Stay here and dig. This is your fate. Chenshi put his fingernails through the skin of his own palms and did not answer. Then he bent down and started collecting the scattered soil again, because he had learned years ago that arguing bought him more of this, not less. I learned more later. I want to be honest about my part here. I own that garden. I knew that boy's name, and I had not looked at him once. At the far edge of his plot there was a plant nobody wanted. A lightning attraction flower. Stems so dark purple it was nearly black, leaves like narrow swords with silver-blue sparks along the edges, and a bell-shaped bloom the size of a fist with tiny lightning wandering around inside the petals, crackling faintly. It needs a trickle of natural lightning to grow, and it is useless in almost every pill formula in existence, so it had been left in the ledger as an oddity and left in the dirt for the boy nobody supervised. My reports on this contradict each other, so I went and looked myself. My learning cost me. He liked it, that is all. On nights when the cultivation would not come and he was too angry to sleep, he went and sat by it, and the tiny shocks off the petals made his hands go numb, and the numbness was restful. I heard it later. That night the flower was wrong. The sparks in it had gone from silver blue to a hard white and had multiplied, and the whole bloom was shaking like something overfilled. My hall heard it first. Thunder started rolling in from a long way off. He leaned in to look. The bolt did not come from the horizon. It condensed in the cloud less than 300 feet directly above his head and came down on the flower, and the flower had been asking for it. I was 3 provinces off. The crater was 30 feet across. The soil at the rim went to glass. The flower was gone. So, as far as anybody watching from the residences could tell, was Chenshi. My guards told me. The whole hillside came out. Somebody said, "Our clan is inside a small world. How is there a lightning strike?" Which is a fair question, and which I will answer in a moment. I had to be shown. And then, out of the middle of a sheet of vitrified earth still too hot to stand on, there was a heartbeat. A charred hand came up out of the ground with smoke coming off it and dug its fingers into the crust. He was in a bad way. I am not going to describe it in detail. His hair and eyebrows were gone, and the rest of him was cracked like fired glaze. My reading of it stands. And then, under the burnt skin, thousands of fine blue lines lit up. They were lightning branches. They were also runes, and old ones. And every scrap of thunder energy still hanging in that air, plus the earth-vein thunder essence the strike had pulled up out of the ground, turned around and went into him like 100 rivers finding the sea. I have thought about my own part in this a great deal since. I owe him a debt. Dead skin came off him in sheets. New skin came up underneath with sparks running over it. His wounds welded shut in front of 40 witnesses. My debt is unpaid, and the shackle at the 9th level of mortal realm, the one he had been beating his head against for 2 years, came apart. 1st level of spirit origin, 2nd, 3rd, 10th. He stood up naked in the bottom of a crater with thunder patterns still moving on his skin, breathing sparks, looking at his own hands with an expression I have been told was equal parts joy, confusion, and pure animal terror. I said nothing. A thunder spirit body, awakened in the worst possible way, which is the only way it awakens. The elders arrived about a minute later and immediately started the wrong conversation. Elder Di Xing of the agricultural lineage looked at the crater. Another elder looked at the ledger value of the destroyed spirit medicine, including one lightning attraction flower that was specifically itemized because somebody had once thought it might be worth something. I could have stopped it. I want that written down in my own account. Chenshi, as a disciple of the agricultural lineage, you neglected your duty and allowed heavenly thunder to destroy clan property. The evidence is conclusive. Elder, the lightning came down on its own. Silence. Enough. Grand Elder Dai Hepping came up the path. The boy did not damage the fields on purpose. I will compensate the clan for the medicine personally. And then he said the thing that made me put down what I was doing and pay attention. This child has awakened a thunder spirit body. He is a genius of our D clan. How do a few stalks of spirit medicine compare to him? He looked at the elder who had done the shouting. Remember why the clan chief merged the branches? To erase the difference between main and sidelines. Anyone surnamed D is a child of the D clan. Do you understand? That elder discovered a great deal of warmth toward Chenshi in the following 4 seconds. Afterward, my grand elder kept the boy back alone and told him not to hold a grudge because that elder had only been thinking of my family. And then he said, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm the grand elder. I'm also just your elder." And Dichenshi did not know what to do with his face. I was watching all of it from the palace. And yes, to answer the question that was asked in that crowd, there is no heavenly lightning inside my Dai clan's small world. I saw it coming 3 days out. I let it in. He got the thunder attraction art out of my merit hall, high heaven grade, the best fit available, and then discovered its one requirement, which is that it needs actual heavenly thunder to draw into the body, and that the Eastern Desolate Prefecture does not have any. My silence cost him. The place with the most heavenly thunder in the eastern region is Thunder Prison Prefecture, and it is a very long way away, and a spirit origin cultivator crossing prefectures alone is a form of assisted suicide. I paid for the report. He was standing in my merit hall doing that arithmetic when I came in. He went down on one knee before I had finished arriving. "Get up," I said. "Your awakening is good fortune for the family. I'll grant you one request." He did not hesitate for even a breath, which is when I knew. "Send me to Thunder Prison Prefecture." Thunder Prison is not our home province. Its dangers are considerably beyond anything you have seen. Are you sure? He thought about it for a few seconds, which I liked better than if he had not. Clan brother Jianfeng and clan brother Fei Ying are geniuses of the family and they give the family their strength, he said. I want to do my part properly too. A boy who had been bullied in a vegetable patch by people wearing our own surname said that about us and meant it because as far as he was concerned, my clan was the only reason he was not still rotting in some corner of a branch house. My money was well spent. I gave him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and a Xuantian shield talisman for one bad moment, and then the stars moved and he was standing in a small town on the edge of Thunder Prison Prefecture. I know the hour. Go, I told him into his head. Shine here. Do not tarnish the prestige of my Dai clan. Then I stood 10,000 meters up and watched him walk into that town, and I will admit I was smiling because I knew what was in there. I did not know all of it. I want to be honest about that too. He was inside the gate for about 6 minutes before the sky went black. Not black. A flying boat, big enough to cover a small town, and off it came a pressure at Purple Mansion. Take all the men. They did not negotiate. A man asked why he was being seized and the leader put a hand full of lightning through his head to save time. My clock says otherwise. Dichenshi stood there with a life-saving talisman in his sleeve, worth more than the town he was standing in, and decided it was too precious to spend. I trust my source. Shackles with restriction runes closed on his wrists and shut his Thunder Yuan off like a tap. Tomorrow morning. Supply boat. Blackstone Thunder Prison Mining Area. The Blackstone Mine is the worst place in a prefecture whose name is Thunder Prison. From the air, it is red and black. The ground looks like it was burned by something enormous and angry and then left to cool into scabs, split by fissures you cannot see the bottom of. Between the fissures, there are black mountains of thunder-patterned stone. The sky is lead and dark purple, and it hangs low enough to feel like a lid, and lightning comes down out of it continuously. He does not know I know this. I intend to keep it that way. My source was afraid. The air smells of sulfur and ozone and something underneath that which is sweet in a way that makes you want to stop breathing. Overseers with electric whips drove them off the boat like livestock. The first thing he saw was an old miner, skin and bone, carrying an ore basket heavier than he was, reach the lip of the pit and slip. I filed it myself. The sound at the bottom was short. Not one person on that path turned around. Another waste, an overseer said, and spat. Saved some rations. The scarred overseer chief looked at the new intake, and his eyes stopped on Dichenshi for slightly too long. You. Shaft 9. Their short hands on the Fire Thunder Crystal. Shaft 9 is where they send people they have decided about. The deeper you go, the more bone-eroding yin thunder is in the air. You cannot see it. You feel it as a hair-raising hiss, like maggots on a bone, and it goes in through your pores and your nose and any open cut you have, and it kills slowly and expensively. My grand elder logged it that evening, and I signed the page. My hand is on that page. 50 pounds of raw ore a day, or you do not come out to eat. He got about 10 pounds into the first day when he pried a Fire Thunder crystal loose, and the cold came up his arm. Ice needles through the meridians, straight for the heart. His pick hit the floor and he went down on his knees with his teeth chattering. I have the tally. And then the thunder patterns on his skin lit up, and something in his bloodline that was older than his opinion about it decided it was hungry. My tally is grim. The yin thunder that had come into him got torn apart and eaten. The pain went out like a tide. What was left behind was a warm prickle and a thread of pure lightning essence going into his chi-si. I did not move. He sat in the dark with his mouth full and stared at his own filthy hands and had the thought that changed everything. The thing that kills people in here, I can eat it. That did not make his day better. It made him able to have another one. He kept his nerves stretched wire tight for 11 days, sensing and resisting a poison in the air continuously, and hit 10 or 12 pounds a shift against a quota of 50, and got beaten for it, and kept going. My feet stayed still. Then the ceiling came down on somebody. A rock the size of a cart, no warning, straight over a quiet middle-aged miner working next to him. Chenshi shouted and hit the man sideways with his shoulder, and the two of them went down in the mud, and the rock landed where the man had been. I regret my timing. Old Lee, 10 years in that mine, nobody had touched him on purpose in about 8 of them, and then the problem. The dive had put Chenshi flat in a layer of poisonous slurry, and it had also put him directly into a cold wave of yin thunder that came up out of the deep at that exact moment. My timing was poor. Pale white arcs came around both of them like something alive. Old Lee went gray and started to shrivel, and what was killing him was not the burn, it was that the yin thunder had begun to drink his life. I know my own habits. Chenshi had one thought, and I have never been able to decide whether it was courage or arithmetic. If I can eat this, can I pull it out of him? He threw himself on top of the old man with both palms flat on his chest and shouted, "Give it to me!" And the devouring power in his bloodline reached out through his hands and took it. The yin thunder screamed. It came out of Old Lee in a torrent, and Old Lee stopped dying, and hundreds of times more of it than Chenshi had ever handled went into a 16-year-old with no cultivation to speak of. My habit is to wait. His meridians stretched to splitting. His skin smoked. Blood foam with ice in it came out of his nose and mouth, and he curled up on the floor of shaft 9 with his body twitching and his colors going wrong. I waited too long, and that is when somebody in a silver mask came out of the shadows and started to enjoy himself. The Thunder Commander ran shaft 9, black robe of overlapping scales, silver mask with no face on it, purple mansion 10th. A thunder spirit body, he said, that can devour and refine bone-eroding yin thunder. That conversion rate. He condensed a silver thunderball in his palm and did not throw it because he wanted to watch a while first. The old men in the clan will be very interested in that body, he said. No, in that origin. Let's drain the thunder yuan out of you first and see how much purification a little bug can take. And then the entire mining area shook. Something enormous and very old woke up under shaft 9, and what came off it was a pressure with lightning essence in it so pure that the Thunder Commander's attack guttered in his own hand like a candle. My patience cost blood. What is that aura, he said, and it is the only sentence of his I have ever felt sympathy for. There is something in the vein. The prehistoric pressure came up through the rock and stepped on the yin thunder rampaging inside Chenshi like a boot on a fire. I sent word too late. He coughed out a lump of black ichor full of ice, and the balance that had been about to kill him tipped the other way, and the bottleneck at Spirit Origin 10th level went like wet paper. My word arrived after. True Essence Realm, 1st level. Which, against a Purple Mansion 10th, is the difference between an ant and a slightly larger ant. The Thunder Commander shook it off in a second and raised his hand again, and in the rock wall next to Chenshi's head, where the falling boulder had cracked it open, there was half a piece of burnt wood sticking out of the mud. I keep the letter, black all the way through, covered in fine cracks. It looked like something that would turn into ash if you breathed on it. The moment he looked at it, the thunder in his bloodline lurched. His left hand, which was the only part of him still working, went out and closed on it. It was cold, ice cold, like holding a piece of 10,000-year-old ice at the bottom of a mine that was hot enough to cook in, and a will came out of it. Weak and absolutely unbreakable, and so old it had no shape left, only a concept, protection and destruction, followed by rebirth. My letter went unread. His new true essence stabilized in about 2 heartbeats. Pure lightning power started coming out of that stick in a trickle and going into meridians that had been on fire a moment earlier. I signed the order. A deathbed struggle, said the Thunder Commander. Be annihilated. The thunderball came down. Chenshi slammed the wood into the ground and threw his right fist up at it. No technique, no form. He had nothing on that punch except the last unspent portion of his life. The collision broke his right arm and threw him into a wall covered in edges, and he came off it spitting things that should have stayed inside him. My seal is on it. The Thunder Commander swayed slightly. An ant shaking a tree. And then Chenshi's blood, which had gone everywhere, landed on the burnt wood. The wood came apart, not destroyed, opened. The cracks widened, chips of it fell away, and out of the middle of it came an aura so ancient and so overbearing that the Thunder Commander stopped being interested in the boy entirely. I take the blame. The wall behind them collapsed. What was on the other side of it was a cavern lit dark purple, and it was full of bones the thickness of palace pillars with thunder Dao patterns growing naturally on them. My blame is earned. In the middle of it, mostly intact, standing upright like a monument, was the skeleton of a one-legged ox the size of a small hill, head raised, empty sockets facing the direction of the collapsed wall, as though it had been waiting there for something for a very long time. I put a man on it afterward, and what he brought me was worse. I did the sums, and in its chest cavity a heart-shaped crystal of dark gold, still pulsing. The Kuai ox, the primeval thunder beast, born out of chaos, whose walking makes weather. The burnt stick in Di Chenxi's hand turned into a pillar of purple gold light and shot into that crystal. What came back down the beam and into a 16-year-old boy in a slave mine was the Kai Thunder Shakes the World art, divine rank, peak grade, the natal inheritance of a thunder beast. It breaks techniques with pure force, it draws heavenly lightning to temper the body, and at major achievement one roar shatters mountains and one step draws a tribulation. I have the exact wording because I took it out of a memory. My sums came out ugly. His cultivation went 2nd level, 3rd, 7th, and stopped at the 7th level of true essence. The burnt wood shed the last of its char and turned into a crude wooden sword, warm as purple jade, with a tiny roaring ox flickering at the hilt. I checked them again. He called it the Awakening Thunder Sword, which is a pun on the nickname they had been using to mock him, and I have always thought that was the moment the boy from the vegetable patch actually died. My second count matched. The Thunder Commander's silver mask cracked. Kui Ox remains? The legacy of an ancient thunder beast? His voice went up 2 registers. Heaven helps me. Boy, you are my lucky star. Hand over the legacy, offer up your origin and that wood, and I'll let you die quickly. Then he stopped pretending to be a mine official and let a full purple mansion 10th off the leash. Thunder prison cage. Myriad thunders devour the heart. Suppress him. 4 cages of silver thunder chain closed in, and inside them a rain of thunder needles designed to pin a man in place and drain his origin out through the pins, which is a Zhou family technique, and which they use often enough to have refined it. My own view of this arrived 4 days late, and I was furious about it. I stood on my wall. Di Chengxi, 7th level of true essence, 4 minutes old in his new body, walked forward into it and cut. The cage went like a hot knife going into cold fat. The needles evaporated. The ones that reached him bounced off the patterns on his skin. 1 strike, and a Purple Mansion 10th's signature suppression technique came apart on the floor. He answered that with the real thing, a phantom thunder general with a hammer standing behind him. Thunder God's fury, die. And Di Chengxi, with nowhere to go, ran the wrong way, not toward the exit, toward the skeleton, with his sword pointed at the crystal in its chest, betting everything on a piece of wood, an inheritance 4 minutes old, and the personality of a dead animal. I did nothing about it, which I am telling you on purpose. My wall was quiet, the skull came up, 2 dark purple flames lit in the sockets. Moo. It was not a sound. The hammer stopped in the air like it had hit a wall, and the backlash went up the technique and into the Thunder Commander and put blood on the inside of his mask. I watched my sky. It is protecting the boy? Di Chenxi was already gone through the gap in the ceiling. Behind him, the skeleton let go of everything it had left, and the Thunder Commander's stacked shields came apart layer by layer like paper, and his mask blew off entirely, and a man with a perfectly ordinary middle-aged face screamed after a boy in the dark. This is the part where I should have moved, and I did not. My sky told me nothing. I will grind your bones to ash, your legacy, your origin, mine. The shock went through the whole mineral network and started bringing the mine down. Tunnels cracked, beams snapped, poisonous slurry came up out of the floors, people trampled each other in the dark, and an overseer went down under the crowd and stopped making noise. I asked my elders. Di Chenxi was running with a broken arm and 1 working hand when he noticed the thing that made him turn around. The Kui Ox's thunder had burned the bone-eroding yin thunder out of the deep tunnels, and it had knocked the old restriction arrays in the walls dim, the ones that keep a mine full of slaves at a manageable strength. My elders had no answer. He stopped. Then he went back the wrong way, against a stampede, toward the prison block, cutting the rockfall out of his path with a stick of wood. I asked him instead. "If you don't want to die," he shouted, with Thunder Yuan behind it so that it carried over the collapse, "follow me." And some of them did. Old Li, a big man with a scarred face who tore his shirt off and said they were dead anyway. A thin man who picked up half a broken pick, then more. My question was blunt. Hundreds of them, most in mortal realm, all of them full of holes from years of yin thunder, going at the black stone prison gate with picks and iron bars and rocks. I got a straight answer. The scarred overseer chief was waiting for them in the fork with 2 profound corps deputies and a wall of crossbows. "You dare riot? Fire! Kill them all!" Poison bolts came down like weather. Di Chenxi put up a screen of swordlight and caught most of them and could not catch all of them, and people behind him died. My answer was worse. "Don't be afraid. Get close. Their crossbows are useless close. His sword met the battle axe of a profound core cultivator, and the web of that man's hand split open. Impossible, he said. That is not a normal true essence. Both deputies came in from front and back at once, and Di Chenxi did not dodge either of them. He took a spear through the left shoulder and did not let it slow the blade by a hair, and the purple gold sword went through the overseer's ribs, and the thunder went off inside him. I have carried that decision since, and I am not proud of my reasoning. The chief fell like a sack with the bones taken out, and the miners came off the leash. Crossbows are useless at 3 feet. Hundreds of people who had been walking past corpses without looking for years went into that guard formation with mining tools. I wrote it down. Then somebody sighed over the whole battlefield, and it drowned out everything. A flute started playing. It was beautiful. That is the part people always leave out. It was a mountain spring and a bamboo grove at night, and kill-drunk men slowed down, and their faces changed, and they looked tired. My notes are exact. She was standing on the highest black stone fort in the compound. Moon-white robe with silver clouds on it. Veil. Clear eyes. Lay down your weapons, you poor lost lambs. Conflict brings pain. Let the sound of requiem cleanse your souls and return you to eternal peace. Then the melody turned, and it took every worst thing in every man in that yard and made it enormous. Men sat down and wept. Men stood still with nothing behind their eyes. And some of them picked their tools back up, slowly, and turned them around and pointed them at themselves and at the man standing next to them. I have the account. He, she said from the fort. What a beautiful requiem. Struggle, suffer, and then, in despair, destroy each other. Di Chenxi's eyes went red and started bleeding at the corners. He put everything he had left into his own throat. Shatter. Evil. 2 syllables with the whole Kui inheritance behind them, crude as a hammer, and the demonic sound came apart in front of it like frost hitting a stove, and half that yard woke up looking at what they were holding. My account is short. Up on the fort, the flute stopped for the first time. Thunder sound, she said, and her eyes changed, and it stopped being a game, and Di Chenxi acquired the personal attention of Gu Yu of the Zhou clan. Her flute went up into a shriek, and the second wave of it hit him twice as hard, and he was on his knees coughing from the backlash of his own shout. I trimmed nothing, and then a zither note came in over the top of everything, not loud, clean. It cut through that demonic music like the first line of daylight through a shutter. There was a woman standing on a rock shelf over the tunnel in a green cloth dress, washed pale, with a veil, and a scorched 7-string zither across her knees with cracks in the body. My version stands. Demonic sound. You demon wearing human skin. Stop poisoning the living with that filth. Pale green sonic blades against gray sound snakes, and for the first time that night, Gu Yu had a job. Di Chenxi took his chance. Old Shai, now, break it. He put the last of his Thunder Yuan into a pillar of purple gold light and put it into the center of the black iron prison gate, and behind it came every hammer and pick and rock that hundreds of very angry people could swing. I did not intervene. The restriction runes on that gate flickered like candles and went out. The gate came down inward with a sound like a mountain sitting down. The formation core of the Blackstone prison broke, and the last thing holding thousands of people in that pit stopped holding them. My reasons were cold. They came out of the gap like water out of a broken dam. Gu Yu stopped being amused. She washed her surviving guards in white light and turned them into something with no fear and no faces, and turned most of her attack onto the boy holding the light beam. I still think I was right. Di Chenxi's shoulder tore open, his broken arm gave out, his sword went dark, a poison bolt took a strip out of his ribs, and a controlled guard commander at Profound Core swung a saber at his head. My people disagree. A green sound shield came up around him like an upturned bowl and took the hit. Go, said the woman on the ledge, who had just split her attention against a purple mansion peak to do it. Take him. Old Li and 4 others got him under the arms and into the crowd. Gray sound snakes came after them, and got through, and the burnt wood in his robe woke up on its own, and put a thin skin of purple gold thunder around him, and the snakes went into it like snow into a furnace. I gave him room. He spat black ichor, and went out cold, and his soul was still his. She found them hours later in an abandoned branch tunnel behind a mossy fallen rock, with a tear in her sleeve that had gray mist crawling in it. My room cost him skin. He forced power past his limit, she said, checking him. His soul is eroded by that demonic sound, and the yin poison is deep in his meridians. Untreated, his foundation goes, and then he does. Old Li asked if she could save him, which is a question you can only ask a stranger when you have nothing. She gave him a heart-clearing, soul-purifying pill, high profound grade, out of a plain jade bottle, and then she sat for hours with her fingers hovering over a broken zither, sending musical rhythm true essence into 3 points on his body, combing a Thunder Yuan that wanted to kill him away from a poison that wanted to kill him. My people wrote it down badly, and I made them do it again. I have made peace with it. He'll live, she said afterward, gray in the face. That overbearing power is not compatible with his body yet. If he forces it, there will be no end of trouble. Then she asked a question that did not seem to belong to anything. Did you ever see a boy about his age down there, with a faint silver lightning mark on his forehead? Nobody had. She opened a small bundle of cloth. Inside there was a torn piece of coarse fabric with burnt edges and old blood on it. My name is Mulan Yu. I am saving you because you smashed a cage that eats people. She looked at the unconscious boy. As for him, he is the only hope I have of finding my brother. Her brother is called Mu Chen. 3 months earlier, the two of them had gone into the Nirvana Thunder Marsh for a rare herb, and a spatial rift had opened and taken him, and she had caught half a sleeve. My piece is thin. She had followed the spatial traces for 3 months, and every one of them pointed at the Blackstone mine. Then she told them who owned it, and the room got quiet. The Zhou clan of Crimson Thunder Mountain City. They hold more than half the Thunder attribute veins in Thunder Prison Prefecture. Their patriarch, Gu Tianzun, is Earth Venerable Realm. Rumor gives them a heavenly venerable ancestor in the back somewhere, and more venerables than they bother to count. I know the timing to the breath because I checked it against my own. And Gu Yu, the woman with the flute, was his legitimate daughter. They mine here, Mulan Yu said, and they use slave lives to feed the Yin Thunder. And they use evil methods to extract souls and vital essence from the slaves to refine artifacts. Wuji was probably taken as high-quality stock. Outside, a horn started sounding, and the old miner in the corner went the color of paper. That is the Crimson Thunder Horn, he said. That is the pursuit order. In the Thunderclap Hall of Crimson Thunder Mountain City, a very large man in dark gold robes with a roaring crimson dragon on them was standing over a row of kneeling elders. I read the field after. Useless, said Gu Tianzun. A slave riot. You let someone destroy the Blackstone Formation Core and let the culprit walk out. What use does my clan have for you? They shook on the floor like chaff. Gu Yu was not afraid of him, which tells you something about her. I was careless. I did not expect a music cultivator hiding among the slaves who could counter my heart-bewildering demonic sound. And I did not expect that his thunder spirit body could rouse the will of the Kuiox remains under that mine. Then she made her pitch. Father, that boy cannot be left alive. That is not an ordinary thunder spirit body. If we seize his origin and refine it into our Crimson Thunder Tyrant body, we may be able to complete the damaged Saint-Grade manual. His value exceeds 10 Blackstone mines. Gu Tianzun said good 3 times and stood up, and the room got hot. Issue the Crimson Thunder Blood Order. 1. Seal every exit of the mining area. Entry permitted. No exit. 2. A bounty. His likeness to every subordinate force we have. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for exact whereabouts. 1 million, plus a heaven-grade technique or a divine weapon for his head or for him alive. 3. Mobilize the Crimson Thunder Guards under Meyer personally. Scour every inch. Anyone who shelters him has their entire clan executed. Not a chicken, not a dog. By nightfall, his face was on notice boards in every town in the prefecture, printed by spell, drawn from the moment he collapsed, with the thunder patterns on him picked out in detail and the bounty text underneath in blood red. My reading was grim. Mercenaries and outlaws came out of every hole in Thunder Prison Prefecture like hyenas smelling carrion, and a whole province turned into a hunting ground with 2 people in it. I counted my dead. Their first hiding place was Ghost Cry Ridge in the northwest, at the bottom of a rift valley behind a natural distortion field. Old Li and the others were sent away at that point because the Zhou clan executes families for shelter, and Mulan Yu was not going to trade 5 men's grandchildren for 4 extra pairs of hands. My dead were 4. While Di Chenxi was unconscious, something happened that nobody planned. The awakening thunder sword did not manifest. It hung, half real, over his empty dantian and started feeding him. That is the Divine Wood's own reflex when it senses its host's origin is failing. Pure primeval thunder chi came off it in threads and went into meridians that were burnt through, and they came back tougher and wider than they had been. He told me this while I was healing him, which is when men are honest. I know their names. His dantian did not just repair, it started to expand. And down inside, in a place with no light and no sound and nothing but lightning, the Kuiox's imprint stood on chaos and told him one thing: my hall keeps them. Thunder is annihilation, and it is new life. It is the whip of heavenly punishment, and it is the horn that calls the sprouting of every growing thing. I do not joke about them. That is a Tao. He heard it at 16, unconscious, at the bottom of a rift valley, hunted by a province. Outside the cave, 3 Crimson Thunder Guards found the place, because the Zhou clan has a heaven-searching shadow-viewing grand array, and it had gotten a partial fix on him. My rule on that is fixed. Their commander, Gu Fengyun, Purple Mansion III, stood at the edge of the valley and licked his lips. He was hurt by young Miss Gu Yu and then took a backlash of heavenly thunder. If he's alive, he's barely alive. As for the woman who saved him, I imagine she tastes quite good too. The zither hit them from 4 directions at once. It started as a woman weeping at night and went to metal scraping bone in under a second, and 2 Purple Mansion first-level cultivators went down with every opening streaming before they had turned around. I let it run. I want to be clear that letting it run was my choice. Mulan Yu passed one of them like a breeze going by. His head came off half a second later. The second put a poisoned dagger at her back, and she did not turn around. A sound blade condensed out of nothing, split a profound grey dagger down the middle like rotten wood, and opened him from shoulder to hip. I set the price. Gu Fengyun bit his tongue and spat onto a thunder sound barrier and threw 3 Gui Water Yin thunder pearls in a triangle to seal her dodging space. My price was fair. She played 3 short, high, impossible notes. The rune structures on all 3 pearls smoothed out and the fuses came apart, and they fell on the ground like 3 dead things. I have not lowered it. Then she went through his barrier as if it were a water curtain and broke both his arms and his sternum. She was Purple Mansion 10th. That is the part everyone forgets when they hear about the girl with the zither. And while she was searching Gu Fengyun's body, her hand closed on a bronze amulet half the size of a palm, with burnt edges and a shattered jade in the center, and on the back, a single character, "My terms hold, G." She had bought that amulet at a temple and put it around her brother's neck herself on his 10th birthday. She had carved that character with her own hand. I made him an offer. He had never taken it off. She was still holding it when the sky over the Rift Valley split. An enormous purple bolt came down, ignored the concealment formation entirely, and hit the cave. That was not a coincidence, and it was not the Zhou clan. Inside, Di Chenxi's Dantian had just collapsed inward and detonated as pale gold true essence, and the heavens had noticed. 10th level of the true essence realm, and a heavenly punishment coming down on him for it, because heaven and earth do not enjoy the combination of a Kui Ox inheritance and a thunder spirit body, and had decided to file an objection. My own account of the next hour is second-hand, and I have marked it so. My offer stood one day. He opened his eyes with a purple gold light in them, and the first thing he said, hoarse from 2 weeks of not talking, was, "Good timing." A golden sword shadow shot out of the ancestral aperture between his brows. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens, not a block, a counter. When the light went down, the cave roof was gone, and he was standing in the middle of it with his robe in strips, new skin under it with a pale gold and purple sheen, his back straight, his sword pointed up through the hole, and purple arc still coiling on the blade. I have never asked her what she was thinking. I know anyway. I withdrew it. The heavenly punishment had not destroyed him. It had been broken and eaten and filed away as materials. He turned around and saw a woman at the mouth of the cave holding a burnt bronze amulet, and understood everything without being told. My withdrawal was noticed. "The one behind the black stone mine," he said. "Yes, and this is only the beginning. The Zhou clan has issued a kill order. Every hyena in the prefecture is on its way." Then she asked him, word by word, the question she had been carrying for 3 months. "In Mine 9, did you see a boy named Mu Chen? He is my brother." He did not answer immediately, because 3 more Crimson Thunder Guards arrived, and these were the real thing. Zhou Pan, Purple Mansion 8th, with a broad, heavy sword as wide as a door panel and an earth attribute. 2 Purple Mansion 6s on the wings. I looked once. Mulan Yu sat down cross-legged under a pincer attack and played 1 note. The air went in visible waves and both wingmen's chests caved in. 1 note, and 2 Purple Mansion 6s were finished. Zhou Pan drove his sword into the ground instead of swinging it and sent out an earth shockwave with vibrational true intent in it, which is a specific counter to sound cultivators, and which he had clearly practiced. My look was enough. Her zither stuttered. Blood came to the corner of her mouth, and a door panel sword came down at her head. Di Chenxi put his sword into Zhou Pan's armpit. That is the only opening a man has in the middle of a 2-handed downswing, and it is open for about 1/3 of a second, and a boy who had been at the 10th level of true essence for 11 minutes hit it dead center through an earth element guard that stops a full-strength Purple Mansion 10th. That is what my intelligence lineage put in front of me the next morning. I turned away. Zhou Pan's arm went numb and the sword went into the rocks. Mulan Yu finished him with the sound blade, soul-shattering kill, and stood over what was left with her fingers at his temples. My back was safe. "Speak. Where is Mu Chen?" He talked immediately, which is what men like that always do. "Half a year ago, sent to Mine 9. 2 days ago he was taken away. It has nothing to do with me. The higher-ups said his physique was somewhat special. A big shot specifically asked for him alive, taken straight out of the mining area. Where he went after that, only the family head knows. Mercy. A big shot. Specifically. Alive. Her brother is an ordinary boy in mortal realm with an ordinary physique, and somebody important had put in an order for him by name. I trusted the report." Her fingers slackened for 1 instant while she processed that, and a needle came out of the shadow of a boulder. Not at her. at the thinnest string of her zither. It was thin as a cow's hair, black, quenched to a ghostly blue, covered in runes. Soul-eroding ice soul needle. She had to choose between the strike and the instrument, and she chose the instrument, and the sound shield she threw up cracked, and one wisp of that poison got through and grazed a string, and the backlash came up the body of the zither and put ghostly blue frost across her left hand. I read that report standing up, and I did not sit down afterward. My trust was repaid. Jopan felt the grip on his skull loosen and burned his origin and self-detonated. They were both thrown clear. She landed a dozen yards away with ice crystals in her blood and frost climbing from her palm to her shoulder, and her zither ended up stuck in the scorched earth beside her with 2 strings gone dark. I have the numbers because my quartermaster counts everything. I was surprised. The man who had thrown the needle stepped out of the air where he had been standing the whole time. Tall, thin as a bamboo pole, night suit, a dead white mask with no features on it at all, purple mansion 10th, and considerably better at hiding than anyone they had met. My surprise showed. The Shadow Bat, Gu Liang, commander of the Crimson Thunder Guards. Tsk, tsk, what a fine zither. His voice came through the mask like sandpaper. Once the soul-eroding ice soul poison is in you, even Purple Mansion does not last long. Hand over the boy with the thunder spirit body, and I may leave you an intact corpse and let you take that broken zither to find your useless brother in the underworld. Di Chenxi got up off the ground and stood in front of her. He had a broken arm, a hole in his shoulder, a strip out of his ribs, and no thunder yuan left worth mentioning. The awakening thunder sword came out of the dirt and back into his hand on its own. If you want to touch her, he said, you go through my sword first. Needles came out of every angle at once. He wove a net of sword light and did not try to block them, because you cannot block that. He put thunder into the gaps and burned the poison out of the air instead. I hid my reaction. One got through his left leg and the frost started climbing, and in that half-step of hesitation, Gu Liang appeared in the dead zone on his right with a hand covered in pale blue ice armor going for his ribs. My face gave nothing. Mulan Yu, half dead, burned part of her own origin and slammed her bloody palm down on a broken zither, not at the assassin, at the space around all 3 of them. A chaotic sonic detonation with nothing aimed at all, like billions of things howling at the end of the world. I laughed later. Di Chenxi had seen her hand coming down. That was the point. He took the palm strike on his left shoulder blade instead of his ribs. The bone went. Half his back went blue with frost. He coughed gold blood with ice in it. My laugh was private, and he came around with the sword reversed in his good hand and put it through Gu Liang's throat. The Shadow Bat got one thing done before he stopped. He crushed a pale bone talisman, and something went out of it into the air, and the mask on the ground kept a smoking hole in it as a record of the fact. I have kept score. Then it was very quiet in that valley. 2 people on the ground, badly poisoned, badly broken, with a corpse between them. Di Chenxi dragged himself across the stones toward her, and he did not do it to check on her. He did it because he had just remembered something. My score is long. The entrance tunnel to Mine 9, a 3-way fork. 2 men in black armor with purple thunder patterns dragging a struggling boy in a washed-out but intact blue shirt. I intend to settle it. A silver lightning mark on the forehead, and at the boy's waist, something bronze catching the lamplight for a quarter of a second. He told her all of it in the fewest words he could manage, because each one cost him. 9th mine area. Entrance tunnel. The blue-clothed boy dragged away by 2 Zhou clan elite guards. Silver lightning mark on his forehead. When he struggled, bronze at his waist. The shape is like the thing in your hand. Is that him, Mu Chen? She said his name twice and then stopped being able to say anything. Then she tried to stand up, and her Purple Mansion true essence went out of control, and the damaged strings started sounding on their own, like something dying. My settlement is coming. Di Chenxi put his hand up over her Qi Si, not touching her, and cast a net of Kuiok's thunder over the whole mess, which is not healing, it is domination, and it hurt her badly, and it worked. I marked the date. If you go now, you die, he said. You are poisoned. Your zither is damaged, and I cannot use 30% of what I have. What are we storming the Zhou clan with? That is my brother. My only relative. Because we have no time, we cannot be reckless. He pointed at the corpse. He crushed a talisman before he died. The pursuit is already moving. If we run out there now, we do not save anyone. We become 2 cold bodies or 2 sets of marrow in a Zhou clan refining vat, and then your brother truly has nobody. Then he said the part that actually moved her. Hatred blinds, I know. I have had 5 years of practice at not being blinded, and I am 16. He put the sword point in the ground and used it to stand. I, Di Chenxi, am not a slave to be slaughtered. The Zhou clan took my freedom and now wants to erase me. If that debt is not collected, my Dao heart will not sit still. So what do? We stay. Ghost Cry Ridge is full of yin thunder and broken ground. That is a thunder spirit body's kitchen. They want to encircle us? Let them come. However many they send, that is how many we take. I will temper this sword in their blood." Mulan Yu looked at a 16-year-old with a shattered shoulder blade declaring war on a clan with an earth venerable at the top of it, and the frozen part of her cracked. "My calendar is full." "Good," she said. "I will stay with you, and we will knock the Zhou clan's teeth out." Which was the exact moment Gu Hao arrived with 6 elites and set up the 9 Heavens Thunderlock formation over the whole Rift Valley. I do not forget dates. Gu Hao was 9 feet of deep purple armor with lightning around both fists. Purple Mansion 10th, and the 6 behind him were none of them below Purple Mansion 2nd. My memory is exact. Gu Liang's life tablet shattered and the Bone Talisman's last trace is here. He looked down at the wreckage. 2 little bugs killed 3 of my Crimson Thunder guards? The Thunder Spirit body has some tricks. It ends here. 9 Heavens Thunder Lock Array. I want them alive. 7 men took 7 positions, and a purple net came over the valley in the shape of an upturned bowl, with chains of lightning as thick as a child's arm shuttling around inside it. The gravity in there went up several times. The air went to syrup. My first instinct was to go. I did not go, and here is why. I sent nobody after. Di Chenchi stepped in front of Mulan Yu and pointed his sword straight up. Break! And then the blade became the center of a vortex, and it started eating their formation. Their lightning, out of their array, purple electric snakes came off the chains against the will of 7 Zhou clan cultivators, and swarmed a stick of wood in the hands of a boy at the 10th level of true essence. My restraint was deliberate. "He is devouring the power of our formation," said Gu Hao, and it is the only time in his life he sounded stupid because he was too shocked to be anything else. That is impossible. The Zhou clan built itself on thunder arts. Their control of lightning is unmatched in that prefecture. It had never once occurred to any of them that lightning could be taken. I regret nothing. Shocking thunderbreak, flow severance. The 9 Heavens Thunderlock Array, which holds a Purple Mansion 10th, came apart like grease under a hot knife. The backlash went down the connections and put all 7 of them on their knees spitting. My conscience holds. Gu Hao came through the gap anyway with a thunder fist, because he was enraged, and because Di Chenxi was visibly empty. Mulan Yu played 1 string, the only intact one. Soul-shattering sound, ley-line tremor, into the black boulder under Gu Hao's feet, which had just taken the full force of a formation-breaking strike and was already full of cracks. I let him choose. 10 yards of ground came apart and detonated the residual yin thunder in the ley line and swallowed him. "Go," she said, and stopped being conscious in an orderly fashion. Di Chengxi picked up the zither with one hand and her waist with the other and went into the dark side paths at the only speed he had left. My choice was made for me. Behind him, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. I will tear them into 10,000 pieces. And also, quieter, only to himself. One of them devours formation lightning and the other detonates ley lines with a broken instrument, and neither of them should be able to do that, and I have badly underestimated this. I would choose again. Gu Hao ordered every exit of Ghostcry Ridge sealed, the thunder-attracting boats up to blockade the sky, and the heaven-searching mirror shadow array turned up to full. My road runs one way. That hunt lasted a month. I want to talk about somebody else for a moment, because these 2 things were happening at the same time, and they mattered to each other later. I fed him nothing. Di Yunqiao went back into the burial god ancient domain. He had used every resource available to him to break through the 7th level of Purple Mansion and step into the 8th, and it was not just cultivation. Under pressure over and over, the god-demon nirvana body and the divine demon transformation had started to fit each other. He could feel the yin and yang twin fire origins in him, like 2 sleeping dragons. I want my own hand in this on the record before anyone else writes it. My help was withheld. "So this is the 8th, he said, opening and closing a fist. "Not far from the 10th now." It was worse in there than it had been. It was also, in his words, exceptionally lively, and he meant that as a compliment. He killed a malevolent spirit shaped like a wolf at Purple Mansion 10th with 1 punch, using only Nirvana fire, and made a note that god-demon power naturally suppresses that kind of thing. I withheld it on purpose. And then, deep in a blood mist, the origin of the divine demon transformation in his own Dantian began to shake without being told to. My purpose was hard, longing, and under the longing, a hostility that was not his. Something in that mist wanted him and hated him at the same time, and it was coming fast. Song Jinfeng came through the fog and landed on a broken stele 100 yards out. Dark robes with purple runes, a handsome face with a permanent overcast on it, and in his pupils, red and black light of exactly the same origin as the fire in Di Yunqiao's. I told him after. Di Jin Tian. He said it the way you would say the name of a disease. That disgusting aura. My netherworld hell demon aspect art has been screaming to devour you from 1,000 miles away, and you delivered yourself. Who are you? The Duan family, Song Jinfeng. That is when the temperature in that ravine changed, because Di Yunxiao had spent a year as a living formation core for the Duan family and had never been given a name to put on it. My telling was late. The Duan family no longer exists. Song Jinfeng does, and the sect behind Song Jinfeng had always been the actual hand. His technique is the other half, not a branch, not a variant. The Netherworld Hell Demon Aspect Art is the second incomplete manual of the Divine Demon transformation, and it went down the evil fork. I apologized once. Two halves of one thing, in two people who wanted each other dead, magnets, one way up. Song Jinfeng was Purple Mansion 10th, 2 levels above. He opened with the 9 Netherworld Demon Claw, black nails like poisoned daggers wrapped in devilish qi, with the wailing coming in ahead of it to shake the will. My apology was accepted. Di Yunxiao answered by saying 4 words. God Demon Battle Armor, condense. Ancient runes came out of the air and assembled into a suit of dark gold plate flowing with crimson patterns, shoulder guards shaped like roaring dragon heads, a helm that left only 2 burning eyes. I saw the number. Then he punched. Crimson gold, divine fire, and dark demonic flame twisted into one spiral fist and met the claw head-on, and the indestructible 9 Netherworld Demon Claw shattered inch by inch, and Song Jinfeng went backward into a stele 40 feet high and cracked it. He never told me this. I found it out, and I never mentioned it to him. He came off it looking at 5 ruined fingernails and a palm burnt to the bone. God Demon Battle Armor, you cultivated that half-volume to that? Bastard of the Duan family, said Di Yunxiao. Today I take some interest out of your blood. Song Jinfeng opened the ground. Hell descends. 10,000 demons devour the heart. 40 yards of black mire, and out of it came hundreds of demonic shadows, each one worth a full-strength strike from an early Purple Mansion cultivator, enough to bury anyone in that realm. My clan repeats this story wrong. I am giving you the correct one. My number was higher. Di Yunxiao went faster. God Demon raging flames, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. A cross-shaped shockwave, black and red, cut a vacuum corridor straight through a sky full of shadows and left it burning, with Song Jinfeng's face at the far end of it. I revised it down, so Song Jinfeng bit his tongue and paid the real price. Open, hell-true body. His bones cracked into a new arrangement. He came up past 10 feet with blue-black hide and a horny layer over it, bone spurs at every joint, a face that had gone forward into a muzzle, and wings of pure devilish qi that dripped something black off the edges. I paid a great deal of money for this account, and I got what I paid for. It burns essence, it overdraws potential, and it costs sanity. He did it anyway. 2 fists met. The ground got scraped down 3 feet across the whole impact zone, and the palace ruins around them fell over. Di Yunxiao went backward with poison in his meridians. Song Jinfeng went backward with a fist print in his chest that would not close because there was God Demon flame in the wound eating at the edges of it like something living there. I have the shape of it. My people are still filling in the corners. My revision was wrong. Then Song Jinfeng bit his own remaining wing off at the base. I have watched this recording with people who fight for a living and they all stop it at that frame. He held up a torn wing, poured his own blood over it, set it on fire with a green demonic flame, and said, "With my demonic blood I sacrifice to the 9 serenities." Nether Demon Heaven's Devourer, and the whole battlefield started coming to him. Yin evil qi, law fragments, loose malevolent spirits, all of it going into a burning wing and a set of open wounds, and his aura climbed past where it had been at full strength while new spurs and growths pushed out of the ruin of his body. That reached me at second hand, and I have kept my doubts about it. Di Yunxiao did not let him finish. God Demon Heaven treading steps. The void under his feet turned into stairs. He was above Song Jinfeng's head in one step, with a black-red sphere between his raised hands that had scenes inside it. Gods and demons making things, stars being born and going out. I have his account. God Demon, annihilation. The second collision took the color out of the sky. 100 feet of light, half of it a viscous demonic dark that swallowed light, and half of it a crimson gold kingdom that burned everything else, chewing on each other. My copy is annotated. Cultivators several miles away stopped what they were doing and ran further away. Di Yunxiao went across a stone platform and left a crater in it. Song Jinfeng's hell-true body burst like an overfilled skin, and out of the middle of it a cracked primordial spirit came screaming and ran for the exit in the direction of 10,000 Ghosts Prefecture, burning its own origin to move. I sent nobody. I have had to live with that, and so has he. I annotate everything. Di Jintian, this is irreconcilable. When I rebuild my body, I will bury the entire Dai clan with me. Di Yunxiao could not chase. He had nothing left to chase with. But he had gotten the thing that mattered, and he only noticed it when he sat down. Deep in the yin-yang cyclone, where the two opposite fires had been ground against each other at the absolute limit, something had sprouted. A small, resilient point of light with a nirvana intent in it. My margins are crowded. God demon nirvana body, he said, out loud, alone, on a battlefield. So that is how it is. Divine iron takes thousands of temperings. A god demon body takes the edge of destruction. Then several malevolent spirits at Middle Purple Mansion came out of the ruins to eat a wounded man, and he opened his eyes and said, seeking death. And that was the end of that conversation. I closed the file. He worked out one more thing while he was recovering, and it changed his next 3 months. When Song Jinfeng made his final strike, the core of the technique inside Di Yunxiao had shrieked, longing and repulsion at once, aimed at the missing part. My file stayed open. That was not two branches meeting, that was one book calling to the other half of itself. The lower volume of the divine demon transformation was on Song Jinfeng, which meant it had left with his primordial spirit. Blood feud and missing manual, the two chains, going to the same address. He put a direction in his head and started walking. 10,000 Ghosts Prefecture. Back in Thunder Prison Prefecture, a month went by. A full month of a boy at the 10th level of True Essence and a woman at Purple Mansion 10th being hunted through Ghost Cry Ridge by an elite guard corps made entirely of Purple Mansion cultivators. I reopened it. They neutralized the soul-eroding ice soul poison in each other in the second week, which is a thing that is not supposed to be possible without a proper alchemist, and which they did with music and thunder and an unreasonable amount of stubbornness. My records of this week are unusually complete, and I know why. My reasons changed, and they used the ridge itself as the weapon. Acid marshes that dissolve a man in seconds. Magnetic storm zones full of thunder yao beasts. The soul-scattering stone forest, which emits a field that takes a cultivator's divine soul apart while he is still trying to work out what is wrong. I have gone over this with him twice, and my version has not changed. I knew the man. Every one of those places ate Crimson Thunder Guards for a month. The price was that Di Chenxi stopped having any skin without a mark on it, and Mulan Yu went white as paper every time she used a secret technique. My knowledge was thin. They put Gu Hao's arm on the ground in week 3. He got away because 2 of his own guards stood in front of him and stopped existing, and after that he became the maddest dog in the pursuit. I learned more later. The ambush that killed him worked like this. Di Chenxi flicked 1 drop of thunder aura at a rock at the edge of a ghost claw vine field. 3 guards came at the sound. 1 short zither note from the flank put the weakest of them into a stupor with blood at his eyes. My learning cost me, and a boy came off a rock shaped like a reclining ox and put azure sword chi through his throat across 30 feet. The second one threw a poisoned spear at his back, and he slid sideways around it and put the awakening thunder sword through the man's open mouth and out the back of his skull. The Purple Mansion's 7th in charge went berserk and started a technique that would have finished it. And Gu Hao dropped out of the cliff and killed his own commander with a palm to the spine, mid-technique, because it was faster than going around him. He is a dog of the Zhou clan, he said to nobody. If he dies, he dies. You 2 little bastards. Your death day has arrived. I will flay you personally and light your souls as lamps. Mulan Yu gave him the 7 kills soul shatter, 7 solid sound blades of 7 colors, all of a month's hatred in 1 strike. He blocked it with a crimson thunder shield and went back several steps and went pale because it was better than it should have been. And in that half second, Di Chenxi put everything he had into his legs. Kui Niu Ji. Man and sword as one thing, going faster than the true essence realm is supposed to move, fast enough to pull a small sonic cloud off the air. He aimed at the empty left side, the one with no arm on it. The sword went in through the shoulder socket and out the back. A direct descendant of the Zhou clan, Di Chenxi said, holding the hilt while a man tried to remember how breathing worked. This strike is interest, on behalf of the ones who died in that mine. Then he twisted it. There was nothing left to bury. A scrap of scorched brocade came down in the mud a few seconds later, and that was the entire estate of Gu Hao. Di Chenxi went down on one knee, leaning on his sword, and Mulan Yu came over with her zither up and her eyes moving, and there was no joy in her at all. Gu Hao was dead, the Zhou clan was not, and Mu Chen was still nowhere. Let's go, she said. That killing put the whole prefecture on the board. She counted 5 auras coming from the southwest, led by a Purple Mansion 10th, and at least 3 more groups closing from the northeast. The only ground worse than the ground they were on was the jagged toothstone forest, so they went into it. Black pillars like the skeletons of twisted giants, interlocking overhead. Ground that is not ground, it is a viscous mire that gives off corrosive green smoke. Magnetic force violent enough to interfere with divine sense. And a wind through the gaps that carries fragments of whispering and laughter, and goes directly at the soul. This is mine to answer for, and I am answering for it here. Dai Chengxi's vision doubled inside 2 minutes. Guard your mind. It's a natural chaotic soul force field. They took a mud dart that missed his nose by an inch and ate a hole into a pillar behind him. They took a patch of floor that turned into a funnel full of black worms with teeth, and he blew it apart with thunderburst and hit a pillar hard enough to cough blood. I saw the aftermath with my own eyes, which was enough. And that is where the thunder seed in his dantian started shaking on its own. At the base of one enormous dark red pillar, under moss and slick mud, something crimson gold flashed once. It was a fruit the size of an infant's fist, dark gold, with fine crimson thunder patterns on the skin like dragon scale, moving slowly under the surface. Blood thunder dragon patterned fruit, said Mu Lan Yu, and forgot to be cold about it. That only grows in extremely yin places and only ripens on the residue of heavenly thunder. The energy in that will burst the meridians of an ordinary purple mansion cultivator. And for a thunder cultivator? She did not have to answer because he had already put it in his mouth. Sister Lan Yu, guard me. It did not taste of anything. It went down like lava with lightning in it. His skin went blood red. Vessels came up all over him like earthworms. Blood-colored arcs started leaking out of his pores and his hair stood on end, and he became briefly a source of lightning that had not decided where to discharge. My hands were somewhere else entirely, and I have no excuse better than that. Mu Lan Yu sat down and played the Requiem melody, pale silver sound waves like moonlight, wrapping a boy who was coming apart and holding him in one piece by rhythm alone. And that is when 5 Crimson Thunder Guards arrived and put up the Crimson Thunder Soul Lock array around both of them. 40 yards of crimson cage, lightning dancing on the shell, closing in to crush and refine them along with whatever was happening inside him. Mu Lan Yu held a killing array made by 5 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators by herself, alone, with a moonlight eggshell and a cracked zither, and it took her about 90 seconds to start leaking at the mouth. Inside, a boy's meridians burned out and got reforged wider, with dragon-scale patterns branded on them. His dantian left the gaseous state entirely, and a Xuan Dan started assembling itself in the middle of a storm. The cage came down to 15 feet, and Di Chengxi opened his eyes and said, "Break." He did not stand up. He punched upward, once, and what came off his fist was almost liquid dark gold lightning with a crimson blood dragon spiraling and roaring inside it. The Crimson Thunder Soul Lock array wailed like something meeting a natural predator and blew apart in one breath. 5 Purple Mansion cultivators went backward off their feet with blood coming out of them, and the arm off the man at Purple Mansion 10th charred black to the shoulder. "One punch," he said, staring. "You broke an array the 5 of us built." With one punch, Di Chengxi stood up in a stone forest with his wounds closing in front of witnesses and pale gold running under his skin and crimson gold lightning turning slowly in the depths of his eyes. Profound core realm, 10th level. Straight through 10 minor stages in one tempering because the fruit had opened the door and the array outside had been kind enough to provide the pressure. "Now," he said, "it is time for hunter and prey to change places. Don't come over. I am a man of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan is not something you can." He did not let him finish. He borrowed the last of the fruit's power for the rest of that week and used it the way a man uses alone. The next squad was 5. 2 Purple Mansion 10ths, 2 9ths, 1 8th. They came into a narrow valley following a residue of very pure lightning aura, which they were following because Di Chengxi had deliberately left it there. I know what he said next because I had him say it to me again. "Do we act?" said Mu Lan Yu, with her fingers already over the strings. "Wait. Let them go deeper. That spot there." He picked a place where the walls were high and slick and there was nowhere to go sideways. And she reached out with divine sense alone, without touching a string, and quietly persuaded a dozen soul-devouring ghost vines in the shadows to start creeping inward. The prey walked into a trap while looking for a trap. Then the sword roared. Not him, the sword. Lightning Army Breaker took the scarred captain and the 2 closest men, and one of them was dead before the light finished. One zither note took the hand off the man reaching for a distress talisman, and the talisman had already lit up, and the cut was so clean the wound took a moment to notice. The captain's head came off in the same phrase. The last man ran, and then doubled back out of the dark at exactly the moment the dust from a thunderfire bead landslide blinded everyone, and put a poison dagger at Di Chengxi's heart from behind. 3 layers of green sound shields stopped it. He went into the black mist rather than take a second try. Di Chengxi went after him, and Mu Lan Yu said, "Don't. There's something in there." 2 breaths later, something in the mist started screaming and then stopped screaming, and after that, there was a wet sound and the small crackle of bones. The soul-devouring ghost vines had been in that valley the entire time. She had been listening to them for an hour. They searched the one man still alive enough to search, and Di Chengxi put a fingertip of dark gold lightning through his brow and read what was left. "Gu Yu is here," he said. "In person. She's camped on the edge of Ghost Cry Ridge with at least 2 more guard teams, each led by a Purple Mansion 10th. which meant the Zhou clan had stopped sending people and started coming. They were packing to move deeper when Di Chenxi stopped walking and turned around. The landslide from the thunderfire beads had opened something. Under the rubble there was a faint pulse of heat, and it was wrong. Everything in Ghostcry Ridge is cold. This was ancient, dry, and enormous, and he only caught it because a thunder spirit body reads energy the way other people read faces. That is my summary. The people who were there used shorter words. They moved 4 tons of rock and found a narrow sloping shaft, wide enough for one person, with the stone around the mouth melted to glass and cooled smooth. That is not natural, Di Chenxi said with his palm on the vitrified rim. Those melt marks are from something that went through here in one instant, and the aura down there is very old and very overbearing. Behind them, Gu Yu's divine sense was going across the ridge inch by inch like a hand feeling along a shelf. No choice, he said. Dead end or a way out. We only find out by going in. Inside it was hot enough to cook. The passage went down for a long time, and then it stopped, and they were standing on a cliff over an underground space that had no business existing. A sea of lava, horizon to horizon, dark red and slow, throwing up bubbles that burst into fire rain. Crossing it, from their cliff to the dark on the other side, was a broken red stone bridge 100 feet wide, glazed over and scarred with claw marks and impact craters, and at the head of that bridge, half buried in crimson crystal where the lava had cooled around it, there was a skeleton the size of a hill, dark gold bones as thick as pillars, with flame Dao patterns grown naturally into the surface. A skull shaped like an enormous bird, with dragon horns on it, and the beak driven down into the bridge, and in the empty socket something was still burning after an unknown number of millennia, and it was still looking in the direction the bridge led. I have never seen my own family look at me the way they did after this. Dragon sparrow, said Mulan Yu, and her voice came apart. An ancient vicious bird of solar flame and destruction. Its bones do not rot, its fire burns gods. Her zither started humming on its own, and the strings moved without wind, which she said afterward was the instrument mourning and answering at the same time. Then they walked up to the skeleton and found the actual story. In the breastbone, in the middle of a fan of radial fractures across ribs the thickness of temple columns, there was a spear, black, not metal, not wood. The point was gone. The remaining shaft had dark gold runes on it, blurred by time. That is it, Di Chenxi said, and I have never once doubted that he was right. The power that punched through the mountain and left that tunnel. Same source as this spear. One strike had gone through the divine body of a dragon sparrow, and the aftershock had torn the earth and made a sea of lava and a corridor through Ghostcry Ridge. This aura is ancient, and it carries a scent of extinction, said Mulan Yu. It should not be compatible with solar flame, and it has pinned that thing's divinity here permanently anyway. Whoever owned this spear was worse than the bird. Her zither began to shake as she approached it, and the runes on the shaft flickered. An annihilation ripple went out, and Di Chenxi's dark gold lightning dimmed instantly like a lamp doused, and a weakness came into him from the soul level up, and 2 clumps of solar flame lit in the sockets of the skull. The dragon sparrow's remnant consciousness woke up in a bad mood 10,000 years old. I want to describe what that did to a boy, because it is the fight in this whole story I respect most. It was not a physical attack. It was a torrent of will, and inside it there was a memory, an endless sea of golden fire, an enormous phoenix shape thrashing in it, and a shadow of a black spear coming out of the sky and going through its chest. My source for this died the following spring, and I have missed him. Then the despair. Then 10,000 years of hatred aimed at everything that was still breathing. His lightning, which is arrogant and overbearing and had beaten everything it had met, shrank in front of pure solar flame divinity like a dog meeting a bigger dog. And the annihilation ripple from the spear was eating his vitality while it happened. I did the arithmetic on this afterward, and I did not like my total. Mulan Yu's face went white and stayed white. It exists on the grievance of the remains and the spear, she got out. It is an obsession. Obsession, said Di Chenxi through his teeth with blood coming out of his gums. Then tear it. He looked up into 2 burning sockets, and the thing that came out of him was not the Kui Ox's roar. It was his own. The runes on his skin lit as something new, a dark crimson gold thunderfire made out of his will, his own essence, and the solar flame of the place he was standing in. A spear of that came off the tip of the awakening thunder sword, arm thick, and went into the skull of a dead god. An ant, counterattacking the remnant soul of a deity. It threw him backward with his skin opening in lines and the sword out of his hand, and the golden flames in those sockets stuttered. Soul burial elegy, said Mulan Yu, who had been waiting for exactly that. One thin dark blue line of sound went into the crack he had made and injected the concept of ending into 10,000 years of pure hatred, and the pressure came off them like a tide going out. She snapped a string doing it and bled from the mouth. He was on the floor coughing, and a voice said from the mouth of the tunnel, "Hey, hey, 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 how lively. It seems we have arrived in time for the show." Guyu came out onto the bridgehead in crimson leather with 10 elite Crimson Thunder Guards behind her, 2 of them at Purple Mansion 10th and none below 3rd. Her eyes went over the Dragon Sparrow's remains and stopped, and when they found the black spear in the breastbone, her breathing caught. 2 little mice certainly know how to pick a hiding place. You escaped my Crimson Thunder Guards and then discovered an ancient hidden legacy that not even my Zhou clan knew about. Her voice was pleasant. Truly a surprise, and also infuriating. One of her officers suggested caution. Complications? She said. That thing has been dead for tens of thousands of years, and these 2 fools have just exhausted what was left of its lingering soul for us. She glanced at Mu Lanyu's zither. Though that instrument is interesting, no wonder it broke my sound. Then the pleasantness went out of her face entirely. However, this is where it ends. Crimson Thunder Void Locking Formation. Take them. 10 men put up a net of Crimson Thunder fire over the whole bridgehead, and then made it worse by having the net drink the solar flame energy out of the air so that the temperature inside it began to climb toward the point where stone runs. I have kept every page of this in my own hand, not a clerk's. 2 Purple Mansion 7ths struck as it closed. One with a 10-foot axe of Crimson Thunder fire at Di Chengxi, one with 3 compressed thunder orbs at Mu Lanyu, and Di Chengxi with a shattered shoulder blade, a soul freshly savaged by a dead god, no Thunder Yuan left, and an annihilation aura eating his vitality, had the following thoughts in order. Mu Chen is still not found, and I told her I would help. I have not repaid my clan. The clan chief may be watching from somewhere, and how am I supposed to lose face for my D clan? I, Di Chenshi, cannot die here, not at your hands. And a body that was at the edge of collapse did something that should not be available to anybody. It started taking fuel from outside, the Dragon Sparrow's solar flame in the air, the fire element their own formation had concentrated for them, and the annihilation waves off the Black Spear. All 3 into a Kui Thunder Shakes the World art that had been fused with the first volume of the Myriad Realms Return to Origin since he was a boy in a vegetable patch, which is the actual reason a profound core cultivator could do any of this at all. My elders argued about it for a week. I did not join them. Merge. In his right fist he was holding something almost black, with dark gold snakes and crimson dragon patterns crawling on the surface, and a core in it that was completely still. Mad thunder. Annihilation. There was no sound. There was only light. The Crimson Axe Strike stopped existing. The 2 Purple Mansion 7ths carbonized without leaving residue. 4 or 5 more went into the walls. The Crimson Thunder Void Locking Formation came apart like a spiderweb somebody had walked through. I gave the order. Whatever came of it after that is on my name. Gu Yu's rune armor lit up all over, and she still went backwards several steps with her shield fluctuating, and for the first time there was real horror on her face. Di Chenshi stayed on one knee with his fist still out. His right arm was charred to the bone with cracks in the bone, and his cultivation went up 3 levels, Divine Mansion Realm, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, in front of everyone, on fuel that was mostly other people's. The charred skin came off him in flakes, and there was dark gold thunder patterning underneath like glazed glass, and his hair stood up with small snakes of lightning dancing at the ends of it. Mu Lanyu, who had spent a month with him, looked at that and thought, this boy is too ruthless with himself. Gu Yu stopped playing. She pressed both hands to her chest, and a pink bell made of tormented souls came out, and it rang, and it was the shriek of billions of wronged things at once, aimed at 2 soul-level targets, one of whom had broken through 11 seconds earlier, and one of whom was finished. He asked me about it once. I told him the truth, and he stopped asking. That technique kills the divine soul of a heaven-reaching cultivator. And the Dragon Sparrow, whose grave they were standing in, whose remnant will had just been shown a boy willing to burn himself down rather than kneel, and whose 10,000-year-old dignity had now been insulted by a woman standing in its tomb playing an instrument that eats souls, decided to have an opinion. I have compared 4 accounts of this, and mine is the shortest. Caw. 2 golden flames came out of the sockets, met in the air, and condensed into a palm-sized sparrow made entirely of pure golden divine fire, the Dragon Sparrow's essence soul. The last clean piece of its original will. It flapped once. A rain of golden fire came down without any noise. Gu Yu's wailing of 10,000 souls melted like snow on a stove, and the bell burst and put her on her knees coughing. Every remaining Crimson Thunder Guard on that bridge went up, body and soul together, into a few threads of green smoke. She ran, screaming, bleeding, in a straight line without one word for dignity. The sparrow did not chase her. It turned around and looked at 2 half-dead people and made a small sound that nobody has ever translated and sent 2 threads of gold light into their foreheads. Di Chenshi's arm grew back, the cracks in his bones sealed with gold in them. His new lightning came out of it with a noble gold halo around the edges, and his realm locked solid at Divine Mansion 3rd. Mulan Yu's withered aura came back past half in about 4 seconds, and the broken strings on her zither repaired themselves while she was holding it, and then a voice came down through a mountain. How dare you, to lay hands on my Zhou clan's property, and to harm my Zhou clan's prodigy. The ceiling of that cavern began to come down in sheets. Gu Tianzun, Earth Venerable, not in person, he did not need to be. Di Qianxi wiped his mouth and answered him, and this is the line the Thunder Prison Prefecture still repeats. Old Dog Zhou. These remains are buried in the ley lines of Ghost Cry Ridge. Since when did they become your clan's property? Is there a Zhou name carved on every blade of grass in this prefecture? Sharp-tongued little beast. A Dharma body condensed out of crimson lightning and yellow-brown earth key in the middle of the cavern, armored in thunder and heavy rock, wrapped in ley-line chains, and every step it took made the lava sea slop against its own shore. My city heard about it before I did, which I corrected afterward. Father's Dharma body! Guyu shrieked from the tunnel mouth, covered in the day's work. Kill them! The remains and the spear are supreme divine objects, and that slut's zither is a rare treasure. Suppress. A hand of pure crimson lightning covered in earth lay patterns dozens of feet across came down out of the air, and the glazed bridge under it started sinking before it arrived. Mulan Yu bit her tongue and sprayed essence across her zither. 7 black-blue sound blades came off the strings and did not go at the hand at all. They went at the space beside the two of them and cut it. A temporary rift, a yard across, with turbulence inside it. Forcibly tearing space at Purple Mansion 10th, using essence as the catalyst and overdrawing her own origin, which is the sort of thing you do once. Go. And Di Qianxi, instead of going, grabbed her arm and reached out at the sea of lava below with a hooked hand. Rise. A roar with the Dragon Sparrow's newly granted solar authority in it. 20 yards of that lava sea turned into a vortex, and out of the center of it came a column of crimson gold fire, purer and more violent than anything that sea had produced on its own, with dark gold thunder coiling on the outside and a crimson blood dragon shining through it and a trace of divinity at its core. I want to be honest that this was luck, and none of the luck was mine. Mad thunder. Molten dragon burst. A strike that could suppress a heaven-reaching expert, and possibly a law realm one, was stopped for a full second by a divine mansion boy riding a volcano he did not own. What? Said an Earth Venerable's Dharma body, which is a satisfying thing to have on the record. They went into the rift while everything was still exploding. Gu Tianzun threw a thunder spear after them and got the very edge of it, and Di Qianxi took part of that on his back, and then the rift twisted shut and the spear tip hung in the air alone with nothing to hit and dissolved. You little beast. And then, because he was greedy, and because greed is a reflex, he reached for the Dragon Sparrow's remains with the same hand. The black spear woke up. A gray-black ripple went out, centered on the shaft, silent. And the rock arm of an Earth Venerable's Dharma body, from the wrist down, turned gray and decayed and disintegrated, the way a sandcastle goes when the river of time is put over it. He got out, barely, his Dharma body flickering, one arm gone to ash, and his verdict as he ran was, the level of that power is far beyond my imagination. He took his daughter and left, and the core of Ghost Cry Ridge came down behind them. Mountains for dozens of miles collapsed into a bottomless sinkhole, and the dust went up high enough to be seen from 3 prefectures, and every trace of where 2 people had gone was buried under a small mountain range. Hundreds of miles away, in a karst cave, 2 figures came up out of an underground river and crawled onto the stone. Di Qianxi had a hole through his left shoulder the size of a rice bowl, with ash-gray edges and crimson arcs and gray-black annihilation qi still fighting in it. Mulan Yu had overdrawn her origin so far that she could not stand, and 2 more strings on her zither were dead. That is what I was told. I made them tell me a second time anyway. That is where they were when the sun came up somewhere above them, and neither of them saw it. She got to him first, which given that she could not stand up says something. Annihilation power, she said. And a Crimson Thunder Dao injury. That has to come out now, or it eats your origin, and you will have trouble for the rest of a very short life. Still not dead, he said, with his mouth full, and sat up cross-legged and started grinding his own new divine flame against the 2 things living in the wound, which felt exactly as good as it sounds. She played the Heavenly Sound Spring Return melody behind him for hours, which is the only piece in her repertoire that is not a weapon, and between the 2 of them they pushed a gray-black rot out of a hole in a boy's shoulder 1 inch at a time. I have the whole exchange. My people are thorough when they are frightened. The last of it came out as a thread of smoke. He opened his eyes with dark gold moving in them and a divine mansion 3rd that had gone from new to solid, brushing the 4th. Thank you, he said. I should thank you. Without you, I would have died in that mine or been torn apart by the river. She looked at his shoulder, which had closed. Your power. It fused with the Dragon Sparrow's flame. He held up a fingertip with a small dark gold flame on it, gold at the core, tiny crimson dragons around the edge. Kuiok's thunder for the bone, Dragon Sparrow solar flame for the blood, And that spear's intent of annihilation, a trace of it got refined in with the rest. He turned his hand over, watching it. Let's call it Dragon Sparrow Kui Thunder. Mulan Yu looked at a 16-year-old fusing a primeval beast inheritance, a god-tier solar flame, and an extinction principle, and did the honest arithmetic on where that road goes. They went out along the dark river to the southeast because she could hear that it was going somewhere. That is the whole of what happened in Thunder Prison Prefecture that season, and I watched every hour of it from a hall a continent away, and I want to be transparent about my role in it, because it is the least flattering thing in this account. I did not help. I gave him 100,000 spirit stones and a shield talisman he never used, and then I stood in the Ditianke and watched a boy from my own vegetable patch be enslaved, poisoned, hunted for a month, and nearly killed by an earth venerable, and I did not lift a finger. 2 months. Mortal realm to divine mansion, plus a heaven-defying opportunity. Thunder Prison Prefecture is the correct place for that child, I said to myself, and it was true, and it is also the kind of true that a man says out loud when he wants to hear it. Then I waved my hand and sent 2 threads of gold light out across a continent and into 2 people who never noticed they had received anything. That is my entire contribution. I have never told him. I do not intend to. While all of that was happening, Di Yunxiao was lying under the roots of a dead tree on the edge of the bone-rotting swamp and had been for 2 months, not hiding, waiting. Gray-brown cloak, mud and humus over it, breath so long between intervals that his chest barely moved and only his eyes visible, watching the outline of Black Miasma Ridge where the profound nether sect keeps its gate. 2 months of poison miasma, patrols, and doing nothing. Then the restriction over the seclusion area shattered like an eggshell and Song Jinfeng came out into the sky, nearly 10 feet, skin with a dark gold metallic sheen, a thin black horny layer over the muscle, 2 short black horns, eyes that had gone entirely to green ghost fire. Heaven-reaching realm, 3rd level. Ha ha ha. Heaven has not forsaken me. Di Yunxiao, you lowly reptile. Wait until I crush you inch by inch. Your divine demon transformation is destined to be my stepping stone. Under the roots, a man dug his own nails into his palms, hard enough to bleed so that his key would not move, and did not move. 3 days later, a shadow slid under those roots and flicked a black shuttle at him without a word, and vanished. Di Yunxiao had bought that at a high price from the Blood Jade Pavilion of 10,000 Ghost Prefecture, which claims that if you can pay, there is no intelligence it cannot get. On the shuttle, there was 1 line of divine thought. I only learned my own part in this much later, and I did not enjoy it. Song Jinfeng needs blood marrow jade to solidify his demonic foundation. He burned the shuttle with a thread of yang fire. Blood marrow jade, he said. Then let's draw the snake out of the hole. 10 days later, near midnight, 30 miles north of Soul Burial Gorge, at the mouth of a cave the locals call the Crying Blood Cave, which looks like the throat of something that is still bleeding, and which has a dull thumping deep inside it like a heartbeat. My answer to that question took me 2 years, and I still dislike it. Song Jinfeng arrived with his devilish qi deliberately pulled in, following a report of blood marrow jade traces. 3 arrows of fire came out of the rocks at his head, heart, and dantian. He put up the nether demon barrier, which is made out of wailing faces, and it held, and it cracked, and the horny layer on his arms scorched. And what actually alarmed him was that the yin-yang destruction in those arrows made the origin of his brand new body tremble. I know exactly where I was standing when this reached me. Di Yunxiao, he turned around. Purple Mansion 10th? You? Song Jinfeng, said a voice out of the rocks. You have only just finished putting a body together and you are already this eager to die? He came out of the shadow with the hood down. 2 months of lying in a swamp had not dulled him. It had done the opposite. He looked like a blade that had been sheathed and drawn and honed a great many times and was now finally out. He put it in front of me himself, and I could not argue with any of it. Today, said Song Jinfeng, you learn what the might of the heaven-reaching realm means. They opened hard. Yin and yang rotation cut a wave of devilish qi in half, golden solar fire leading and dark lunar fire following. Demonic avatar mountain crusher came down from both sides as 2 black fists the size of small hills, and Di Yunxiao let the god demon armor take it and was only knocked back, and Song Jinfeng stopped grinning because a full strike from a heaven-reaching third had failed to end a Purple Mansion cultivator. My guess is that nobody in that room could have told you my name. Today you die, he said, and the divine demon transformation is mine. And Di Yunxiao slammed his saber into the ground and made hand seals. 100 feet of ground lit up in crimson gold and dark lines, all of it laid down in advance during the previous week, by hand, in the dark, while everyone in that prefecture thought he was hiding. Yin and yang reversal, demon seal. Chains of solar fire wrapped a 10-foot demon and started burning. Spikes of lunar fire went into the nodes of his demonic essence and made his own power move like it was in mud. A formation? Said Song Jinfeng. You dared set up a formation and ambush me? Yes, that is exactly what he dared. And here is the part that separates Di Yunxiao from every other young man in this story. He did not use the opening to attack. The formation was never going to hold a heaven-reaching third for long, and he knew it, and he had never intended it to. He had one job and roughly 4 seconds to do it. He went for a bone pouch on Song Jinfeng's belt, palm-sized, rough, a few plain protective runes on it, mixed in among a great deal of ornate, devilish decoration, looking exactly like a cheap storage bag. He had identified that pouch during his 2 months in the mud, using intelligence he had paid a fortune for. Its material is extremely tough, and the runes on it are profound nether sect secret transmissions that block divine thought probing entirely, which is precisely why it is the most boring thing on that belt. I have left this in because leaving it out would flatter me. You dare! Song Jinfeng understood about half a second too late because the scroll of the divine demon transformation was in it. Fingers in burning armor closed on the pouch and it cracked. And a ghost claw the size of a cart hit Di Yunxiao between the shoulder blades and threw him into a forest of black stalagmites hard enough to break several of them. Dust took him. Song Jinfeng screamed his name and took 1 step toward the rubble, and the crying blood cave woke up. The thumping went to a war drum. Blood evil chi came out of the mouth of that cave like a burst dam, dark red, with vengeful spirits twisting inside it, and the sky over Soul Burial Gorge turned an ugly crimson. Song Jinfeng felt something in there open its attention, and his brand-new demonic body flinched. "Elder Guixin," he shouted into the storm. "Search, alive or dead, what is in that pouch comes back." Then he left, at speed, because his body was 9 days old, and he was not going to gamble it. A small mound of earth in the shadows near the battlefield rose, and turned over, and a corpse stood up. Ash-gray skin, knotted stiff muscle, profound nether sect robes in tatters. Law realm corpse evil key coming off it. And inside the chest cavity of that corpse, in a hidden aperture, there was a small withered old man like a skeleton with wax over it and 2 points of green fire in the sockets, Mo Xin. An elder of the profound nether sect, assigned by old man Mo Chen after the last incident to protect Song Jinfeng from the shadows, which is exactly why Di Yunxiao had never planned to kill Song Jinfeng at all. He had guessed there was a minder, he had guessed correctly, and so his entire operation had been designed around taking one object and surviving. "Jie," said Mo Xin. "What a fine little fellow, able to resist the heaven-reaching realm at Purple Mansion. Your physical body will become my most perfect collection." And in the rubble, under a pile of broken stalagmites, Di Yunxiao was lying on his side with his mouth full, holding an ancient jade slip, cold to the touch, covered in fine, profound patterns, with one corner of it wet from his own blood. "That is the part my clan tells at dinner. I am giving you the rest, the divine demon transformation, lower volume." "Finally," he said, "mine." Then the law realm arrived. I am not going to pretend that fight was a fight. Mo Xin pressed a hand toward him casually, and he leaked from every opening a man has while he tried to move a finger and could not. "Purple Mansion," said Mo Xin. "To be able to wound you long." "Interesting." He looked at the dark gold flame residue. "That flame has an extraordinary origin. Hand it over, along with what you stole, and this old man will leave your corpse whole enough to be refined into a puppet." "Old dog." Di Yunxiao got 2 words out through blood. "If you want it, come and take it yourself." He knew what handing it over bought him. It bought him a worse version of the same ending. And then something in the crying blood cave roared for the second time, and this one was made out of the last curses of a very large number of dying things, and for the first time in that entire encounter, Mo Xin's face changed. His grip slipped by half. Di Yunxiao burned everything and ran, and a gray-black finger beam came after him. Profound, dark finger. It kills heaven-reaching cultivators without effort. It went through the god-demon armor and into his back below the left shoulder blade, and a law realm expert's comprehension of death went into his body and started freezing him from the inside. I checked this against the ledgers myself, and the ledgers agreed. He bit his tongue, used the impact of the strike itself, gained 30% speed off it, and went into a fissure leading out of the mountains like a comet with a hole in it. Mo Xin was raising his hand to finish the job when a tide of blood came out of the crying blood cave, and something enormous started standing up in it, and its attention went to the strongest thing in that gorge, which was not the boy. My conclusion arrived a month late, which is my own failing. 10,000 ghost soul devour, said Mo Xin, and stopped having time for anything else. Di Yunxiao came down in a mud pit on the outskirts with a rotting gray-black wound on his back, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood with ice in it, and started laughing. Then he explained it to nobody, which is how I know exactly how his mind works. He had not picked Soul Burial Gorge at random. He had investigated it first. He had known there were strong energy fluctuations in the crying blood cave and had concluded correctly that something terrible lived in it. So he put fake blood marrow jade at that specific location, precisely so that anything powerful following Song Jinfeng would have something else to do. He had bet his life on a monster showing up on schedule, and the bet came in. Song Jinfeng, Mo Xin, profound nether sect. He swallowed pills and started walking. Wait. In the Xuanming Hall on Black Miasma Ridge, where the light comes from giant skulls set in the ceiling, old man Mo Chen sat on a throne made out of bones and listened to two reports. Song Jinfeng, on one knee, demanding justice, and Mo Xin, whose heavenly corpse had been destroyed by the thing in the cave, admitting that the boy owned a strange fire with an overbearing origin and was as cunning as a fox, and reporting that he had at least planted a blood nether tracking seal on him before he left. I would like to claim I planned this. I did not plan any of it. Mo Chen is profound venerable realm. He did not raise his voice. The divine demon transformation concerns the future of this sect. It will not be lost. Di Yunxiao, a mere D-clan, dares to act up in 10,000 Ghosts Prefecture, on the head of my profound nether sect. He turned his palm up, and a drop of dark red blood came out of his fingertip and hung there. Blood nether execution order. Activate. The drop burst into a mist with Di Yunxiao's face and aura in it, and that image went through the walls of the hall and printed itself on the identity token of every disciple and every affiliated force the profound nether sect owns. Several of the younger ones cried out from the shock of it arriving in their heads. He earned that on his own, and I had nothing to do with it. All those belonging to Xuanming, on sight, kill without mercy. He who takes the head is rewarded. He who lets him escape has his soul refined into lamp oil. Song Jinfeng got the soul-gathering banner, a foot of black cloth with faces in it, heaven-grade high tier, and command of the hunt. And in a tavern in Ghost City called the Skinning Tavern, that order arrived in 100 heads at once, and the room boiled over. The target is only Purple Mansion, and he's injured. That flame seed sounds like good stuff. Blood-red compasses came out of coats and needles swung toward the swamp, and every devil cultivator, evil cultivator, and bounty-hungry outlaw within a week's travel started moving in one direction. Di Yunxiao felt more than a dozen divine senses go over the mire he was lying in like searchlights, so he disguised his aura as a badly injured profound nether disciple and did not fly, because flying makes a large target, and went along the ground toward the netherworld fissure on the border of Broken Realm Prefecture. 3 devil cultivators found him first. Bone spikes with green poison went into the rock he had been behind and ate 3 smoking holes in it. Heh, caught a mouse. The aura's strange, but I'd rather kill the wrong man than let one go. He did not answer, which is his tell. 3 muffled sounds. 3 charred bodies in the mud. He did not even loot them. He was gone before the smoke rose, because the smell of a fight brings better hunters. Half a cup of tea later, a corpse puppet at heaven-reaching level, and 2 profound nether deacons landed on that exact spot and started following him. He went into the netherworld fissure, where space is broken into hair-fine cracks, and the blood contract compass loses its mind. He's finished, said one of the deacons, looking at a flickering needle. He took the profound dark finger, and he has been running ever since. The depths are a dead end. They went in after him. And while all of that was happening, in a cellar under the palace of the Great Qi dynasty, 5 more chains snapped. The 9 Heavens dragon-locking well is 100 feet across, and the walls of it are cast out of a dull metal that does not reflect light, and it goes down further than anyone has measured. 9 chains hang into it. 5 had already broken over the centuries. That week, 3 more cracked in about 4 seconds, and the last one started to sing. The 2 imperial old ancestors, Han Li and Han Yuan, both law realm, burned what was left of their life origin trying to reinforce the jade wall that anchors the whole restriction, and the light held for less than 3 breaths, and then black smoke came out of both their faces, and the blood they coughed up was not red, it was black-purple. I want my name kept off that. It belongs to the people who did it. The chains are broken, said Han Li, upright by force of will. The array is about to collapse. That thing's power is reviving. Then he gave the Emperor the specification. Before it was suppressed, that demon dragon had the strength of the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Before a saint, heaven-reaching cultivators are ants, and law realm cultivators are slightly larger bugs. Han Yuan grabbed the Emperor's sleeve with the last thing he had. Flee, take the bloodline, go as far as you can, leave the Eastern Desolation, and never come back. And Han Ming, who is not a brave man, and who I have come to think is a fairly decent one, said the name that had been sitting in the back of his head for 2 years. The D clan. Do you think I have not thought of it? Said Han Li, and there was more grief in it than anger. They are dragons. In their eyes, our great Qi is an anthill in a corner. What right do we have to ask? Why should they go against an escaped Saint Realm demon dragon for us? A saint could die in that. Nevertheless, said the Emperor, I have to try. He came to my gate in the clothes he had been wearing in that cellar, with dust from the bottom of a dragon well on him and residual devilish Qi in the fabric, his dragon robe torn in several places and blood-stained, and he bowed so low that the guards had to look away. Han Ming, Emperor of the Great Qi dynasty. I have an urgent matter concerning the survival of hundreds of millions of lives in the eastern desolate province. I request an audience with the Dai clan chief, or with whoever is responsible. When Qingxia received him, she listened to a man describe 8 broken chains and a 3-day deadline in a voice that kept coming apart, and the only thing that moved on her was her fingertips on the armrest. A Saint Realm demon dragon, she said. Are you certain? How could the power of Great Qi alone suppress it for generations? The well and the chains are ancient relics. They are not our work. My ancestors founded the dynasty on top of that well for the express purpose of holding it down. He was almost shouting by the end of it. City Lord Luo, the eastern desolate province is also where the D clan's foundation lies. He had exactly 1 card, and he played it correctly. Grand Elder Dai Heaping and Elder Di Qingfeng arrived within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. A Saint Realm demon dragon, said the Grand Elder, and I could hear his pupils shrink from a mile away. Di Qingfeng paced. Suppressed 1,000 years, with 1,000 years of accumulated resentment. When the nest is overturned, no egg stays whole. If that thing rampages through the eastern desolation, it will reach our foundation. When Qingxia added the technical objection, which was the one that actually decided it. The demonic flames and the chaotic laws it triggers will very likely destroy the spirit veins of this province, which are already fragile. It may reach the earth veins of the Godfall Mountains. And then my Grand Elder made a decision without me. Your Majesty, he said. The calamity of that dragon is no longer your dynasty's problem. It is a catastrophe that could overturn the eastern desolation. The Dai clan lives in the eastern desolation. We cannot sit and watch. He paused, because he is an honest man. However, this is above me. It must go to the clan chief. Rest in the side hall. The Dai clan will not sit and watch the eastern desolation sink. Han Ming thanked him 3 times, and I am told his hands were shaking. I sent 2 people. They arrived in that reception hall without any warning, and the temperature in the room did 2 contradictory things at once. The howling moon heavenly wolf, in a moon-white robe with his hands behind his back, handsome in a way that makes people uncomfortable, entirely unbothered, and the amethyst demonic tiger, 2 heads taller than a large man, bare-armed, with purple demonic patterns across his chest and purple fire moving in his pupils and no shoes on, walking as though the floor were lava and he preferred it that way. My part in this was to stand somewhere else and be told about it. Han Ming felt his sliver of hope get eaten. The clan chief sent the 2 of us, said the wolf, cutting him off mid-question. To deal with that demon dragon. What are we standing around for? Said the tiger, and the room got warmer. Let's go. I want to see what kind of rubbish dragon is this arrogant. When Qingxia watched them leave and thought, with some care, those 2 are at least Saint Domain, and I cannot see past that unless they choose to let me. They got there as the last chain went. The underground space was already an ocean of devilish qi. The jade wall was dead. The 2 old ancestors were lying in a corner like driftwood, with black ichor dried on their faces. And the demon dragon came up out of a hole in the world. Black iron scale with lava-colored patterns in it, horns like gnarled branches, wings that left black cracks in the void every time they beat, dark gold vertical pupils looking around at the era that had imprisoned it. Ha ha ha, 1,000 years. Li clan ants, you cannot hold me. Today I, Hellfire Burn, am free. I will use your bloodline as sacrifice and your dynasty as fuel and burn 10,000 miles of these mountains and rivers to quench what is in my heart. Then it reached for 3 men on the ground. A pillar of purple fire came down through the ceiling and blew half of it apart before the claw got there. A bedbug locked up for 1,000 years, said the amethyst demonic tiger, still shaking out his fist, dares to make this much noise in front of me? And then the wolf, who does not like doing things twice, walked out to meet the second attempt. The claw came down over half the sky. He raised one slender hand and put his palm against it. I have watched this recording with the sound off because the sound does not help. There was no shockwave in the usual sense. The scale on that claw, which turned saint weapons, came off it inch by inch like cheap pottery. Dark gold blood went up in a fountain and 8 pits into the rock where it landed, and then the force went up the dragon's arm and into the rest of it, and every bone in a body the size of a hill made noise at the same time. I have the dates, I do not have the reason, and that still bothers me. It went into the ground faster than it had come out of it. The crater was over 1,000 feet across. The Imperial Palace complex, which Han Ming had thankfully evacuated the previous night, was leveled by the shockwave. Old Z, said the wolf, examining his own palm with distaste. Those scales are rough on the hands. Next time there's dirty work like this, you do it. Down in the pit, a Saint Realm demon dragon lifted a broken head and asked who they were, and there was fear in it. By our master's command, we have come to deal with you. Nuisance. Master. Its confusion was genuine. These 2 were somebody's servants. Who? You have 2 choices, submit or die. 1,000 years of pride went up against absolute power for about 4 seconds. It tried to gather flame, and the wolf snorted at it, and a will colder than the palm strike came down and put its head back into the rubble with his eyes gone dark. That went into my ledger the same week, and it has not come out. Know your place, little worm. Choose. You have one chance. It took a long time. Then a head the size of a house came down, slowly, grinding broken bone spikes as it moved. I, Hellfire Burn, am willing to submit. The wolf waved a hand, and a moon-white halo came down, and the shattered claw and the broken bones began knitting on their own, and the demon dragon discovered that the thing which had crushed it could also mend it, which frightened it considerably more than the crushing had. I made a decision here that I would make again, and I still flinch. A small trick, said the wolf. Follow the master, and there will be plenty of benefits. Now get smaller. You're an eyesore. Han Ming and both old ancestors bowed to two beings whose names they did not know, and Han Li looked at the broken chains in the crater and said mostly to himself, "The mission my family guarded for generations, it ended like this." He aged a decade standing there. Not from injury, from having a purpose removed. The whole thing had taken 2 casual palm strikes from a young man in white. They brought it home, and I came out to the steps of the city lord's manor to look at it. I want to record what happened next carefully, because it is the closest I have come to being cruel on purpose. The dragon prostrated itself so hard it reopened its own wounds. Hellfire, burn, greets, master. I looked at it for a while, past the scale and the size and the 1,000 years. Your bloodline is mixed, I said. Your malevolence is deep. You have the shape of a dragon, and your core is full of earth fire yin fiend and netherworld malice. Hellfire burn. You are not a true dragon. Its head came up so fast it cracked the floor. I gave it the whole thing, because half of that truth is worse than all of it. Your origin is a mystic nether yin fiend flood dragon, born where earth fire lava meets a netherworld fissure. By chance you swallowed a fragment of a true dragon's soul, fused it with a great deal of earth fire essence and netherworld malice, and forced a transformation. You took the shape of a demon dragon and seized the power of the Saint Realm. But the Serpent Foundation did not change. The soul fragments do not fuse. The malice went into your marrow. That is why your malevolence reaches the sky, why your foundation is unstable, and why the Saint Realm is your ceiling. Without outside help, you will never transform and ascend. It tried to argue and could not, because down in a corner of its own bloodline memory, there was a fragment it had spent 1,000 years refusing to look at, about a black serpent surviving in a crack between lava and a netherworld fissure by swallowing other things' grievances. My understanding of this changed twice before I settled on it. Dark gold tears came out of it and hissed on the starstone floor. The wolf's amusement went out of his face. The tiger looked at a wall. I waited until the wailing dropped to breathing. However, I said, the great Tao is 50. Heaven's evolution is 49. One escapes. All things have a sliver of a way out. Its head came up again. Your opportunity is inside the Dai clan. Then I made it an offer, and I want to be honest about the shape of the offer, because it is the shape of most of my offers. A mixed bloodline can be refined and purified. Netherworld resentment can be transmuted into material for tempering will. The road to becoming a true dragon is faint. It is not severed. Submit to the Dai clan and swear eternal loyalty, and I will grant you the introductory primer of the first volume of the Myriad Realms Return to Origin, which will organize your blood and turn foreign power into food for your origin. And then the hook. And if you serve well and earn it, I will act personally. I will use the power of time and space to trace back to your source, wash out every impurity, reshape your foundation, and ignite a true dragon soul fire. I will give you the chance to become a true dragon that soars the 9 heavens. Those last 2 words did what a palm strike could not, because that is the thing at the bottom of it. That is what a lowly yin fiend flood dragon was doing when it swallowed a dragon soul fragment, and what kept it alive through 1,000 years in a hole. It wanted to be real. It offered up its Dragon Soul origin mark with both claws shaking, which is a total and irreversible surrender, and I took it into my sleeve, and from that day, its life and death were one thought of mine. The wolf understood exactly what he had watched. Grace and threat administered together, in the correct order, on a creature that had never been given either. I put a rune with time and space in it into its forehead. The 9 revolutions returned to Origin Primer and told it to remember its oath and that my Dai clan rewards merit and punishes crime and to conduct itself well. And then I let it go and heal, and I stood there for a moment afterward with a Dragon Soul origin mark in my sleeve, thinking about how efficient it is to hand a desperate thing exactly what it wants and keep the receipt. When Qingxia came down from the stargazing platform to look at it herself, because she had felt a Saint Realm aura with dragon pressure in it moving through her own city and had certain professional standards. She read the dragon first, Saint Realm first level, genuinely, in a weakened state. Then she read the wolf and the tiger. and she discarded her first estimate immediately because she has seen a great many saints, and saints leave a trail you can follow, and those two did not. Great Saint Realm. Which is precisely the level she herself had reached in her previous life, before she detonated it in the Tianshu Forbidden Land. Vice City Lord Luo, said the wolf pleasantly with a half-smile. Have you seen enough? She had. She stood on that street afterward, looking toward the Godfall Mountains, and did her own arithmetic. 2 great saints, 1 Saint Realm Demon Dragon, and a man who commands all 3 without raising his voice. Far more terrifying, she said silently to herself, than I, a reincarnated great saint, anticipated. Was choosing to stay here a blessing or a curse? I have never asked her which way she landed on that. There is one more person in that week, and their story is the one I think about most. In the southwest quarter of my eternal night divine capital, there is a manor with a black plaque over the gate that says Li, and inside it, in a quiet room, there was someone in a prince's python robe, with their hair up in a coiled dragon jade crown, standing at a crystal window at Tongtian 10th Peak. Prince Lin of the Great Qi dynasty, Lin Qi, who is not Lin Qi, and never was. Her name is Lin Xuanyi, and Lin Qi was her older brother. He was the real thing. Heaven-reaching realm at 30, the brightest star the Great Qi dynasty had produced in living memory, and he raised her himself, gave her the best of everything he had, and taught her personally. Then, one stormy night, a golden edict arrived with the imperial secret seal on it, delivered by one of the emperor's own eunuchs, and it summoned Prince Lin to the palace immediately, and said nothing else. She remembers that he frowned for about a quarter of a second, and then smiled at her and rubbed the top of her head. You err, don't worry, it might be a good thing. Maybe I can ask for some medicine from the treasury for you while I'm there. Cultivate, don't slack. Brother, be good. He turned back at the door. Guard the residence. Wait for me. Those are the last words she has of him. He got into a carriage in the rain, and there was no news after that. Not that week, not that month, not ever. She was 16. She was Divine Mansion. She mobilized every resource the Prince Lin residence had, and every one of them came back with nothing, because the palace is a good place to make a person stop existing. One light sentence and a heaven-reaching genius was gone. Old ministers who tried to submit memorials about it were transferred or died suddenly, all within one night. So she made a decision that I still cannot decide how to feel about. She altered her voice with a secret method. She bound her chest and her waist and used medicines to suppress the aura that would have given her away. She put on her brother's python robe and his crown, and she copied his walk and his handwriting and the way he held a cup. I keep this one close because I nearly got it wrong, and she became him. For decades. Prince Lin, unmarried, reclusive, uninterested in court politics, shrinking his own house's influence deliberately, spending everything on cultivation, going into secret realms other people would not enter because he had no resources and no other way to get any. That is my account. Anybody who is there may correct me in person. Divine Mansion to Purple Mansion to Tongtian 9th, on a technique called the Profound Yin Slaughtering God Art that she found in a ruin, which is incomplete and vicious, and which she described as cultivating by scraping steel off your own bones, and which is also the only reason a woman with no backing got anywhere at all. I was not standing there. My own people brought me this, and I checked it twice, and every time she nearly died, what got her back up was a hand on her head and the words, "Wait for me." When my eternal night divine capital opened, she sold most of the Prince Lin residence's holdings inside Great Qi and moved everything here because the spirit energy was better and because she had one thing left to do. Half a month before the dragon, she broke through to the peak of Tongtian 10th. In the Great Qi dynasty, apart from 2 old ancestors who cannot leave a well, Emperor Han Ming is Tongtian 10th. She was finally qualified to go home and ask, and then a black jade talisman shaped like a dragon scale came through her window from a mole she had spent an enormous amount of money placing in the palace library, a low-ranking old eunuch with access to peripheral gossip, with instructions never to use it except for the end of the world. He gave me this afterward, and I made him repeat the middle of it. The message on it was in pieces and terrified, palace, collapsing, devilish Qi, soaring, your majesty, old ancestor, both injured. She stood in the middle of a quiet room and understood that the palace she had spent 40 years preparing to walk into and hold accountable had been destroyed by somebody else first. Han Ming, she said, the imperial family. You destroyed my brother. You destroyed everything of mine. Now I will take all of it back myself. She was already at the window. Even if the palace is rubble, even if the dynasty falls, I, Lin Xuanyi, am still coming back. I will trample those ruins and dig the truth of that year out of the wreckage. If my brother is alive, I will see him. If he is dead, I will see his body. And she went east over 100 miles of night in a black robe toward a capital that no longer had a roof on it. She found Han Ming in a makeshift study in the ruins, buried in memorials, with more white at his temples than he had earned. She did not bow, and she did not cross the threshold. Han Ming, not your majesty, not uncle. Shiki, he said. No, Xuan Yue, you're back. Tell me the truth about that year. Where is my brother? What did you do to him? The mountain of paperwork on his desk came apart into confetti from her aura alone. He put up a silence barrier over the whole room and then told her the thing he had been carrying for over a decade. Your brother was not killed by me. He went voluntarily, for the imperial clan and for an opportunity that could change the fate of the entire dynasty. She laughed at him, and it was not a nice sound, so he showed her the box, palm-sized, dark purple, neither metal nor jade, with runes on the surface as fine as stars and a light seal flowing slowly across it. The moment it came out, the pressure in that ruined study went up enough that both of them felt their souls tilt. I had it inside the hour. I have never been able to unsee it. About 500 years ago, Han Ming said, an ancestor of ours, outside the eastern desolate province, saved a young man who was dying. His injuries would have killed anyone 1,000 times over, and he simply refused. Our ancestor spent everything he owned keeping him alive. When he left behind a contract. The contract says, within 500 years, the Li imperial clan may select one descendant of pure bloodline and exceptional talent, and he will personally introduce that descendant into the enormous power he belongs to. And for generation after generation, said Han Ming, we did not produce one person who could catch that being's eye, not one. It sat in the treasury like a hot coal. Nobody dared use it, and nobody was able to. Over a decade ago, the 500 years began running out, and the power on the other end sent an envoy to check whether the Li clan had produced anyone. If not, the agreement lapsed permanently. Facing that envoy, said Han Ming, and looking at the entire imperial clan, after a great deal of thought, I found exactly one person. He looked at her. Your brother. She did not fall over. She did break several things by accident. Then why, she said, when she could, was I not told? Why did he have to vanish completely? Why was there not one word left? Because of the price. He said it slowly, with the weight on every syllable. The envoy stated the terms. This departure isolates one from the mortal world and severs all past ties. To enter their sect is to have no further connection with the mundane. The moment the contract takes effect, the person known as Lin Qi disappears from the world completely. Only the holder of the contract may know anything at all about where he went. Your brother refused at first, said Han Ming. You know his reasons better than I do, and I argued. I asked to be allowed to leave you a letter, and that envoy looked at me once, and my divine soul nearly froze, and I did not dare gamble the survival of the entire Li clan, or the opportunity your brother had traded his future for. He let out a breath. Before they took him, he made me promise never to tell you the truth. He was afraid you would do something foolish. That organization is not something we can contend with. What is it called? I do not know. He said it before her anger could finish arriving, and then he added the part that mattered. The envoy said only that he came from beyond the heavens. His name is not something mortals are permitted to know, and trying to find out by force may destroy your divine soul. Beyond the heavens. A place with no location, no name, and no address, and her brother is inside it. So why, she said, are you telling me now? Why give me the box today? And Han Ming, who is not brave, said the bravest thing in this entire chapter. Because I have seen hope. Hope that neither you nor this dynasty could ever reach alone. He got up. Have you ever seen an existence that suppresses a Saint Realm dragon with a wave of the hand? Have you ever seen servants who could flatten an entire province? I have, not long ago, in this palace. And they were not weaker than the envoy who came for your brother. He turned around. And they are servants, taking orders from the master of the Godfall D clan. She had lived in my city for over a year at that point. She knew we were powerful. She thought powerful meant walls and revenue and 2 great saints on the payroll. By yourself, said Han Ming, holding the box out with both hands. Even if you spend your whole life, you will not touch the threshold of the place your brother went. If you can lean on the Dai clan, if you can borrow their foundation and their reach, then there is a glimmer. Then there is a chance you cross that sea and find his trail. She took it. The light seal on the box flared when her fingers touched it, and something enormous glanced at both of them through it and moved on. It was cold and heavy in her palm, and it felt, she said later, like holding a mountain or a piece of 10,000-year ice. She left without saying goodbye. She took the study door off its frame on the way out. She came to my city lord's manor 2 days later, and she came in a white dress. That is the detail I remember, not the box. 40 years of a python robe and a man's crown, and she walked up my divine path in plain white with her hair up in a jade pin, and everyone who had ever spoken to Prince Lin walked past her without recognizing her, which she seemed to find restful. Lin Xuanyi of the Great Qi Dynasty requests an audience with Vice City Lord Wen Qingxia. The doors open by themselves. Having abandoned the title of Prince Lin and restored your female form, said Wen Qingxia, and having walked in here, what is it you want? To dedicate this body and this sword to the Dai clan and follow you for as long as I have. She held up the box with both hands. This is a secret covenant of my dynasty. It is tied to a blood feud and to an unfinished fate of mine, and it is the only thing the hope I am chasing rests on. She did not say her brother's name, and she did not have to. And Wen Qingxia, who has been reading people since before that dynasty had a founder, took her apart in 2 sentences. When I first saw you in this city, you wore python robes and carried yourself as Prince Lin. Did you think that thread of extremely yin primordial energy in your origin, or the stubbornness and grief between your brows, escaped me? The temperature dropped a few more degrees. The shackles of the world are either identity or hatred. You have broken free of the first. You came here today carrying the second. What you want is not protection. It is a blade sharp enough to cut through the mist over your fate. Lin Xuanyi bowed her head, and I am told her hands were not steady. Your sword is still sharp, said Wen Qingxia. Your heart is not dead. You are usable. The Dai clan takes talent from anywhere and asks only about merit. I permit you to enter the manor. And then she added, because she runs my city and does it properly. The final decision belongs to the clan chief. She raised one finger with a point of ice blue starlight on it and tapped the empty air, and space rippled like a frozen lake taking a stone and tore open. Inside the tear was chaos with stars being born and dying in it. And I came through. I want to describe what she saw because she described it to me once and got it exactly right. A figure with no clear features, made of nothing but law, where divine light nurtured everything one moment and devilish Qi annihilated stars the next. Creation and destruction cycling without a seam. And everything in that hall, every lamp, every sound, every rule of that room, deferring at once without being asked. This part I watched myself from a hall with my elders in it. Lin Xuanyi bit through her own lip to stay standing, and stayed standing, and I noticed. Reporting to the clan chief, said Wen Qingxia. Lin Xuanyi, formerly Prince Lin of the Great Qi Dynasty, has restored her female identity. She carries a secret contract and wishes to serve. Her will is firm, and her heart is not lost. In my observation, she is usable. I request your decision. I looked at her once, through her, through the box, through the karma attached to both. Granted. One word, and law follows the word, and the hall shook. A brand of will went into her soul origin, which is not a restriction. It is recognition of identity, protection under rules, and acceptance by the person who owns this place. And a thread of light went into the box in her hands. The seal on it, which had been flowing frantically to resist my pressure, went quiet. And inside its pure isolation, there was now one extra ripple, faint, obscure, and connected to my Dai clan. A contract from beyond the heavens, stamped by the Godfall Dai clan. From this day you are under City Lord Luo, I said. The Dai clan has noted the contract in your hand. When the time comes, an opportunity will arise. Cultivate well. Do not fail this life. Then I left. She stayed in that posture for a while with sweat freezing on the crystal floor, and then she raised her head, and Wen Qingxia put a stream of ice blue light into her forehead, containing the rules of the manor, her authority, her resource permissions, and the contribution exchange catalog. I have the memory crystal of this in my own vault, and I do not show it, which includes several Sword Dao manuals marked Sangrade. Since the clan chief approved, you are D-clan from this moment, said Wen Qingxia. Keep that box well. In this family, strength is the foundation of everything. Your sword is not fast enough. It is not sharp enough. Prince Lin Qi died in that hall, and Lin Xuanyi of my eternal night divine capital walked out of it, and my city lord's manor acquired another peak, Tongtian 10th. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, 3 people were watching Di Yunxiao die in a mirror. The Xuanming heaven-peering mirror is a round mirror polished out of grim white bone, with 9 soul fires around the rim, and it was showing the netherworld fissure collapsing. Old man Mo Chen was there, furious and greedy in equal parts. That useless Song Jin Feng, that power should have belonged to my sect. Zicha was there, the poison goo Dharma king, one of the 6 extreme nether kings, wrapped in colored poison mist. Sect Master, your prey is tastier than we thought, to survive the netherworld bone dragon and the spatial turbulence. That pure divine demon origin would be a supreme delicacy for feeding the god-devouring goo, and between them stood a man in a black robe with dark gold patterns, with eyes like a well that has been quiet for 10,000 years, Ming Yu, master of the netherworld hall. The bone dragon slept 10,000 years and was woken by accident, he said. The blood pool triggered. A massive spatial collapse. This is not coincidence. The boy carries the aura of the key we have been looking for. Mo Chen asked what key. Ming Yu touched the mirror, and the image did not zoom in on Di Yunxiao. It zoomed past him into the deeper dark behind the collapsing space. There was a fingerbone in there, enormous, bound in chains as thick as roads, covered in dark red devilish runes. And what came off that image alone, in a mirror, at several thousand miles, made a Dharma king go white. Under the netherworld fissure, said Zicha, what is sealed is not only the bone dragon. That boy triggered the blood pool and wounded the bone dragon and indirectly shook a deeper seal, said Ming Yu. The karma tangled in him has already touched the secret this hall has pursued for 10,000 years. He is the key to drawing him out. He handed Mo Chen a black cone an inch long with something dripping off the tip that ate the air around it. This will briefly disrupt the spatial laws and open a path of life inside the turbulence. Invite him back. I want him alive. Zicha offered to go along and was told no. The collapse has already drawn the attention of those hyenas from the law enforcement hall. Go and erase our traces there. Mo Chen alone is enough. And then, alone in that grotto, Ming Yu looked east and said one thing that I would very much like to have heard at the time. The Dai Clan? Because they had put someone inside my city months earlier. Ghost Mask, the one who wears faces, and Ghost Mask had not sent back a single report, not a false one, not a partial one, nothing. This Dai Clan rose too suddenly, said Ming Yu, and is far too mysterious. Which is why the Netherworld cult did not move on us for another year, and why I am still working out whether that silence was luck. In the Netherworld fissure, Di Yunxiao saw the path of life open in front of him and recognized it in about half a second. A tunnel through the turbulence, wide enough for one man, with black corrosive liquid dripping off the edges, pointing toward the relatively survivable outer valley. He recognized the corrosion. It was identical to the artifact the mysterious black-robed man had used to destroy the Netherworld passage back on the ancient battlefield. And the way it had been cut was crude and had an unmistakable intention on it, which was capture. Netherworld cult, he said, and turned around and went the other way, into the core of the collapse, where the cracks interlock like teeth and light does not come back out. God demon heaven treading steps, countercurrent. He would rather be shredded in the turbulence on a road he chose than be invited anywhere by those people, and I have never been prouder of a member of my family for being stubborn. At that moment, in the Sacred Pill workshop in my capital, Duyue put her hand flat on her own chest in the middle of a refining and said, "Brother," and could not explain to anyone why. He did not get shredded. He got something worse first. The turbulence dropped him into a hidden space with a pool in it a few yards across, full of coagulated dark purple plasma, and he went in head first, cold enough to freeze a thought, and underneath the cold, a heat that wanted to burn everything. That blood carries ancient, violent, chaotic god-demon auras, and it went into him through every pore at once, and while it did that, it talked to him. Submit, destroy, slaughter, power, and it showed him things. Gods reaching the heavens and fighting in the starry sky with their bodies coming apart, and divine blood staining a galaxy. Demon gods nailed to pillars burning with eternal flame, their blood running off into rivers of curse, and under all of it, uncountable living things dying in the overspill of a war between the two. She told me this herself, much later, and I did not interrupt her. The thing that kept him from dissolving into that was not willpower in the abstract. It was a list. His hatred of the Duan family and the profound nether sect, his promise to protect his sister, and a debt to the man who pulled a golden chain out of his core in a courtyard in Yanhuo City. That is the whole anchor. 3 items. And then the god-demon Nirvana body, which had spent months waiting for a reason, lit up from inside every cell he owned. A cocoon of divine demon runes formed around him. Outside the cocoon, a miniature Taiji fireball assembled itself and began, without being asked, to eat the pool. Every mouthful hurt worse than dying. His bones creaked, his skin split and got pushed back together. Dark purple blood came out of his face and the cocoon forced it back in, and the pool was winning. The cocoon went to spiderweb. The Taiji ball swelled past its own tolerance. Then something at the bottom of the fissure roared, and it was old enough that the roar arrived before the sound. The plasma detonated. Rune-carved rocks came apart like biscuits. Space itself wailed, and the hairline cracks were pulled open by something invisible and enormous, and black turbulence came out of them like pythons and started eating the entire location. I am told it took under a minute. My own estimate is less. Out of the abyss below the pool came a claw. All bone, forest white, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, and when it cut through space, it left 5 black gashes that did not close. Then a spine like a mountain ridge, then ribs like the arches of a canal, no flesh anywhere on it, and in the hollows where eyes belong, 2 clumps of ghostly green soul fire, with 10,000 years of resentment in them and an appetite for everything alive. The Netherworld bone dragon. It had been dead so long that its death was a local landmark, and Di Yunxiao had woken it up by accident. Its roar picked out every living aura in that region at once, which meant a boy in that pool and a Law Realm elder and several deacons hanging in the air outside it. Mo Chen's face lost what color it had. One of his deacons started to say the words, "Send word to the sect master," and the pressure arrived and finished the sentence for him. Inside the pool, three things hit their limit simultaneously: the cocoon, the Taiji ball, and the man. Break. His eyes came open. Dark gold flame in the left one. Something that swallows light in the right. The cocoon collapsed inward and disintegrated into runes that went into him like 100 rivers finding the sea, and the Taiji ball did not explode. It fell inward all the way, and its core forcibly refined and unified an entire divine demon blood pool in the space of one breath. I got the whole thing out of a man's head, so I know it is accurate. He came out through the surface into the air. Under his skin there were dark gold and dark demonic patterns moving like living things, and his aura went from Purple Mansion 10th straight through the heaven-reaching threshold and stopped, steady, at heaven-reaching 3rd, level with Song Jinfeng. "Beast," he said, to a skeleton the size of a hill. "You think you can devour me?" Out of the deepest part of that pool, he had also taken a fragment of profound truth from the ancient god-demon war, branded into his marrow, and he used it immediately because it was the only thing he had. His right arm swelled and the patterns under it lit and gloomy flame coiled around it, and it stopped being an arm. 5 claw blades over 3 feet long, curved like hooks, edged with something that cuts space. God-demon heaven-rending claw. No technique behind it, only the purest available amount of power and a decision. 5 gloomy claw lights cut 5 holes in space on the way to a gray-black soul shockwave that could kill a Law Realm cultivator and tore more than half of it apart. The rest of it put Di Yunxiao into a rock wall and blew a bottomless hole through the wall behind him. But when the Netherworld Bone Dragon lifted its claw, there were 5 gouges in it several feet deep, with dark gold and gloomy flame still burning at the edges and refusing to go out, and the bone around them was charred and had started cracking on its own. I have replayed this more than I will admit to my own elders. Elder Mo Xin, watching from a safe distance, said, out loud, in front of his own deacons, "How is that possible? He was not refined by the blood pool and he broke through?" At which point the bone dragon stopped caring about degrees of intruder and simply lost its temper. Everything after that happened in about 11 seconds. Its roar went out in every direction without discrimination, and the space around the fissure, already cracked from the pool and the collapse and the fight, went the way a dam goes. Enormous sheets of space peeled off like broken mirror. Turbulence came out of the gaps and started eating rocks and yin qi and vengeful spirits and everything else in reach. My clan learned about it from 3 separate runners, and I believe the third, Mo Xin, had time to put up a bone shield. The shield went like paper, and a Law Realm elder of the profound Nether sect went into an expanding black rift along with several deacons, and there was nothing left afterward to send home. Di Yunxiao survived because he found a gap, not a metaphor. The lower volume of the technique he had bled for contained a fragment of profundity about spatial stability, and he used it to notice that when 2 large rifts collide, they produce a very brief pocket of relatively stable space. I want you to have this the way it reached me, which was badly. He put everything he had into his legs and stepped through one of those pockets on the way out, and it closed behind him, and he landed on the edge of a slightly calmer patch of chaos as a man with almost no power left, and meridians that felt like a needle case. I heard about it the same night, and I did not sleep after it. Then he walked out of the Netherworld fissure on foot over several days, dodging turbulence and picking at a problem that would not leave him alone. The 2 volumes did not fit. The upper volume is Divine Body Foundation and Yang Fire. The lower volume is Demon Body Tempering and Netherworld Power. Fused, his strength had gone up enormously, and the barrier to Purple Mansion 10th had come off, and something was still wrong. That is the version I was given, and I have no reason to doubt my source. 2 fragments forced together, he said to himself, in the rain, on a rock, several hundred miles from anywhere. They look complete. The edges do not fit. It is missing the mortise and tenon. He had walked into a Law Realm's territory and out of a blood pool and past a bone dragon for that book, and the book was still incomplete. That question sat in him for a long time, and it is not answered in this story. I am telling you now, so you do not spend the rest of it waiting. Back in Thunder Prison Prefecture, the Zhou clan's posters were on every notice board in the province, which is how a boy from my herb garden became famous without anyone learning his name. The prefecture did not know Di Chenxi existed. What the prefecture knew was that there was a youth skilled in thunder techniques, and a young woman who fought with a zither, and that between them they had cost the Zhou clan a great deal of money and several relatives. Now I want to talk about my grand elder. Di Yingzhe took him drinking, which he had never done in his life, and got straight to it after the 3rd cup. Grand elder, the wine has gone around 3 times, and the gloom between your brows has gotten worse, not better. De Hepping put his cup down. He is Purple Mansion's 6th level. He was Divine Mansion 7th when I came out of seclusion, which means in 3 years he has climbed a respectable amount for a man in his 60s who spends 19 hours a day on clan administration. Yingjae, he said, your eyes are as sharp as ever. Fine. And then it came out of him all at once, the way it does with a man who has been holding something for years. Look at you. Back from the netherworld secret realm with the war god physique awakened and ancestor Diba's own inheritance in your hands. Tongtian 10th, one step from law realm. And look at the juniors. Jianfeng, Yunxiao, Tianyu, Fei Ying, Guanglong, Yu Yue. Which of them is not a heavenly talent? He hit the table hard enough to spill both cups. And me, Purple Mansion 6th, watching the children go up past me like dragons through the 9 heavens. What right does this old bag of bones have to sit in the Grand Elder's chair? Seniority? Experience? In an age that reveres strength on a ship sailing for the top, a Grand Elder with low cultivation is a joke. It is a man whose virtue does not match his position. Then he drank straight from the jar and let it go down his collar, which for that man is the equivalent of screaming. And Di Yingjae, who is not a subtle person and who has never in his life given a speech, gave the best answer anyone in my clan has ever produced. Virtue not matching the position, he repeated. Grand Elder, you have walked yourself into a rut and you are standing in it arguing. He got up. Do you think a ship this size needs only the sharpest spear and the strongest shield to reach the other shore? Wrong. The spear must be sharp. The shield must be strong. And is a spear and a shield enough? He put a finger on my Grand Elder's chest. The family is one thing, one enormous, precise, continuously operating thing. The clan chief is the helmsman and his eyes are on a horizon none of us can see, and we are the keel and the rivets. We hold the rudder on and the hull together and make sure every part runs where it is supposed to run. Then he said the part I would have said if I had been the sort of man who says it in time. What I am good at is charging. Give me a target and a field and I will punch a hole in the sky. Put me in your chair with the paperwork and the disputes and the grain allocations, and inside 3 days I would either flip the desk and walk out or suppress everyone with martial force and the clan would come apart from the resentment. And Jianfeng and the others? Putting them on family trivia is trapping a dragon in a puddle. Positions have no high and low, he said. They have suitable and unsuitable. The clan chief put you in that chair because he values your steadiness, your experience, and a nature that is content to be the cornerstone behind the wall where nobody sees it. That is your particular virtue, and it is worth no less than any enemy I kill on a field. And then he refilled both cups and knocked his against my Grand Elders hard enough to ring. As for cultivation, what is the hurry? The family's resources are not what they were, and the clan chief has a heaven-defying thing like the myriad realms return to origin. Your foundation is the guarantee of your future breakthrough. If you rush it out of anxiety and damage that foundation, that would be the genuinely irresponsible thing to do. De Hepping sat there staring at the wine settling in his cup. Those words, he said eventually, are a bell in the dark. It was me. I was the one who was fixated. Thank you. For the family, said Yingjae. For the family. I heard all of it, because I hear everything in my own ancestral land, and I sat there afterward with my eyes open in a hall full of stars and thought about how close I had come to letting the keel of my ship rot out of pure inattention. I looked at him properly for the first time in a year. A screen of pure space-time law showed me a man whose spiritual power circulated as though it were wrapped in layers of invisible chain. Foundation thick, constraints fully formed. Ordinary pills and spirit fields were a cup of water on a house fire. The truth, which nobody had ever said to his face, and which he knew perfectly well, is that Di Hepping is not talented. So I went and got him a different set of rules. The 9 Revolutions Nirvana Tao sculpting pill is a quasi-emperor grade medicine. It does not raise cultivation. It reshapes the Tao foundation itself and breaks the constraints of a life's level, the way a phoenix comes out of a fire as a phoenix and not as ash. I asked him about this once. He answered me, and I left it alone. It takes 20 ingredients. Every one of them is a rare treasure, and several of them exist only in places that have names like Abyss and Forbidden. The nether blood lotus, which grows only in the filth at the core of the 9 nether yellow springs and ripens on the essence of billions of resentful souls. The Chaos Origin Stone, born in the Chaos Singularity when heaven and earth first opened, which cannot be mined without the power of a great emperor. Solar True Fire Essence, condensed over billions of years at the core of a divine emperor-level sun. A star tear, the crystal that forms in the instant a star's core finishes collapsing, a nether dragon's soul crystal, a creation azure lotus seed off an innate spiritual root, which can bring the dead back and regrow a foundation. That list is why the pill is classified as extinct. Hard to find, I said, alone, holding a list. They will not stop me. So I went to the central domain. Crossing the ancient barrier between the eastern and central domains is like walking out of a shallow pond into an ocean. The origin Qi over there is thick enough to be a liquid. The spatial structure is so stable that an attack which tears the void in the eastern region raises a ripple and nothing else. There are auras sleeping in the mountains there that have been asleep since before the current era started counting. My reports on this contradict each other, so I went and looked myself. Even superpowers do not act loudly in the central domain, because nobody knows what is under any given hill. Then I went shopping. I will not walk you through all 20. Some of them I traded for, because an equivalent exchange leaves no karma behind, and karma is the only currency I actually respect. Some of them I took, and one detachment of the Central Domain's Law Enforcement Hall stood frozen in place with their thoughts intact while I lifted Solar True Fire Essence out of a sun they were guarding. The last one was the heart of a void illusory vine growing inside a spatial rift. 20 treasures that quasi-emperors would go to war over, floating over my palm in a dead patch of void between two broken star belts. Materials ready, I said. Grand Elder, I am going to reshape your Tao foundation. Then I hit the actual problem, which is that a great emperor knows every law and is not an alchemist. I put my divine sense over the entire Saint realm looking for the sole imprint of a top-tier alchemy grandmaster. There is no emperor-level alchemist alive. I checked, and the fact that I could check the whole realm and still feel that the visible power structure is the tip of something is the most unsettling paragraph in this entire account. I found the next best thing in the Dangxia ancient realm, where the smell of pills carries for hundreds of millions of miles, and there are threads of alchemy law printed into the void itself. Dan Xuan, quasi-emperor grade. Obsessed, reclusive, allergic to politics, and stuck at his own ceiling for an amount of time, he had stopped counting. I did not break his door. I sent a speck of light through it containing a single thread of the essence of the myriad realms returned to origin. It does not describe a formula. It describes the ultimate way to reconcile the conflict between the properties of all things, which points directly at the core principle of returning to origin, which is the exact wall he had been standing in front of for centuries. I have thought about my own part in this a great deal since. His hands were shaking when I came in. Then he saw what I was and got down on the floor, because there has not been a living great emperor in this realm since the human sovereign vanished in the ancient era. I want to refine a pill, I said. I need your cauldron and your technique. I turned my palm over and 20 restrained treasures appeared in his pill chamber, and Dan Xuan, who has handled exotic materials for 1,000 years, made a sound. Chaos Origin Stone, Creation Azure Lotus Seed, Solar True Fire Essence, Star Tier, Nether Blood Lotus, Nether Dragon Soul Crystal, Heavens. Is this for the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Tao sculpting pill? It is. The materials are here. When it is done, you have 3 days to comprehend the supreme essence. In exchange, you refine it. And whether it succeeds or fails, you keep absolute silence. 3 days with the complete myriad realms returned to origin. He nearly fainted. Then he bowed with his forehead to the floor and said that participating in that refining would be the honor of his life, and I believe he meant it more than he meant the part about the secrecy, which he also meant because only a fool leaks after a great emperor has phrased it that way. The materials went into a myriad medicine returned to origin formation for 81 days to have their hostility combed out. Then a crimson gold cauldron 100 yards tall with the sun and moon and stars and a map of mountains and rivers engraved on it opened its lid, and 20 streams of light went in along a sequence so precise that I could follow it and still not have designed it. I sat in the corner of that chamber for 49 days and did exactly one job, which was to hold down the last of the violent will in the origins of those 20 materials with my own, because the backlash of the Chaos Origin Stone alone would have exploded the cauldron and killed the man. On the 49th day, Dan Xuan spent something he could not spare onto his own hand seals. 10,000 laws return to the source, Nirvana sculpts the Tao, condense, and the sky over the Dangxia ancient realm turned black, not clouded. Black, out to 10,000 miles, with world-incinerating heavenly fire twisting into dragons inside it, 9 nether ice condensing into phoenixes, soul-extinguishing astral winds forming blades that cut the void, chaos currents turning into grindstones, and chains of pure law of destruction sliding around in the dark, making a noise like sheet metal. I could have stopped it. I want that written down in my own account. A 9-fold pill tribulation, composite, fire, ice, wind, chaos, destruction, and curse. Alchemists across that ancient realm fell over where they stood. Law Enforcement Hall observers on the perimeter started recording on jade talismans with shaking hands. Great Emperor, said Dan Xuan, gray to the lips. This tribulation, I cannot take it alone. I stood up and walked out under it. I did not attack it. I put my hand out, palm up. An invisible ripple of law went out from me in every direction, and time in that sky ran the other way, and 10,000 miles of tribulation cloud shrank inward, bit by bit, and stopped existing. The Dangxia ancient realm went clear. There are recordings of that moment in at least 4 sect archives, and every one of them stops there because whoever was holding the talisman stopped being able to operate it. Now, said Dan Xuan, waking up, the pill completes 9 revolutions and is born from the breaking of the tribulation. 6 divine lights came out of that cauldron, each one wrapped around a perfect sphere with 9 pill veins flowing across the surface. 6. He had been trying not to hope for one. In 10,000 years, he had never refined anything at that grade, and he got 6, and he stood in his own chamber staring at them with his mouth open like an apprentice. I put all 6 in my sleeve and went home. I sent for my grand elder that same evening. He came up from the Hall of Elders where he had been buried under a mountain of jade slips, straightened a wrinkled robe on the way, and spent the entire walk trying to work out what he had done wrong. He bowed with his eyes on the floor. Grand Elder, I said, you have worked for this family, and your contribution is not replaceable. It is my duty. I dare not claim credit. However, cultivation is the foundation of a person, and the Tao base is the ladder. Your foundation is deep, and the shackles on you are not your fault. They are the result of the times. This family did not rise in a day, and it does not rest on the edge of a blade. Only with a solid foundation does a great ship sail far. You are an indispensable cornerstone of the Dai clan. Then I turned my palm over, and a pill with 9 colored veins came up out of it, and the entire hall got brighter. Take it. It reshapes your Tao base, breaks your shackles, and lets you come out the other side as something else. He looked at it, then he went white and started shaking, and when he spoke, his voice had come apart. Clan chief. This is too precious. What virtue does Heping have to receive a grace from heaven like this? The family's resources should go to Jianfeng, to Yunxiao, to Feiying, to the expansion. My aptitude is mediocre. I really, truly do not dare to waste. I have been given a great many gifts in my life, and I have never once had that reaction to any of them, and I understood in that moment exactly how badly this man had been talked to as a young cultivator. Grand Elder, I said, this is not a reward. It is a cornerstone on the family's road up. Your foundation is deep, and only your aptitude limits it. This closes that gap so that you can carry heavier things than you carry now. And then I flicked my finger, because he was going to keep refusing, and we would have been there all night. The pill went into his forehead over his objection. There was no pain. That is the part he tells people about, and nobody believes him. No tearing meridians, no violent energy. It was warm, and it was patient, and it went through him like the most competent craftsman alive taking apart a very old machine and cleaning every piece before putting it back. He does not know I know this. I intend to keep it that way. Impurities and hidden injuries that had been silting up his meridians since before I was born came out through his pores as black grime. His spiritual power stopped being mist and became something like flowing liquid crystal. His meridians came back wider and clear enough to see through, and a mark woven out of 9 pill patterns branded itself into the core of his dantian to hold the whole new structure steady, and the real change was underneath all of that, in the bone. His realm did not move. He was Purple Mansion 6th when he walked in, and Purple Mansion 6th when the light went out. Everything else about him was different. The quality of his power, the speed of its circulation, the transparency of his body, and the bottleneck that he had been beating his head against for years had simply stopped being there. The gate to the next realm was standing open, and all it wanted was time. My Grand Elder logged it that evening, and I signed the page. The other thing he noticed, and this is the one that made him cry, is that his mind had gotten sharper. Clan affairs that used to take him a night of chewing now laid themselves out in front of him like lines on a palm. He got up and bowed as low as an old man's spine allows. The clan chief's grace of recreation. Heping will not forget it for as long as anything of me exists. This body and this soul belong to the Dai clan. I will hold the foundation steady until my last breath. 9 revolutions of nirvana reshape the Tao base, I said. The effect is in the foundation, not in a temporary realm. Your accumulation is deep. Now that the bottleneck is open, it will bear fruit soon enough. Then I gave him the second thing, and that one I had been holding for 2 years, waiting for a reason. I turned my palm over, and the void rippled, and a book appeared that was heavy enough to bend the space under it. Not metal, not jade, not skin, not bone, chaotic dark gold, no text, only natural patterns that move slowly if you do not look at them directly. The pressure that came off it froze the air in a hall of stars. One of the 9 great heavenly scriptures, I said. The body scripture. He had never heard of it. He took it anyway, because he has never once in 20 years asked me for a justification. Your skeletal roots have transformed, and your aptitude is now top tier. This is the correct window to contemplate that book. The blood of the Dai clan is old, and it hides more than anyone in this room knows. That book contains the ultimate creation of life. It may help you awaken a physique that matches our bloodline. The moment his fingers touched those patterns, a torrent went into his head. Giants standing between heaven and earth, roaring at stars. divine birds regrowing out of single drops of blood, ancient gods and demons whose bodies had become galaxies. I put a man on it afterward, and what he brought me was worse. His head nearly came apart. I had to shout at him, "Guard your mind. Do not be deceived by the images. Look with your heart, feel with your spirit, and lead the bloodline to resonate." He bit his tongue, discarded everything else, circulated the myriad realms, returned to origin, and the blood that had just been refined by that pill started moving in him like a tide coming in. And out of somewhere very deep in Deheping, a trace of aura that was ancient and noble and had never once surfaced in his life answered the book. The torrent found an outlet. He stopped being a man drowning in a library and became a man reading one. He sat down cross-legged in my palace with a heavenly scripture in his lap and did not move for a very long time, and around him the chaotic dark gold patterns turned over and over, and my Dai clan bloodline in him began, slowly, to change its mind about what it was. A spark, small, with the potential to take a prairie. Whether it catches, and what he awakens if it does, is not something I decided. That part is his. I went out and found Di Yingzhe waiting outside the Grand Hall of Deliberation like a cast-iron statue because he had already received the message and had been standing there for an hour. Elder Di Yingzhe. The Grand Elder is entering seclusion to comprehend a crucial technique. All internal and external affairs of this family are yours until he comes out. I strictly obey. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures, rules must be established and stability maintained. If there is unrest or something you cannot resolve, I let that sit for a second. Act first and report afterward. Use thunder on petty criminals. He straightened up, and a chill came off him that had nothing to do with temperature, because he understood exactly what he had just been handed, which was the authority of life and death over my city. Then I went to look at my swordsman. There is a place in my ancestral land that is not a cave. It is a shattered sword domain that I cut out of somewhere else and moved here whole, for the use of my family's sword cultivators. The ground is split by crossing sword scars, each one holding a different intent. Some of them are cold as the nine hells, some are violent as heavenly fire, some are so ethereal that walking near them makes you forget what you were doing. Broken ancient swords stand half buried in scorched soil, and they are rusted, and they are still sharp enough to look at you. I have the exact wording because I took it out of a memory. Di Jianfeng had been sitting above the largest chasm in it for 3 months. Down in that chasm, sword chi fragments collide and annihilate each other continuously, like something alive, and the noise of it is millions of small screams. 3 months. Nailed there like a boulder in a storm that was eating him from every direction at once. His clothes had burned off weeks earlier. His upper body was a map of overlapping new and old cuts, and his back was straight, and the mark of the nothingness intent flickered between his brows, and he was not, in any meaningful sense, fighting. He was reading. In his sea of consciousness, the killing intent of the 9 heavens annihilation, the life and death cycle of the Nirvana Sutra, the annihilating sharpness of the 1000 tribulation sword, and the residual will of 1 billion Taos left in that domain were all being pulled in and taken apart and reassembled by one point of nothingness. My own view of this arrived 4 days late, and I was furious about it. And then he asked himself a question and answered it alone, 3 months in, and that is the whole of what happened. Sword heart clarity. What is clarity? Seeing through illusion? Perceiving the origin? No, more than that. Nothingness contains everything and also denies everything. Clarity must be to perceive the existence of all swords, and finally to return to the nothingness of my sword. My heart is the sword heart. My intent is the sword intent. Why seek outside? Why be constrained? His sea of consciousness went off like a mine. That single point expanded into a vortex that swallowed everything and ground 1 billion foreign intents down into one pure concept of sword. Every bottleneck, every awkward seam between forms, every confusion about the higher realms melted at the same time. Peak of sword heart clarity, achieved naturally, in a whole, by asking the right question. He opened his eyes and there was no sword light in them. There was a depth that ate light. Then he raised one hand, without touching his sword, pointed 2 fingers at a storm that could kill a peak heaven-reaching cultivator, and tapped it. Tribulation sword, 4th form, return to the void. No explosion, no radiance. A ripple that was almost transparent went out, and the chaotic sword chi it passed through solidified, and stopped, and silently, was not there anymore. Then he took the sword down off his knees. 5th form, life from stillness. One small flick of the wrist, a gray, unremarkable thread of sword chi that seemed to ignore the distance and simply arrive. And out of the point where it arrived, countless fine gray sword chi burst out along the most vicious available angles, carrying death and termination, and the area became a thicket of thorns made out of ending, and the thicket kept twisting and growing and annihilating itself, and out of each annihilation it grew something sharper. I did nothing about it, which I am telling you on purpose. Endless, cyclical, deathly silence interpreted as a kind of terrible vitality. He sheathed it and stood there looking like ordinary iron. Fourth form and fifth form, he said. 3 months, 1,000 tribulations. Our road has only started. I was watching from the rim of that chasm, and I did not go down, because there is nothing I could have added. 2 provinces east, a different swordsman was making a different kind of noise. Guqing came out of the sword bathing pool, took the Taishu Sword Sect's internal tournament, and put a heaven-reaching second-level senior brother off the arena in one strike, along with a black tortoise spirit armor shield that is rated to hold a full attack from heaven-reaching third, and which developed spiderweb cracks, and then stopped being a shield. This is the part where I should have moved, and I did not. Left-handed, right sleeve empty and swinging. Next, he said, Lai Yang came up, heaven-reaching second, with a broadsword full of fire and a grudge because he had lost the 7th sword seed to Guqing by a hair years earlier and had been carrying it ever since. He had just awakened a Lihuo battle physique and had reached the transcendent level in the heaven-burning blazing sun sword art, and half the sect was cheering for him. I have carried that decision since, and I am not proud of my reasoning. Heaven-burning, blazing sun slash. Guqing raised his left hand slowly and cut upward on a diagonal, and what came off that blade was a pitch-black arc that swallowed light and made no sound. The blazing sun came apart like cheap glass, and then the arc kept going, backward along the trajectory of the strike, into the weapon that had made it, and a broadsword of near mid-heaven grade cracked black and crumbled into dark red powder in front of 800 disciples. My people wrote it down badly, and I made them do it again. Who else? Said Guqing. Nobody is the answer. Up in the clouds, Li Yang's own master looked at that empty right sleeve and said quietly, This child has already become a great threat. With his edge fully out, is that a blessing or a disaster? He was not the only one asking. In a room deep inside that sect, 2 people watched the same thing in a water mirror. One was Grand Elder Shu Yunzi. The other wore a silver-gray robe with an emblem on it, a sword crossed with a set of scales. Elder Shu Yun, said the law enforcement hall's man, that child has come into his own. Destruction. Sword intent is one of the supreme intents of the sword path. His heart nature has been warped by a severed arm and a great deal of killing intent. Left to grow, he may become a source of instability for this prefecture and eventually for the whole eastern region. A sword path genius appears once in 10,000 years, said Shu Yunzi, watching his own disciple. Destruction is fierce. It is also one of the great Daos. My sect was founded on the sword. Am I to destroy my own foundation out of fear of what he might become? He is head of my 7 swords and a future pillar. Pillar. The man let that sit. Elder. Do not forget the Netherworld's secret realm. The root of his severed arm is Di Jianfeng of the Di clan. Surely the elder has not forgotten that. Shu Yunzi's finger stopped tapping the table. The grudge of a severed arm is irreconcilable. Those 2 are natural mortal enemies. If your sect were to guide him according to the situation, he did not finish it, because he did not need to. Not as a pawn, he added when Shu Yunzi's silence went on. Merely providing a stage, an opportunity, a chance for him to settle an old score. Your sect need only give a little direction. If he wins, he brings your sect prestige and removes a great enemy. If he loses, that would be his own lack of strength. And Shu Yunzi, who is a cold man, and not a stupid one, said it out loud. Your law enforcement hall has always refrained from interfering in the affairs of sects. Why this interest in the Dai clan? You want to set my sect against them and use Guqing to do it. He showed him the door. Outside, on the mountain path, the man from the law enforcement hall stopped and said to himself, Damn it, then I start with Guqing directly. I have thought about that failed conversation a great deal. It is the first time anyone in that organization tried to use a person against me instead of sending someone at me, and it is the moment I should have understood what kind of thing I was actually dealing with. And into all of that, at my gate, came 2 men from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion of Yushu Prefecture, asking for Di Jianfeng by name. Xiao Qingshan is the first seat of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Law Realm 3rd, and he brought his younger brother with him to apologize. Xiao Yuan was the one who had gone after my people in the Netherworld secret realm over an inheritance that did not exist. His brother had put him in solitary for 3 months over it, and had apparently not been satisfied with the results. Brother, said Xiao Yuan, in my own hall, in a low voice. Do we really have to be this humble? The Di clan is a newly risen power. Why is there any need? Shut up. Xiao Qingshan did not turn his head. The matter in the Netherworld's secret realm was caused by your greed. You brought it on yourself. The face of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was nearly lost entirely by you. If they had not shown mercy, how would you still be alive? I brought you here to give you one last chance. If you refuse to repent, you are dealt with by sect rules, and there will be no leniency. Di Jianfeng came in a moment later, and the air in that hall gave a low hum, because two sword paths recognized each other before either man spoke. What Jianfeng saw, 9 sources of power like 9 deep pools, each holding a completely distinct sword intent, and all 9 integrated flawlessly. The 9 revolutions sword body, a sword path physique that is a hair short of a saint body. That is what my intelligence lineage put in front of me the next morning. What Xiao Qingshan saw, an aura as steady as ground and as deep as a night sky, a sword with more spirituality in it than most sects own, and a young man who would not have moved if the ceiling had come in. Xiao Yuan got the apology out with his hands shaking. Brother Dai. In the netherworld's secret realm, I, Xiao Yuan, was possessed by greed and coveted the opportunity your family obtained. My conduct was despicable and it violated the way of a sword cultivator. I have come to ask for pardon. Kill me or cut me down as you see fit. Jianfeng let him stand there for about 2 seconds, which I thought was generous. Brother Ye, what are you saying? It was a small matter, not worth taking to heart. And then Xiao Qingshan, having discharged his family obligation in about 90 seconds, changed the subject in the manner of a man who had come 3,000 miles for the second item on his list. As fellow sword cultivators, I have heard that Brother Dai's sword path is divine, and today I find you exceed the rumors. This is a rare opportunity. I would like to spar. He stopped hiding Law Realm third, and 9 pools lit at once. Xiao Yuan went backward across my floor, because he had never seen his own brother's actual strength. Since Brother Ye invites me with the sword, said Jianfeng, how would I dare refuse? They went to the arena, and Xiao Qingshan suppressed himself to Tongtian first level, which is his own realm minus everything, and did it before he was asked. Then he opened with the first revolution. Green blade breaking dawn, green sword chi faster than lightning, straight at the space between Jianfeng's brows, leaving a shallow scorched scar in the air behind it. Jianfeng flicked his wrist and pointed the Thousand Tribulations sword at the weak flank of it. 9 heavens, third form, silent annihilation. The dark tip struck second and arrived first, and an extremely condensed thread of green sword ki cracked all over like glass and collapsed. Xiao Yuan sucked in air because that green strike contained Law Realm control and would have gone through a peak heaven-reaching guard, and it had been put out like a candle. Second revolution, red flame, burning the sky, a crimson sword chi that made the arena feel like the inside of a furnace. Jianfeng did not block it. He laid down a curtain of overlapping sword shadows and let it in. The red flame slowed down as if it had hit a bog, and its surface dimmed, and inside that curtain 1,000,000 fine threads of sword chi tore its energy apart like piranha, and 1 breath later there was nothing left of it but 2 wisps of blue smoke. I read that report standing up, and I did not sit down afterward. Overcoming hardness with softness? Said Xiao Qingshan, out loud, delighted. No, that is devouring. Then he stopped testing. 3 at once. Mystic yellow mountain, suppressing from above, heavy as the earth. Blue sea raging waves in continuous ring waves from every side, and Gangjin heaven rendering, blinding white gold straight at the back, gravity, encirclement, and a finishing thrust, all with Law Realm channeling behind them. Jianfeng brought out the 4th form. Return to the void split the mystic yellow strike straight down the middle. Then he used the recoil to spin like a top with the sword out, and the spin became a black wheel, and the sharpness of nirvana without return went around the rim, while the devouring of all tribulations to naught opened a hole in the middle, and the raging waves went into it and did not come out. I have the numbers because my quartermaster counts everything, which left the gang gold thrust at his heart from behind and no time to bring the sword back. So he pointed 2 fingers of his left hand, a dot of void. No light came off it because no light came out of it. Nothingness. The 5th revolution of the 9 revolution sword body, condensed by a Law Realm third and pushed through a technique that tears mountains, touched that dot and silently stopped having ever been unleashed. The whole arena went quiet. Xiao Qingshan started laughing. Good. Good, good. What a terrifying sword intent. Brother Jianfeng, take my 6th. Purple lightning glimpse discarded every variation and kept only speed, and it was so fast that Jianfeng's evasion was pure instinct, and it still left a scorched furrow 4 inches deep across the arena with mirror edges where his afterimage had been. My first instinct was to go. I did not go, and here is why. A drop of sweat came off his forehead. That was the closest anyone got. You could actually dodge that, said Xiao Qingshan. Let's see about the 7th. Xuanming's soul erosion, ghostly blue, slow, and aimed at the origin of the soul instead of the body, freezing thoughts as it came. Jianfeng lit sword heart clarity in his own sea of consciousness like a lighthouse and answered with 9 heavens soul suppression, and most of it broke, and the remainder went down the connection anyway and got into his head, and he had to grind it out with all tribulations to naught while his face went several shades paler. I want my own hand in this on the record before anyone else writes it. To break my 7th revolution, said Xiao Qingshan, and he meant it. Your divine soul's toughness and the purity of your sword heart are admirable, but on the sword path, if you do not advance, you retreat. Take my last two. Eighth revolution. All phenomena collapse. He took one step and cracked the arena, and every attribute of sword chi he owns came off him at once in an indiscriminate storm that sliced the space over that field into fragments. Jianfeng went into the middle of it and opened the fifth form. Life from stillness turned into a gravitational vortex with him at the center. Metal ki twisted apart in it. Fire ki went into collapsing space. Wood ki came out as powder. He stood in that like a reef with his blood churning and the web of his thumb split and blood running down the hilt, and the hand holding the sword did not move. He never told me this. I found it out and I never mentioned it to him. When it finally ground itself out, Xiao Qingshan was already in front of him with everything he had ever learned compressed onto one fingertip, and a light on it like the dawn of chaos, and his face flushed dark from the overload. Ninth revolution. Termination. A beam a finger thick came out silently and annihilated the space it crossed on the way. Jianfeng had just broken out of the previous storm. Old strength spent, new strength not yet up. That is where it caught him, and Xiao Qingshan had picked the window on purpose. And in that gap, the sword heart clarity in Jianfeng's head went off like a sunrise. Everything he had ever learned, every clash with a destruction will, every hour in that chasm, condensed into one line. At the end of destruction there is absolute nothingness. It is the termination of all things. It is also where new things start. He raised his left hand. No sword, 2 fingers. On the fingertip, a point of absolute nothing, deep past description, deep enough that it would swallow the concept of existing. The beam that terminates all things touched it. There was no explosion. There was no shockwave. There was no sound at all. It vanished, inch by inch, and the will inside it stopped being a thing that had ever been intended. The eternal night divine capital went silent to the walls. Xiao Qingshan stood with his finger still out and the fanaticism frozen on his face, and then the backlash arrived and he went from flush to gray and put a line down his chin and staggered back 3 steps, each one leaving a print in cracked stone. My clan repeats this story wrong. I am giving you the correct one. Di Jianfeng withdrew his finger. He was the same color. He was standing. It vanished, said Xiao Yuan, to nobody. The invincible 9th revolution of his own brother, gone, with no noise. Di Guanglong, watching from the rail with his Asura demonic eyes half lit, said the only assessment that counts because he used to be a great emperor and his standards are inhuman. Sword Dao talent, a world of difference. These two are both extraordinary. Xiao Qingshan wiped his mouth and bowed properly, the full sword cultivator's salute. What sword intent is that? Yi has lost, defeated and convinced. Brother Jianfeng's sword path is divine and Yi cannot compare. And losing did not break him, it did the opposite. Something in the 9 revolution sword body that had been stuck for years came loose that afternoon, and he could feel it, and he was openly delighted about it in front of his own younger brother. I paid a great deal of money for this account, and I got what I paid for. Brother Ye is too modest, said Jianfeng. The 9 revolution sword body is endless and ever-changing. I benefited more. Without the pressure you provided, I could not have glimpsed that state. Then Xiao Qingshan turned around and used his own defeat as a teaching aid. Gucheng, do you see? What is the true Tao of the sword? It is not bullying the weak, and it is not coveting other people's things. It is proving the Tao in your heart with the sword in your hand. Today, Brother Jianfeng's sword is the thing you chase for the rest of your life. Xiao Yuan went down on both knees on my arena floor, and this time there was nothing forced in it at all. Brother Dai, in the past I was arrogant and ignorant, and I deserved to die a great many times. Thank you for today. I have seen the view from the top of the sword path, and I will not forget it. To know your mistakes and correct them is a great virtue, said Jianfeng. The road is long. I hope you shine on it. 2 men from different sects went home friends, and that is the last quiet week anybody in this story gets. Di Guanglong was standing under a tree in his own courtyard that night, stroking the shaft of a god-slaying spear. Bitter cultivation, he said, like a dull knife on a whetstone. He has 100,000 years of memory of being sharpened in a sea of blood, and my Dai clan's peace and order was, in his own words, a soft cage slowly eroding the demonic nature out of his bones. Slaughter, he decided, is the fastest whetstone. Ha! Guanglong, those words go straight to my heart. Di Feiying came through the gate at a walk that broke paving stones and slapped him on the shoulder hard enough to move a normal person. Cultivating in the clan is boring. My bones itch. How does sitting in meditation compare with a real fight? The Asura demonic eyes opened for about half a second and read a man who is exactly what he appears to be, which is restful. Rakshasa City, said Guanglong. Feiying's eyes lit up like 2 lamps. The lawless city where Thunder Prison, Blood Fiend, and Profound Nether prefectures meet? They say it's a coliseum for the strong and a slaughterhouse for everyone else. Excellent. When do we leave? Immediately. They did not ask me. They left me a note. I read it, thought about it for a while, and did not send anybody after them. Rakshasa City has walls built out of enormous skeletons and rusted weapons, and a dark metal the color of dried blood, all of it stacked without a plan. The gates stand open with nobody on them, and the ground under the arch is black with layers of old stains. I have the shape of it. My people are still filling in the corners. Inside it, on the first street, a 10-foot man was pushing somebody's head into a filthy puddle and roaring about it. Further along, 4 men with facial tattoos cut a merchant's throat with real professional economy and took his bundle. And out of a side alley there was a sound of chewing. That reached me at second hand, and I have kept my doubts about it. No law, no morality, and a very clear price list. Tsk tsk, said Di Kuang Long, and he was smiling, which is worse than when he does not. Truly a fresh experience. 3 men stopped them in the middle of the street. The one in front had a scar from his forehead to the corner of his mouth and a ghost head greatsword on his shoulder with blood still wet on it. 2 tender-skinned fledglings. You look like fat sheep. Hand over everything valuable, including the weapons, then kneel and kowtow 3 times, and if Lord Scar is in a good mood, I might leave you a whole corpse. A whole corpse, said Fei Ying, taking the dragonfall off his back very slowly. From 3 mangy dogs standing in a road? The greatsword came down and Fei Ying said, too slow, and put the spear through the gap in the swing and out through the back of the man's neck. The other 2 got about a second and a half. One lost the bones in both arms. The other had his own barbed chains recoil into his thighs. Who else wants to test whether this young master's spear is sharp? Nobody answered, and Di Kuang Long, who had not lifted an eyelid throughout, stepped over the body and kept walking. They took rooms above an eatery that looked comparatively clean, which in that city means the smell is only alcohol and old blood. The proprietress was enormous and enthusiastic, and recommended the blood snake soup. Kuang Long's eyes did their work under the table. Behind the kitchen curtain there were 4 men holding their breath with blades. In the soup on the stove there was snake meat and also several strands of human hair. And in the smell of the food there was a very faint paralytic. I sent nobody. I have had to live with that, and so has he. Fei Ying picked up his bowl. Wait. Kuang Long flicked the rim with one finger, and the soup started churning, and faces surfaced in it and screamed without sound, and the death key came up off it thick enough to make the proprietress stop smiling. You dared poison your grandfather, said Fei Ying, and destroyed the table. 3 men came through the curtain. 1 knife at his back, 1 flying claw for the spear, 1 cloud of poison powder at Kuang Long. The spear swept horizontally and shattered all 3 attacks in one motion. The powder went into the god-slaying spear's own evil chi and was eaten without a trace. And the man running for the back door got a finger of Asura chi through the stone wall and the back of his skull. My records of this week are unusually complete, and I know why. Boring, said Fei Ying. Not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Is this whole place like this? That was the appetizer. Kuang Long was looking out the window at the center of the city, where the light was brightest, and where a roar and a wave of cheering came across the roofs. The main course is in there. Above a round fortress of black rock there are 5 characters painted in something that dripped when it was applied. Blood Prison Arena. Then they stayed for 2 months, and the 2 of them turned into a local weather event. Fei Ying fought under the name War King. His 10th match on his first day was against Tai Gang the Skull Crusher. Peak Purple Mansion 10th, 49 straight wins, and a Tongtian first-level cultivator on his record, with a spiked mace wider than a door. I saw the aftermath with my own eyes, which was enough. Skull Crusher. Sounds terrifying. Unfortunately, that club will not be crushing this young master's bones. He crooked one finger. Come and see how many thrusts that slab of meat takes. He stopped the mace on one spear point with the ground caving in under his boots, and then shoved a man built like a quarry back 7 steps, and then ground him down over about 4 minutes and put Army Breaker Thunder Smite through his face. My hands were somewhere else entirely, and I have no excuse better than that. Kuang Long fought under the name Asura, and the crowd never once cheered for him. His 11th match on that same day was a yin evil ghost-faced spider at Tongtian 2nd, house-sized, with 8 compound eyes and a soul-eroding poisonous miasma that kills Purple Mansion cultivators on contact. He walked into the miasma. It stopped a foot from his skin and got eaten by the evil ki of an Asura demon god body that had been finished about a month earlier. Then he appeared under the abdomen in the one blind spot and put a finger into a joint gap the width of a coin into the nerve center. I know what he said next because I had him say it to me again. 3 breaths, start to finish, and the crowd made no noise at all. The house eventually stopped enjoying it. 50 consecutive for the War King. 55 for the Asura, which is when the box sent somebody down. Shi Xiong, called the Blood Python, owns the Blood Prison Arena and most of Rakshasa City, and he is Law Realm 10th. Infinite potential, he told his elder, watching 2 young men walk off a floor covered in someone else's blood. That war king gets stronger the longer he fights, and that spear is not simple. That Asura is worse. His eyes see through everything. Recruit them, and I sweep this city and expand into 3 prefectures. He sent Bloodshadow down with the whole package, his personal token, which functions as authority in that city, a jar of jade marrow flesh-growing paste, which reconnects severed tendons, a bottle of profound Yuan barrier-breaking pills. That is my summary. The people who were there used shorter words, and the offer, exclusive fighters, all previous winnings returned twofold, 100 mid-grade spirit stones a month, status second only to the arena master. Their enemies become the arena's enemies. The arena master cherishes talent, said Bloodshadow, in a stone restroom that smelled of blood and cheap herbs. It would be a pity to see you trapped in a beast pit. And you would be spared this endless struggle between life and death. Fei Ying stopped wiping his spear and laughed at him with his whole chest. Submit? Old man, did your head get caught in a door, or is it packed with the mud off this floor? He stood up and put the spear butt down hard enough to ring. This young master came to Rakshasa City and this arena for the endless struggle. I came to temper an edge in blood and fire, and you are offering to spare me the fighting? He spat into the stains at Bloodshadow's feet. Status, resources, my spear fights for me. It is not going to be a thug and a cash cow for a gutter bedbug. And then Quanglong opened his eyes in the corner, and Bloodshadow took an involuntary half-step back, because there is a particular way that a man who used to be a demon venerable looks at furniture. He walked over and looked at the 3 gifts as though somebody had handed him 3 pieces of rubbish. Take your things and leave, he said, and tell the person behind you. He wants to buy our lives? He is not worthy. Bloodshadow left the way people leave, promising a fate worse than death on the way out. Tsk, said Fei Ying, sitting back down. Noisy old bat, Quanglong, our whetstones are about to get harder. I would not have it any other way. They were correct. The arena stopped matching them and started trying to kill them. Fei Ying got a bone-eroding poison array, 3 heaven-reaching 3rd-level poison cultivators in a triangle with a poison domain and creatures condensed out of the mist, his skin ulcerated in black patches. He bit his tongue, killed one with a spear thrust, took 2 streams of green poison fire in the chest, and had to spend an hour after the fight with the undying battle body wrestling toxins out of his own marrow. The bottleneck at Purple Mansion 8th started leaning that day. I have never seen my own family look at me the way they did after this. Quanglong got the 1,000-faced phantoms, a man in a crying, smiling mask who leaves dozens of indistinguishable afterimages and attacks the mind from all sides at once. In the stands, nobody could see the fight at all. In his eyes, the afterimages popped like soap bubbles, and he put one finger of Asura Chi 3 inches in front of the real man's brow, into the hub of every illusion he was maintaining. That pinpoint touch on an energy core took him to the edge of Purple Mansion 9th. Fei Ying's 60th match was a blood prison barbarian elephant, heaven-reaching 4th, with runes carved into its hide to keep it in constant pain. Its real combat power was closer to Tongqian 6th. He met it head-on with Mountain Shaker, and it broke both his arms, caved his chest in, and displaced his organs, and it lifted a foot to finish the job. And the bottleneck he had been leaning on for 2 months chose that exact half-second. Purple Mansion 8th. The undying battle body's patterns covered him like living armor, and his bones snapped back into place with an audible sequence, and his chest came back out, and he came up out of the mud as one line of light and put the spear into the soft place under the ribs. I did the arithmetic on this afterward, and I did not like my total. An elephant the size of a barn went over sideways. Quanglong's 9th level lit quietly at about the same time, in a corner, unremarked, because the Asura star art eats what he kills, and he had been eating continuously for 2 months. That is what those 2 were doing, while everything else in this account was happening. I want that on the record, because when it mattered later, both of them were exactly where they needed to be, and neither of them got there by being given anything. And on the other side of Thunder Prison Prefecture, in the same weeks, 2 other people were living in a hole. There is a place in that prefecture that does not appear on any map. It has no name. It is a rift abyss made by lightning, working on the same ground for a very long time, and instead of a sky, it has permanent thundercloud with purple-white snakes dancing in it, and the ground is glazed and split. I have kept every page of this in my own hand, not a clerk's. That is where the underground river had eventually spat Di Chenxi and Mulan Yu out, after taking them through a deeper labyrinth than either of them had known was under that province. It turned out to be the best thing that happened to them all year, because the electromagnetic storm in that abyss distorts space and cuts divine sense, and the Zhou clan's pursuit could not follow and would not risk the lightning, so they circled the rim and swore for 2 months. My elders argued about it for a week. I did not join them. They lived in a dry cave halfway up the cliff behind fallen boulders, with a small fire of dried moss that had a little thunder in it. Dichenshi's own account of that first week is mostly about her. He remembered that in the last stretch of the underground rapids, a sharp rock had come at his heart, and she had put the body of a 10,000-year-old zither in the way of it, and the instrument had groaned. So he sat and ran a mild version of a divine flame that could burn a venerable's dharma body through her meridians to push the electromagnetic cold out of them, very carefully, for a long time. "Thank you," she said when she woke up. "That is much better. I should thank you. Without you I would have died in the mine or been torn apart in that river." She looked out at the storm. "Uji, where are you? Your sister is useless." He did not tell her it would be all right, which I respect, because he did not know that. "Only by staying alive do you find him," he said. "This lightning is insane. For us it may not be without opportunity." Then he sat down at the mouth of that cave and started eating the weather. At first he could only draw in a stray arc at a time, and every one of them went through his marrow and left him smoking. He did it every day for 2 months. The dragon sparrow Kui Thunder in him worked like a glutton, tearing the destructive will out of what came in and keeping only the clean origin. I gave the order. Whatever came of it after that is on my name. The thunder seed in his dantian nearly doubled in size. The crimson dragon patterns on the surface of it sharpened until you could count the scales, and it started making a low sound that was half thunder and half something with an opinion. He asked me about it once. I told him the truth and he stopped asking. On a night when the cloud came down low enough to touch the cliff and the lightning fell like a waterfall, he opened his eyes and there were 2 very small dark gold thunder dragons in them. The roar he let out drowned out 10,000 simultaneous strikes for about 2 seconds and blew out their fire. Divine Mansion 5th level, 2 stages in 1 night. Mulan Yu woke up against the back wall clutching her zither, and what she was thinking is on record because she said it to me later. Is that a level of power that is supposed to be available in the Divine Mansion realm? He stood at the mouth of that cave afterward and looked at a permanent lightning storm and did not feel afraid of it. He felt fed. "Your zither," he started to say, because his perception had sharpened enough that he had noticed it was resonating with the storm in a way that instruments do not. And the bottom of the abyss exploded. Something came up out of the dark under them that had been asleep for a long time, and it had been woken by the thunder origin he had pulled during his breakthrough, which is exactly the risk of eating in public. It was shaped like a lion with a single horn, its body running with liquid plasma, and it had 6 eyes made out of purple lightning, and all 6 of them were looking at their cave, a purple lightning Swani, heaven-reaching realm, in its own thunder domain, where its power is effectively unlimited. The first exchange put Dichenshi through the back wall of the cave with the awakening thunder sword wailing because the gap was simply too large. Divine flame or no divine flame. The claw came down at his head. And Mulan Yu sat down in the wreckage and played 1 note. 1. With everything she had left, on a cracked instrument, with the intent of a phoenix weeping blood. That note went through the storm noise as though the storm were not there. And the lightning struck wood in Dichenshi's hand, which came off the divine tree that grew beside a Kuiox in the primeval era, lit up green, not gold. Green and old, and the aura that came off it was from the dawn of the world. The awakening thunder sword cried out in a way it never had, because something asleep inside it had been woken by a sound rather than by a fight, and I still do not entirely understand what happened in that cave. Power came up his arm into meridians that were empty and repaired him on the way past and pushed him to the edge of Divine Mansion 6th, and more importantly, closed the last distance between man and sword. He said afterward that it stopped being a thing he was holding and became a limb. I have compared 4 accounts of this, and mine is the shortest. Beast, get out, no form, no technique. A column of light, dark gold interwoven with pale green, and inside the column the phantom of a Kuiox with its head up, walking on thunder. The Swani's claw came off at the joint. Thunder liquid went up like a burst main, and a heaven-reaching beast went into the opposite cliff and left a crater in it. "We go," said Daichenshi immediately, because he is not stupid. The claw was already growing back. In that abyss the thing is close to unkillable, and he knew it. "It's fully berserk," said Mulan Yu, white to the lips, because that single note had cost her most of what she had. So they ran deeper, into the part of the abyss where the storm is thickest, with a heaven-reaching thunder beast coming behind them tearing the void, and lightning coming down like a whip on a team of horses. He crushed and deflected what he could with a sword wrapped in 2 kinds of ancient fire, and his arms went numb on every impact. She held layers of sonic shielding behind and beside them and neutralized what got past him. "Left!" she shouted, having found a place where the cloud was thinner. He shoved her ahead of him instead of following her. "You go first." Then Dichenshi turned around and faced a heaven-reaching thunder beast in the middle of its own domain with a wooden sword. Dark gold crimson thunder and pale green primeval lightning went into that blade together and came out purple gold. Queox, world shaking. The phantom that stood up behind him was an enormous pale green ox with one leg, and where that leg came down, space froze, and every stray bolt in that abyss bowed. For the first time in its life, something showed in the 6 crimson eyes of a purple lightning swanee, and it was fear because it was looking at a higher thunder authority than its own. 1,000 feet of light. Black cracks spread across the walls of the rift like a web, and then the walls evaporated. Di Chengxi went across the abyss like a torn kite with his arm hanging and blood coming out of him, and he was grinning because the swanee was in a crater with its plasma gone dull and a primeval brand burned into its soul. He caught Mu Lanyu on the way down, and both of them fell to the bottom. There was a bottom. That was the surprise. Under the storm, the lightning stopped being violent and became something like a set liquid, a purple floor like an upturned bowl, and standing on it was a palace of a dark purple material that was neither metal nor jade, with gates 100 yards high and 2 characters on them written in pure lightning. My city heard about it before I did, which I corrected afterward. Profound thunder. There was a stele in the square, and on top of it, a fist-sized ball of purple thunder, pulsing like a heart. At the base, there was a testament. I, profound thunder, wandered the universe for 10,000 years. I wielded the Zixiao divine thunder. I broke all laws and suppressed all evil. And in the struggle for the great Tao, I met my own calamity, and my life and my Tao ended here. 3 trials. Draw thunder to temper the body and obtain a true thunder body. Comprehend thunder and break delusion and obtain the true meaning of thunder. Command thunder to the top and absorb the Zixiao origin. And a warning. Take the seed by force and your divine soul goes out. Dangerous, said Mu Lanyu. Where in this world, said Di Chengxi, do you find an opportunity that costs nothing? She took the guardian's position and did not argue. The first trial dropped a barrel-thick bolt of purple lightning onto the crown of his head like a spear of judgment. His clothes went to ash on the first strike, his skin cracked, and his dark gold ichor burned off faster than it could come out. I want to be honest that this was luck, and none of the luck was mine. He talked himself through it out loud, which nobody was supposed to hear, and she heard all of. Hold on. For me. He thought about the black stone mine. He thought about being carried unconscious down an underground river by a woman with a broken instrument. Destruction and rebirth on a cycle until his skin came back looking like the fine scale of a thunder dragon. Divine Mansion, 5th to 6th. Mu Lanyu reached for her strings 4 separate times during that and stopped herself every time because it was his trial and interference would have ended it. The second trial put him in absolute silence, and then it went to work on him with the only weapon that has ever worked on anybody. Gu Yu. In his head. Di Chengxi, you cannot run. Your bones will be ground to powder and scattered in the black stone mine, Gu Tianzun. Ant, hand over the inheritance and die. And then a blurred shape wearing my clan's colors, sighing at him. Only divine mansion, a disgrace to the family. And Mu Lanyu. Chengxi, save me. Out. He put a fist through all of it. My heart is thunder. I go forward. I do not look back. The last illusion was the Queox itself, assembled out of pure purple lightning, which is a genuinely unpleasant thing to have to punch. Queox shakes the world, delusion-breaking thunder fist. Chaos cracked like a mirror. He broke the 7th and 8th barriers in the same motion and came out at Divine Mansion 9th. The third trial was the one that should have killed him. The Zixiao origin is a mass of purple light that can incinerate a Saint Domain expert, and the instruction was to seize it. He put both hands into it, and it turned into a dragon. His skin came apart, his bones creaked, his meridians tore an inch at a time, and he came apart at every opening a man has, and he did not let go. Mu Lanyu broke a string. She could not help it. The sound of it went across that square like sweet rain and bought him 1 clear second. He used the second to bite through his own tongue. Zixiao, come into me, cast my Tao foundation. The dragon stopped. I have replayed that moment more than once. In the eyes of a mass of pure destructive energy there was something that looked for about a heartbeat like doubt. Then the vortex reversed and an origin that had killed everything that ever touched it went into a boy's dantian instead. Divine Mansion 10th. Then Purple Mansion 1st, peak. And a purple thunder mark settled in the core of his core and started beating like a second heart. The gates opened. There was a throne of purple jade in there with a figure of Spark sitting on it. 10,000 years, it said. Finally, a newcomer, who passed all 3. He looked at what Di Chengxi was carrying and named all 3 of them, which nobody else in this story has ever done at a glance. Dark gold thunder, a blood dragon brand, and a trace of dragon sparrow solar flame. Then he told him the truth about his own death, which is the part I keep. He had not been beaten. He had run out of lifespan, and he had carried great Tao injuries that do not heal. Even a supreme, he said, does not escape the washing of the river of time. He pushed Di Chenxi from Purple Mansion first to second and stopped at third, deliberately, because more would have been a gift and not a foundation. And the side ripple off that origin caught Mulan Yu where she was standing and broke a Purple Mansion perfection that had been sitting still for years. That is what I was told. I made them tell me a second time anyway. Tongtian Realm, first level. She got a realm out of standing in the right place at the right time and then guarding a door. Then the Supreme made his offer. His remnant soul would live in Dai Chengxi as a mark, fed by his vitality, not a possession. Dai Chengxi went down on both knees on the floor of that palace. Master, accept your disciples' bow. Dai Chengxi, I, profound thunder, said a dead man, have finally found a successor. And he came apart into a purple mark in a 16-year-old sea of consciousness. At around that time, several thousand miles east, Di Yunxiao was being taken apart by turbulence. The god-demon nirvana body heals faster than almost anything alive. It was losing. Time in there froze his thoughts and then accelerated his decay alternately, and the self-repair could not keep up with the arithmetic. Am I going to die? Then the list came back. His sister is waiting in my eternal night divine capital. The technique is not finished. My clan has not seen the top of the world. No. And something in the deep part of his bloodline that had been asleep since before there was a Dai clan in Xuantian City woke up. Silver-gray patterns grew through the dark gold demonic ones like vines going through a fence. And he saw it. Time and space as lines. For me, he said, to a turbulence that eats law realm cultivators. Stop. It stopped, for about 1/100th of an instant. Open. A fist that was mostly bare bone with 3 colors of pattern on it punched a hole in the world, and he fell out of it into 10,000 Ghost Prefecture and stopped being conscious. What was left of him afterward is not something I enjoy describing. He was a broken doll with charred muscle and visible dark gold bone and the outline of organs working under it, and the nirvana body was pulling the thin key of a poisoned swamp out of the air and growing pink granulation with it. He got a look at his own reflection in a piece of black stone and had no reaction to it at all, just a name. Mo Chen, Song Jin Feng. Then he tested the new thing once because he had to know, and for one breath the world turned into points and lines and even time looked like ripples on water, and then he ran out of everything. Which is exactly when a voice said, "Jie, such thick life essence, such pure grievance, truly supreme feed for the soul." Yin Lao, with a staff of bones and a gray mist around her, put a soul-piercing needle at his brow, and the silver-gray threads in him shivered on their own and stretched time at that one point by a billionth of a second, and the needle arrived 30% weaker. Blood came out of his nose. His soul stayed whole. "Space and time," said the old woman, and for the first time she was not enjoying herself. "You carry traces of space-time power?" Then she opened the 10,000 souls heart-devouring, which is a storm of grievance, and Di Yunxiao, who had nothing left, decided to detonate. And every one of the 36 prefectures felt something press down on it. The storm of souls stopped 3 feet from his face and hung there. Out of a silver ripple in the air, I stepped onto that swamp in a black robe, and I did not raise my voice, and I flicked one finger. There was no storm, and no old woman afterward, not a fragment, not dust. "Space-time bloodline," I said, looking down at a boy who was almost entirely wound. "I did not expect that after me, you would be the first to awaken it." Yunxiao. A silver halo went over him. His meridians came back wider and tougher than they had ever been. The twin fires came up brighter than their previous peak, and his soul was not merely stitched, it was made stronger than it had been before it tore. I have the whole exchange. My people are thorough when they are frightened. From a dying cripple to better than his best, in the time it takes to say it. Then I told him the only thing that mattered. This bloodline power cannot be handed over by a technique and cannot be sculpted from outside. It woke because you refused to die, in a place where refusing was the only thing left to do. I opened a rift back to my capital, and understand this. My Tao is not necessarily your Tao. Do not try to walk mine. Clan Chief. Go home. Yu Yue is very worried. I want to say something here that I have not said anywhere else in this account. I let him nearly die. I let Di Chenxi nearly die. I have let a great many people in my family walk to the edge of themselves, and I have collected the results afterward and called it cultivation policy. And every single time, what came back was stronger than what I could have made. That is not an excuse. It is the arithmetic I use, and I am aware of what it costs, and I keep using it. And the reason I keep using it is that in 50,000 years, I have never once seen a greenhouse produce a tree. Meanwhile, in Rakshasa City, my other two were on their 80th and 85th consecutive wins. Di Feiying was leaning on his spear in sand that had stopped absorbing anything, with his torso open in several places and the dark gold patterns of the undying battle body closing them while he stood there. 80, he said. The sand in this place is mostly mine at this point. 85, said Di Quanglong evenly. Xie Xiong has run out of patience. Fei Ying pointed his spear at the owner's box. You want my life? Trade heaven-reaching experts' blood for it. Recruit me? Dream on. The bones of the sons of the Dai clan bend only for their own. So the house sent the blood slaughter squad. Zisha at Tongtian 5th with a serrated door-sized saber, No Face at Tongtian 4th with 2 short blades, and Yun Qianmei at Tongtian 1st with a purple mist. Zisha put up a blood slaughter domain, and Fei Ying started moving through it like a man in a bog, and 10,000 souls, weeping blood slash came down from overhead. He walked into it. Falling Star, which burns life to pay for itself, blew the domain out and put Zisha across the arena with a dent in his breastplate. Fei Ying went down on one knee with a wound from his left shoulder across his chest to the bone and grinned up at a Tongtian 5th. Heaven-reaching, and that's all. You are nowhere near killing me. And Di Kuanglong, who had been reading the man's aura the entire time, caught the tremor of a Tongtian 5th, losing his temper, and put Asura soul slaughter through the saber and into his forehead. One strike. Leave, he said to the other two, or die. They left. Up in the box, Ji Xiong crushed an armrest into powder and started making arrangements. The two of them vanished for 13 days after that, and the stands jeered about turtles hiding in shells, and what they were actually doing was sitting in a stone room in the filthiest corner of that city breaking through. Fei Ying came out at Purple Mansion 10th, and Di Kuanglong crossed the heaven-reaching realm entirely, which he described as the gap between an ordinary life and a higher form of one, and came out at Tongtian 1st, at which point the defensive runes somebody had painted on the walls of that rented room turned to dust on their own. I only learned my own part in this much later, and I did not enjoy it. When they walked back into the Blood Prison arena, the noise took the roof off, and Zi Xiong crushed a wine cup and said, "What are those two?" And in a derelict stone house on the edge of the city, while Fei Ying was still coughing, the Zhou clan came to make an offer. Gu Shixuan, Peak Tongtian 10th, elegant, with a jade pendant carved with the character Zhou. Guest elders of the Zhou clan, our old ancestor is a heavenly venerable, and our patriarch is earth venerable 10th. Neither the two family, nor the evil spirit cult, nor Xi Xiong will touch a hair on either of you. Di Fei Ying got up off the floor to answer it, which took him 3 attempts. I, Di Fei Ying, am a man of the D clan in life and a ghost of the D clan in death. He got all the way upright. You want sons of my family to betray the clan and become somebody's dogs? Dream on. Get out. The glory of the Dai clan will not be defiled, said Kuanglong. Gu Shixuan laughed all the way out of that house, and half an hour later, they took the roof off it. Fei Ying knew he had one thing left, and he spent it correctly. With my battle blood, I sacrifice to the divine weapon, heaven's slaughter. Wake. That is not using a weapon. That is waking one with essence, and it is a thing you can do a very small number of times in a life. One horizontal sweep tore through a blood saber aura, a curtain of soul chains, and a wall of bone spikes, as though all 3 were paper. 3 men from the Tu family and 2 from the cult evaporated without getting a sound out. Hu Li went into a ruin with an inch-wide crack down his door blade. Yin Ku lost an arm and half his banner. My conclusion arrived a month late, which is my own failing, and blood came out of all 7 of Di Fei Ying's orifices, and he had exactly 1 more strike in him, and knew it, so Di Kuanglong paid the other price. With my Asura blood I summoned the malice of the origin, soul-burning, spirit ignition. His hair went white while he was speaking, his skin dried like bark, and the veins under it went purple-black, and his aura climbed from Tongtian 1st past the 4th and kept going. Asura. Annihilation. Hu Li came apart from the inside, and there was nothing left to identify. Yin Ku melted along with his banner and his bone flute. The rest ran and did not get far. And then, in a ruined alley with 2 young men holding each other up, somebody started clapping. Xie Xiong, Law Realm 10th Peak, in person, finally, because the ledger had been settled and there was nobody left in that city to complain to. What a pity, but every performance has a curtain. Your heads and that divine weapon, I will graciously accept. A palm of law came down and stopped 3 feet above Di Fei Ying's head. There was a woman at the end of the alley in a dark purple dress with a jade pin in her hair and eyes like a night sky with no bottom to it. Little Xi Xiong, she said, on the territory of Rakshasa City. Did you ask me before touching people I have taken an interest in? Does the Dark Merchant Guild not fear drawing fire on itself? From the Tu family, the evil spirit cult? She tilted her head. Or your tiny little arena? She did not raise a hand. Purple runes lit in her pupils, and a wound opened across Xi Xiong's chest from nowhere, down to the bone, with edges like a mirror and nothing coming out at all, only purple lightning crawling along the lips of it so that it could not close. I would like to claim I planned this. I did not plan any of it. Leave. He left the way a beaten dog leaves. Di Kuanglong tried to see through her afterward and hit a night sky. The space around that woman is folded in layers. Who are you? Why did you save us? Jiang Qin. She said it as though the name should mean something, which it did, everywhere except to two young men from a province nobody had heard of. I was born with the purple heaven temple destiny eye. I see luck and I see foundations. Then she told them what she was looking at. Over Di Fei Ying, a cloud of luck like lava and red gold, with battle will going up out of it in a column. Over Di Quanglong, a dark purple sea of blood and stars, and in the core of it the phantom of a blood spear and the shadow of an asura standing on a mountain of corpses. Honestly, she said, even if I had not stepped in, with luck like that, the two of you might not have died to a snake like Shi Xiong. I merely tied a good connection. Quanglong does not believe in altruism and said so, and she did not argue, and that was the beginning of the most useful commercial relationship my family has ever had. She took them to the top floor of the Dark Merchant Guild, which has green jade with thunder patterns set into the floor, and gave Fei Ying a thunder pattern marrow-generating pill, and Quanglong a ghostly epiphyllum star marrow paste made from something that only grows on an ancient battlefield, and which resonated with his Asura origin the moment the jar came open. He earned that on his own, and I had nothing to do with it. Fei Ying's chest wound closed and did not scar. His skin came back with a bronze metallic sheen, and the battle patterns went deeper. Tongtian Realm first level and the Undying Battle Body stable at minor achievement. Quanglong sat in a dark purple star mist for 4 days, repairing an origin he had burned out on purpose. Somewhere in a karstic cavern, the master of the evil spirit cult, Nether Shade, profound venerable first, screamed about his only bloodline, and then did the arithmetic, and decided that going against Jiang Qin over 2 insects was stupid. In the Tu family, Tu Feng at Law Realm 10th put his fist through an iron pillar and was stopped by the same name. I want my name kept off that. It belongs to the people who did it. That is what an alliance actually buys. Jiang Qin asked, eventually, where they were from. Eternal Night Divine Capital, said Fei Ying, who has never lied about anything in his life. Eastern Desolate Prefecture, the Dai clan. Our clan chief is Di Jianlong. She checked a jade scroll, and Di Quanglong noted quietly that her people had assembled a file on my family in a matter of days. Then she turned the destiny eye east. Over the Godfall Mountains there was a column of luck the color of chaos, with 10,000 shades of purple and 1,000 of crimson in it, and it was growing like a sun coming up, and luck from every direction was bending toward it and joining. My part in this was to stand somewhere else and be told about it. That is not the luck of a newly risen clan, she said. That is a hidden dragon in the deep, about to go up. And then she made the only genuine mistake of her professional life, which was to try to look at me. She turned the Purple Heaven Temple Destiny eye on Di Jianlong. I opened my eyes about halfway. The recoil put 9 heavens of thunder off inside her own sea of consciousness, and she coughed up something he could not spare onto her own floor and went white as paper, and her attendants found her holding a table. My destiny eye, she said when she could talk, did not touch the edge of his river of fate before it was thrown back. And then, instead of being frightened, she started laughing because she is a merchant. The connection I tied, she said, may turn out to be the greatest turn my family has had in 10,000 years. For my part, I looked at her for about a second and a half. Young miss of the Situ clan. Purple Heaven Temple Destiny Eye. She has genuinely achieved something. And then I went back to what I was doing because there was a man in my own palace whose head was about to come off. Dai Hepping had been sitting in my divine palace for months, inside a cocoon of gold and silver and chaos runes, with a heavenly scripture in his lap and the myriad realms returned to origin turning underneath it, and his cultivation was Purple Mansion 6th, which in that current is a leaf. He held on to 2 words the entire time, return to origin. His body was the furnace, and the intent of returning was the fire. Then the sky over the Godfall Mountains tore open. 5 elements, and then wind, thunder, light, dark, space, and time. A curtain of heaven and a funnel in the middle of it, and out of the funnel came Dao soldiers, an enormous sword of gang metal, a dragon of world-burning flame, and a mountain-shaped shield of yellow and black with its own gravity around it. 3 of them, for a Purple Mansion 6th-level administrator with an ink-stained sleeve. My clan panicked, which I forgave, and I put my will over the whole estate. Do not panic. It is his tribulation. Only he passes it. My grand elder opened his eyes, and there were 2 slow chaos vortices in them. And he did not fight. I want to be precise about what happened next, because it is the single most die-hepping thing that has ever occurred. He took them apart. He looked at the sword of gang metal, saw the rune structure holding it together, found the load-bearing knots in it, and broke 3 of them, and a Dao soldier of pure metal fell out of the sky as loose powder. He looked at the dragon of flame and dispersed its structure the way you would kick out the base of a sand dune. He looked at the mountain shield and unstacked it, layer by layer, in order. 3 Dao soldiers dissolved without a single exchange of blows. That is called the myriad Dao origin flow physique. It does not hit things. It reads the law they are made of and stops agreeing with it. I came out and bowed to him, which I have done twice in my life. Grand Elder, you have opened my clan another road to the heavens. He tried to say it was nothing. He was crying. Nobody mentioned it, including me, until now. While that was happening in my house, Di Tianyu was getting promoted in somebody else's. The carefree sect sits in Lingshu Prefecture on a sea of clouds with flying mountains in it, and he had gone back to report to his master, Celestial Yunzi, with a jade scroll in his hand. The scroll showed me pointing a finger casually, and the void splitting and the laws in that region rearranging themselves. Celestial Yunzi is Earth Venerable Fifth. He pulled his divine thought out of that recording like a man pulling his hand off a stove and went white and did not touch it again. The Dai clan is not a dragon's den, said Tianyu. It is an abyss full of hidden dragons. He was named Young Sect Master that week, and Shu Rong, the eldest of the core disciples, Tongtian 10th, disciple of Grand Elder Mei Yuyan, objected on the arena floor. The position should belong to whoever has strength that commands respect. Tianyu walked up the steps, and the starlight in the dome came down and gathered on him as he went, until there were silver points moving under his skin like small stars. Shu Rong opened with a strike at his back. He did not turn his head. Big Dipper demon subduing, 7 stars heaven locking. 7 flying swords of pure starlight in the shape of the Dipper. Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, Yao Guang. A Tongtian 10th's best technique hit that formation and the force spread evenly across 7 blades and nothing broke. I have the dates. I do not have the reason, and that still bothers me. Then Tianyu said, burn, and Star True Fire out of the Starfall Pagoda went into Shu Rong's ancestral sword and ate its spirituality, and the blade cracked from the tip and the backlash went into his soul. Starshift. World apart. He appeared behind him with one fingertip a millimeter from the man's neck, and Mei Yuyan, heavenly venerable first, ended the match with pressure and a sentence that told everybody in that hall exactly what was about to happen. A star body. That boy has a star body. Xu Jing, who is the actual power in that sect, put her back in her place gently, and Di Tianyu was given the Xiaoyao heart token, and everything looked fine for about 6 days. In a cave on Kuiwei Peak, Mei Yuyan said it out loud to herself. Such a treasure on him. That is a reckless waste of the gifts of heaven. She could not act. Xu Jing is unpredictable, and she knew it. So she used a communication talisman she had been holding for 200 years, earned by saving the life of an elder of the Jade Void Sacred Land, and sent a message to the Vice Saint Lord. That went into my ledger the same week and it has not come out. Our newly appointed young sect master, Di Tianyu, possesses an ancient star body. He is 19. His cultivation is heaven-reaching 3rd, and the saint body has already reached minor achievement. And then the price. I ask only one thing. Afterward, help Yanyu take the carefree sect. She put a drop of her own essence on it and let it go, and Xu Jing caught the tail of that thought from 3 peaks away and sighed. Junior sister Miao, so you have taken that step. You are leading a wolf into the house. Shu Rong came at Tianyu that night with a soul-consuming dagger, which is a demonic artifact and which no disciple of that sect is permitted to own. Starshift. The dagger went through an afterimage. Burn. Star True Fire found a natural enemy in a demonic weapon. The runes collapsed, the curse in it screamed, and the blade went white and snapped in half. 2 backlashes in a week, from his own sword and his own dagger, put Shu Rong on the floor coughing up things. Mei Yuyan accused Tianyu of murder within the hour. Xu Jing demonstrated in front of the assembled elders that the dagger's aura was bound to Shu Rong's own blood. Your disciple owned a demonic weapon and broke into the young sect master's residence at night to kill him. She left saying she would remember it, and Xu Jing said the sensible thing to a 19-year-old. The tree wants stillness. The wind will not stop. This trouble is only starting. 6 days later, somebody wiped the stars off the sky. Cloud void. Jade Venerable came down in a moon-white robe with a purple gold crown, Saint Realm first level, smiling in the way that people smile when they have already decided. A star body. Truly it has gathered the spiritual grace of heaven and earth. A creation like this is beyond a small sect's ability to sustain. I, Tianshu, have come personally to take you to my Jade Void sacred land to taste the supreme Tao. The carefree sect's mountain protection formation lasted 1 breath and came apart like a window. The weaker disciples went down bleeding. Threads of jade-colored law wrapped Di Tianyu and went into his dantian to strip the origin of the star body out of him while he was still conscious. Mei Yuyan was, by several accounts, having trouble containing her expression. And then the saint's domain came apart from 3 directions at once. A tiger roared, a wolf howled, and something dragged a note out of the 9 nether that was recognizably a dragon, amethyst, demonic tiger Xian, purple hair, amethyst armor, howling moon heavenly wolf, silver with eyes like a frozen lake, and Hellfire Burn, who had been waiting 9 months for permission to be useful. The tiger did not wait for anyone to introduce themselves. Noisy, one fist, Tianshu put up a jade purity mysterious astral realm and a great void calamity transforming hand and burned his ancestral blood into both, and the jade palm held for approximately a 10,000th of an instant. His chest went through. Heart, lungs, and part of the spine came out the other side as red mist. This flesh, said Xian, spitting, would not fill the gaps in my teeth. Hellfire Burn swallowed the origins and the primordial spirit of a Saint Realm first-level expert in one motion, which is what I had granted him a primer for, and which he had been extremely eager to demonstrate. And the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf turned around and looked at Mei Yuyan once, and her life and her cultivation went out together. Anyone who dares touch a member of my D clan, he said, to a mountain full of people who would repeat it accurately, ends like that. Then, because I had not told them to stop, they went to the Jade Void Sacred Land. When that list was read out loud in public, the Eastern Domain made a sound. Somebody in the crowd said, "Did they empty the treasury?" And somebody else corrected him, "No, that is cutting to the bone and then digging up the ancestral graves." The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land put my Eternal Night Divine Capital on their internal Do Not Provoke list and started assembling gifts. The Medicine King Valley did the same. Gu Tianzun of Thunder Prison Prefecture crushed a jade cup and sent an urgent order recalling his daughter home and confining her, which arrived several days too late for reasons that will become clear. And Zhang Qin, 3 prefectures away, looked at a purple aura piercing the sky over 30,000 li and said, "To nobody, my bet on the Eastern Desolation was correct." Di Tianyu became, in the space of 1 afternoon, the most famous name in the younger generation of the entire Eastern Domain, and he had not thrown a single punch in the fight that did it. I asked him about that afterward. "Does it bother you," I said, "that the world thinks you were rescued?" He thought about it honestly, which is why I like him. "It bothers me that Mei Yuyan was going to sell me for a promotion," he said, "and it bothers me that I could not stop her myself. The rest is just what people say." 2 people who read that news very carefully were in a hall in Yukshu Prefecture, and one of them let out a long breath. "If Elder Brother had not gone to the Eastern Desolation personally to make peace," said Xiao Yuan, "the fate of the Jade Void Sacred Land today would be the fate of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion tomorrow." And in a black room with runes on every surface, somebody else read the same report and put his fist through a table. "There is a ring in that room. It is the ancestral ring of my Dai clan, taken off my father's body 5 years ago by a man who was paid to do it, and it has been in the law enforcement hall's possession ever since." The man in the black robe had been trying to break its seal for years. That afternoon he tried again with something new and got a backlash that put blood down his front. 5 years, he said. 5 years ago, the Dai clan of Xuantian City was a heap of purple mansion ants. Then he said the thing that tells you exactly how these people think. Unless they have another treasury. And he made his plan, which was not to attack me. He had learned that lesson at the cost of 1 Law Realm 9th and a great deal of dignity. His plan was to feed selected intelligence to the Netherworld Hall, whose master's lifespan is running out and who is therefore in a hurry, and to arrange for my Dai clan and the Burial God Ancient Domain to collide and to let both of those knives do the cutting. I did not know about that room for a long time. I did know that somewhere in the eastern region, a very old organization was holding a piece of my family, and that whatever was in it had been worth the lives of every person on that hill 5 years ago. That is the debt that is still open. That is the one I am still walking toward. Everything that came out of the Jade Void Sacred Land went into my vaults inside 3 days, and Di Yingje walked the inventory personally with the expression of a man reading somebody else's will. Star tier gold, 9 nether underworld iron, 3 sword heart clarity fruit. Tens of thousands of years of a sacred land's accumulation, he said, has become a gift to my Dai clan. Duua wanted exactly 1 item off that list, which was the 9 Revolution Soul Returning Grass, because she had worked out that it might patch the flaws in the divine demon transformation her brother was carrying. She did not ask for anything else. She has never once asked for anything else. I keep this one close because I nearly got it wrong. Long Kang and Feng Shi walked my walls in human form that season, which is the most expensive patrol in the eastern region, and which was, as it turned out, necessary, because on the border of 10,000 ghosts and Kuren prefectures, Song Jin Feng had found something. He had spent months being crushed by news out of the east. My D clan, a great saint, a sacred land bowing, and Di Yunqiao, who he had regarded as a stepping stone, standing in front of a thing that size. Then a disciple brought him a rumor about a wandering cultivator called Jomong, who had talked, drunk, about the entrance to a ruin, and who was carrying a bone fragment with such pure yin grievance in it that the residue of the nether hell demon aspect art in Song Jinfeng's body began circulating on its own when he came near it. That is my account. Anybody who was there may correct me in person. Jomong led him down a rift canyon full of gray-black death key with hills made of bone, to an abandoned mine shaft with dark red runes on the wall, and then asked what his reward was. I will reward you with a quick death right now. A ghost claw through the chest, and a body turned to ash, and a man who had been an errand runner for 4 minutes stopped existing. Song Jinfeng put his own chi into those runes and vanished in a flash of red. And at more or less the same hour, in my eternal night guild, Di Yunxiao stopped in the middle of a corridor because something cold had touched him. His bloodline had raised the alarm before his mind did. 1,000 li away, under a mass grave, a man with a gourd of soul-eroding Yellow Spring sand pulled his divine sense back very carefully. What sharp perception, said Yansha, Dharma King of the Yellow Springs. I meant to place a mark and he found me immediately. According to his hallmaster, Di Yunxiao is the key to waking him. So he made a plan that did not involve going anywhere near my capital, which is the correct plan, and which consisted of using Song Jinfeng as an idiot and the burial god Ancient Domain as a stage. I will find the Dai clan, he said. More entertainment. Then he went to the Soul Burial Abyss, to the Whitebone Plain, and challenged the entire prefecture. And in the final match, against Guoshuan of the Soul-Devouring Valley, who is Law Realm first, he put up a Phantom 9 Nether Soul-Suppressing tablet and cut with something called Yellow Springs Void Cleaver. A heaven-reaching cultivator threw a Law Realm cultivator backward through 2 10-yard furrows. They started calling him the #1 genius of 10,000 Ghosts Prefecture that night, and the Netherworld cult made a note in a ledger, and none of it was an accident. While that was happening, my own thunder problem was in school. Di Chengshi had reached Purple Mansion 6th, and his master had started teaching him the actual inheritance. The Zixiao Divine Thunder is the thunder of heavenly judgment. Ordinary lightning damages the body. Zixiao goes past the body entirely and strikes the divine soul, and the first thread of it he put into himself felt, in his words, like several billion red-hot needles being introduced at once. I was not standing there. My own people brought me this, and I checked it twice. In Crimson Thunder Mountain City, Gu Tianzun put his palm through a jade table. A Purple Mansion boy, and you still have not found him? Triple the Crimson Thunder Guards, dig 3 feet. And 2 provinces over, the Situ clan was going the other way. Jiang Qin wrote to her father. Purple key piercing the sky, signs of a soaring dragon. This is a 100-year plan for my family. Do not hesitate. Jiang Shan, her younger brother, enjoyed the comparison out loud. A respectable second-rate clan, humiliated this badly by a Purple Mansion boy, and Jiang Heng, who is the head of that family, and who is not what he appears to be, sent his son east with gifts and one instruction: be humble, show sufficient sincerity. Then he said something to an empty room. Gu Tianzun, you are still furious about the impudence of a young eagle, and you do not know that the real Kunpeng of the 9 heavens has already opened its wings. The alliance was announced within the week. The Dark Merchant Guild opens Rakshasa, and the cross-prefecture routes to my Eternal Night Guild provides intelligence and protection, and takes priority on high-tier resources in the future. And then Gu Yu walked down a street in Rakshasa City. Her escort was clearing the road ahead of her. Make way for the young miss of the Zhou clan. She looked at 2 young men against a wall the way you look at livestock. Are you deaf or mute? You have something about you. Would you care to serve my Zhou clan? Di Feiying did not even get up. Serve? On the strength of your Zhou clan? He looked her over exactly once. Do you think you are qualified to make the War King bow his head? She recognized them 1 second too late and opened with demon sound heart beguiler, a crimson net of sound, and civilians up and down that street started deafened. One spear motion tore the net and went through her. Seeking death, said Di Feiying to a street that had gone completely silent. He did not know who she was. He did not know about a mine, or a boy in a vegetable patch, or a bounty. He killed her because she talked to him like that, and because she hurt bystanders doing it. In a doorway at the end of that street, an elder of the evil spirit cult smiled. Excellent. When they and the Zhou clan tear each other apart, that is when we move. 2 days later, a soul jade cracked in Crimson Thunder Mountain City. Who? Said Gu Tianzun, standing in a room he had just destroyed. Who killed my Meyer? The War King, and the Asura. He mobilized 100 Divine Thunder Guards, all heaven-reaching, with 3 commanders at Law Realm 2nd and 3rd. Level the Dark Merchant Guild. The heads of the War King and the Asura are sacrificed to my daughter's soul. Jiang Qin sent an honest assessment to her father. Gu Tianzun is Earth Venerable 10th Peak with a Crimson Thunder Overlord body. I am Law Realm 10th. I cannot hold him head-on. half an hour at most, and Jiang Heng wrote back one line. He is betting that the Situ clan will not truly tear its face over 2 outsiders. He has bet wrong. The siege lasted about 40 minutes. The guild's formation core is a thunder prison vein-suppressing stone the size of a millstone, 100 feet down. Zhang Qin held the shield. Kuang Long read the array and called out where it was failing. Fei Ying stood on the floor of the main hall tapping the butt of his spear on the tiles, waiting. I had it inside the hour. I have never been able to unsee it. Hand over those 2 boys, Gu Tianzun shouted through the barrier, or I will level this guild and spare neither chickens nor dogs. Your daughter started it in a public street, Jiang Qin shouted back. Her death was earned. He burned lifespan for it. Crimson Thunder Overlord Body, Blood-Burning Thunder Prison, and then a halberd called the Blood Prison Sky-Burning Halberd, and the guild's shield began to fold. And then a man who had been described to me for 2 years as a competent second-rate patriarch stepped out of the air over Rakshasa City. Zhang Heng, heavenly venerable, quietly, for decades, in a clan everyone had classified, purple sky, heavenly net. The halberd went into it and slowed and lost its edge. Suppress. A billion purple chains closed on it, and the halberd came apart, and an earth venerable coughed up pieces of himself. Zhang Heng raised one finger to finish it, and a crimson gold palm the size of a district came down out of the sky, and a purple sky thunder seal went up to meet it. The Zhou clan's own hidden old ancestor, who had been asleep since before the current patriarch was born. The 2 of those going off in the same square blew the remaining divine thunder guards away like dust and turned 2 districts of Rakshasa City into powder. I will remember today, said the old ancestor, and took Gu Tianzun and left. Zhang Heng did not pursue, because his own father was holding the house, and because a man who has been hiding a realm for 40 years does not spend it on a chase. Then he turned around and looked at 2 young men standing in the wreckage. Di Fei Ying, with battle will boiling off him, and blood moving in him, like something with an opinion. Di Kuang Long, who was an abyss with eyes, and whom even a heavenly venerable found uncomfortable to look at directly. Strength like that and nerve like that, at that age, he said. I have seen it once before in my life. Then he said the part that I framed. The D clan truly has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. First the star body, Dai Tianyu, then Di Yunqiao, now you 2. And to himself, walking away from a ruined city he had just saved. An alliance with the D clan may be the single most important and most correct decision my family has made in 10,000 years. The Zhou clan is a stone under the wheels of an era. His instruction to his son was to raise our priority to the highest tier and increase supply by another 10%, and the Situ clan has never once renegotiated it. The most serious problem in my clan that season was a girl standing in a sealed hall with her fingernails in her palms. Dua had gotten my Eternal Night Guild's medicine line to mid-heaven grade and stopped, and she had done the arithmetic on what that meant. How do I compete with alchemy powers in other prefectures with 10,000 years of inheritance? How am I worthy of the name the clan chief built with his own hands? And then the part she said to nobody. Purple Mansion 8th. Too slow. It was not talent. It was not effort. She had more of both than anyone I have ever raised. It was that she had no road. Dekai had taken her as far as a good, honest, profound rank alchemist can take anyone, and he knew it before she did, and it was killing him. So I went back to the central domain. I found Dan Xuan in the 7-colored pill mist of the Danxia ancient realm, and he had spent the months since the tribulation going through his own archives looking for any record at all of a person named Di Jianlong, and had found nothing, as though I had been assembled out of empty air. I have a junior in my family, I said. Her talent is acceptable. She has a certain spirituality in the path of pill fire. Will you teach her alchemy? A pill saint at quasi-emperor grade sat down. A living great emperor had come across a domain barrier in person to find a private tutor for a girl from his own clan. He said yes before I finished the sentence. Then follow me to the eastern domain. The eastern domain? He stopped in his own doorway. But the ancient human emperor sealed the barriers between the 4 domains with a divine ability. There has been no connection for hundreds of thousands of years. The human emperor's prohibition. I did not say anything else. I do not think my expression moved very much. Follow me. The 7-colored mist opened, and a road went through the turbulence between domains, and Dan Xuan walked down it behind me without asking a single further question, which is the sort of decision that defines the rest of a life. He got to my small world and started scanning it the way an alchemist scans anything, out of habit, Purple Mansion, heaven-reaching, a couple of saint domains. Then Long Kong and Feng Shi came around a corner and 2 quasi-emperor pressures landed on him at once. He told me afterward that the shock was not learning that I was a great emperor. He had known that in his own pill chamber. The shock was the contrast, a great emperor with a household. Long Kang, Feng Shi, stand down. This is Dan Xuan. I have invited him to be Yu Yue's master. He looked at her and read her in about 4 seconds, and then read her again, because he did not believe the first pass. Myriad medicine saint body. The Tao body every alchemist in history has wanted. And myriad fire sacred body, on the same person, at the same time. And underneath both, the 9 nether profound darkness fire, which is the Nanming Li fire, fused with a 9 nether origin, a combination that should not have held for 4 seconds and had been holding for 3 years. Duyue bowed to the floor. Disciple Duyue greets her master. He said good 3 times, gave her a Danxia token, and then, because he was overwhelmed and had to do something with it, refined 9 pills in his bare hands without a cauldron. The herbs melted in his palm. Phantoms of dragons and phoenixes and plant spirits turned in the air around him, and there was music somewhere a long way off. This part I watched myself, from a hall with my elders in it. 9 soul-nurturing pills, mid-saint grade. They raise the odds of crossing from peak venerable into saint domain by 30%, and they repair hidden soul injuries in new saints. He tossed Dekai a bottle of dust-cleansing heart-calming pill on the way past, absently, the way you tip a doorman, and Dekai kept that bottle unopened on a shelf for the rest of his life. Then Dan Shan walked around my clan for a week and worked out what we are. He watched Di Jianfeng practicing basic sword forms in a courtyard and felt a sword intent under them that could swallow anything. He walked past Di Yunxiao and caught 1 drop of leaked aura, divine and demonic in perfect balance. He met my grand elder and my second elder and found special physiques on both. And a name surfaced in him that had almost been erased by time, the ancient D clan. A race of gods that ruled time and space and was revered by gods and demons alike, and which went into the war between them and did not come out. He asked Yuyue about it obliquely, as a legend, over tea, and she answered him directly, because she has never in her life understood why anyone would do otherwise. The clan chief says the family does have primordial origins. Deep in our bloodline, there is a small remnant of that ancient Dai clan. He said afterward that something in his chest rang like a bell. This is not a rising family, this is an ancient titan coming back out of the dust. And then he decided something on his own, which I did not ask for and did not expect. Perhaps taking part in the revival of a lost race of gods will be the grandest chapter of a long life. What he did to my medicine industry after that was not teaching, it was weather. He would put dozens of cauldrons in the air at once and feed a different flame into each one, and Yuyue and the workshop disciples would run the perimeter clearing slag out of the trays, and there was no slag, only clean plant key, and bottling the output into jade vials with the guild crest on them. I have the memory crystal of this in my own vault and I do not show it. One apprentice was heard to whisper, "Is that even alchemy?" "Be quiet," said the senior next to her. Watching senior refine is merit accumulated across several lifetimes. Yuyue's daily report to the guild changed format. It stopped being how many pills were produced and became which warehouses are empty, restock immediately. When Zhang Shan came for the first shipment, he walked into the central square and found a wall of jade vials under an awning, with a barrier around a smaller stack of same grade at the back, and the smell of it was pulling spirit birds in off the horizon. She told me this herself much later, and I did not interrupt her. My heavens. The quality was 30 to 40% above what his own clan's venerable elders were producing, and the Purple Xiao Pavilion in Thunder Prison Prefecture sold out its entire allocation in half an hour and had a queue around 2 blocks by noon. I am told it took under a minute. My own estimate is less. The name of my Eternal Night Guild went out across every prefecture in the Eastern Domain that month, and my merchant lineage president, who had once sold his own paintings to buy herbs, did not say a word about it to anyone. In Rakshasa City, Di Feiying stood at a window looking down at a street. 2 days ago they were hyenas smelling blood. Now every one of them is in its own kennel, and not one of them will squeak. To seek profit and avoid harm is human nature, said Guanglong. In this city, it is the only rule of survival. Gu Tianzun stuck his neck out first, and it rotted. Zhang Qin poured tea and told them about the run on Saint-grade pills, and both of them went quiet, because Duyue is Purple Mansion 8th and cannot make Saint-grade pills, which meant my family had a peak saint or better alchemy master in it that neither of them had been told about. Your Dai clan, she said, is genuinely good at keeping secrets. Then a steward came up and said there was a customer downstairs who wanted to buy the best Saint-grade healing pill in the building and was offering a profound dark crystal soul for it, which is worth roughly half of one. Feiying snorted. But Jiang Qin's destiny eye saw a gray-black death key over that boy so thick it had almost finished eating the white light of his own origin. And Di Guanglong's Asura demonic eyes saw in the exact core of that death a tiny and completely pure divinity. He was a young man in a gray robe with skin you could nearly see through and blue lips. They brought out a life-prolonging, soul-returning pill, mid-saint grade, 8 gold veins. Your crystal stays with the guild, said Guanglong. The pill is yours. His name is Nanggong Ming. He was an orphan and a thief. A couple who ran a small shop took him in, and he said the one thing about them that stayed with me. That was the only time in my life I knew what a home was. There was a fire, the shop went, and both of them with it. So he went out to the edge of a forbidden zone after a treasure, because that is what you do when there is nothing left to be careful for, and he did not even see what was inside. Only an indescribable darkness, he said, and cold. Give me your hand, said Guanglong. His will went in, and found that there was not an empty dantian in that boy. There was a planet. Gray-black, scarred with rift valleys the length of continents, with no oceans and nothing alive on it, and in the core of it, one small point of gold, pulsing slowly, giving off a starlight origin, and that point was the only reason he was still breathing. I got the whole thing out of a man's head, so I know it is accurate. Luo Huli, who has been dead for an age and does not raise her voice, screamed inside that spear. A star life core. That mortal boy has the last life core of a star inside him. That core cannot be separated until the star has gone out and broken up. And it cannot be put into a mortal without tearing him into pieces. Guanglong reached for the gold point, and something ancient and enormous pushed back, and he took his fingers away like a man touching a live wire. Then he told the boy the truth, which is the only kindness available in that situation. Your problem is not the death key. The death key is a symptom. There is something inside you that should not belong to a mortal, the remains of a star. No pill fixes that. And then he said the other thing. However, if there is one person in this world who can resolve your death and also read the secret of what you are carrying, it is the clan chief of my Godfall D clan, Di Jianlong. The boy had heard that name. Everybody had by then. It is my clan that made a sacred land bow. So, stay here and wait to die, or come with me to the eternal night divine capital and fight for one chance in a million. Kid, said Fei Ying, that is the only chance you are ever going to get. It is also the largest. Nanggong Ming bit through his own lip. I will go. He came into my small world and stood there looking at a sky that has a net of divine law chains across it instead of a sun. A world inside a body, I said. A pity. It is not a world of life. It is the end of a silence. I put one finger between his brows. Do not resist. I am told the pain was like having his soul and a planet ground down together and welded back at the same time. Bloody cracks opened across his skin and closed again while he stood there. I burned my own Di-Wen and pulled on the origin of my small world, and the law chains across that sky lit up. Return to the origin, ascend the flow. The planet inside a 19-year-old orphan came back. The rift valleys closed. Rivers came up out of the ground and found their beds. Green came out of cracked earth and spread. An ocean turned blue, and it started producing spirit bodies, not creatures of flesh. Things made out of the purest primordial energy and out of laws that were repairing themselves as they went. Fire ones and water ones and crystal ones and vine ones and shadow ones, drifting up like a swarm of small living lights. I have replayed this more than I will admit to my own elders. I took one out. A sharp gold spirit body, shaped like a tiny platinum sword. Bring me a sword, I said. Ordinary iron will do. Fei Ying handed me a rusted mortal blade off a rack. The spirit body went into it, and the rust came off in a sheet, and the internal structure reordered itself, and platinum patterns ran the length of the metal. Ordinary iron to low profound grade in one breath, with an edge better than the grade allows, as though somebody had been growing that sword on purpose for a century. Di Guanglong understood what he was looking at before anyone else did, which is what 100,000 years of experience buys you. It is a way to give the power of laws to ordinary objects. It is the shortest road to raising the rank of a magic treasure that has ever existed. The universe inside that boy, he said, matters a great deal. Nanggong Ming's death key was gone within days, and there was color in his face for the first time since he was a child. I told him the truth about his options, because I do not recruit people by leaving things out. The Dai clan is not a charity. It is also not a dragon's den. Your spirit realm is revived, and it is yours. Those spirit bodies may have limitless applications in the path of forging. Staying means adding a unique foundation to this family, and it means finding yourself a shield and a stage. Leaving means walking out the gate today with nobody stopping you. And my grand elder, who is the reason that offer sounded like anything other than a transaction, put a hand on the boy's shoulder and said, "The Godfall clan is your home. With the clan chief here, nobody takes your life." Nanggong Ming went down on one knee. The grace of being brought back is burned into my heart. In this life I give everything to the Dai clan, without a second thought. I put a restriction on his spirit realm to hide the aura of it because I am not an idiot and because there is a hall somewhere that collects things like him. In the Dai craftsmanship yard the following week, Fei Ying threw him an ordinary iron spear. Try it. A crimson fire spirit body went into the shaft. The impurities came off. fire patterns ran the length of it, and a flame opened at the point. Fei Ying swung it once and cut a test stone in half. Good spear. That is mid-profound grade at least. Nangong Ming went white, because he still did not know how to control any of it and was terrified of what would happen the first time he got it wrong. From a high terrace, Dan Xuan watched a 19-year-old orphan hand a warrior a weapon 2 grades better than the one he had been given and said to nobody, forging artifacts with spirit bodies, I have not heard of such a thing. What are spirit bodies exactly? Asked Yu Yue. The materialization of the laws of heaven and earth, said her master. Each one carries fragments of a Tao principle. Used skillfully, you could forge supreme divine weapons with those, or comprehend the Tao itself. Fei Ying and Guanglong left for Rakshasa City again the same evening. The tempering is not finished, said Guanglong at the gate. That place is a hunting ground for sharpening claws and teeth. I let them go. That is where my clan stands. I want to put the ledger down in one place, because I have been carrying it for 5 years, and this is the first month it has ever balanced. The Ma clan is gone. The Black Fiend Alliance is a hole in the ground in the shape of a hand. The man who killed my father died on his knees on a plain outside Xuantian City with my palm on his head, and my own clansmen collected that debt with their own hands, which was the entire point. Di Jianfeng is at the peak of sword heart clarity and has cut a law realm 3rd level expert's finest technique out of existence with 2 fingers, and the last time I saw him, he was in a yard practicing basic forms, which is what a man does when he has finally stopped being in a hurry. Di Yingje runs my city with authority over life and death and has never once had to use it twice on the same person. Di Yuyue has 2 saint bodies, a pill saint for a master, and a warehouse problem. Di Yunqiao has a space-time bloodline, half a manual, and a list. Di Feiying is 100 winds deep in a city that eats people and is enjoying himself enormously. Di Guanglong, who was a great emperor and got a spear in the back from his own favorite student, has spent this entire year standing in front of my people and calling it karma. Di Tianyu is the brightest name of his generation in the eastern domain. Di Chengxi, who 2 years ago could not break spirit origin with a heavenly scripture in his hands and who was mocked in a vegetable patch by people wearing my surname, is at Purple Mansion 6th, has a dead supreme for a teacher, and can put his sword through a heaven-reaching thunderbeast. And Di Hepping, who told a table full of wine that his virtue did not match his position, took 3 Tao soldiers apart without striking one of them, and is now the only living holder of a myriad Tao origin flow physique. The keel held. That is the whole story of 5 years. A boy in a hole under an altar with his mother's blood coming through a gap in a flagstone, and the man who came out of that hole standing in the central domain shoplifting forbidden zones because his clan's paperwork administrator had gotten sad about his own cultivation. My clan learned about it from 3 separate runners, and I believe the third. Only one of those 2 would have been able to do anything about it. I have thought about that a great deal, and I still do not enjoy it. So here is what is still open, and I am going to say it plainly because I do not like the shape of it. In a room somewhere with runes on every surface, an organization founded by the ancient human emperor is holding the ancestral ring of my clan, which it took off my father's corpse, and it cannot open it, and it has decided to solve that problem by pointing other people at me. In a canyon in 10,000 Ghosts Prefecture, the master of the Netherworld Hall has looked at Di Yunqiao and called him the key to waking something under the Netherworld fissure, and has spent 10,000 years working toward that specific door. I want you to have this the way it reached me, which was badly. And months ago, that same hall put a thing called Ghost Mask inside my Eternal Night Divine capital, in somebody's face, to report on me. It has not sent back a single word, not a false report, not a partial one. Nothing at all, for months, which the Netherworld cult has read as a warning, and which I read as a question I have not answered yet. And somewhere behind all of them there is a name that a man wrote in a letter 5 years ago, and that a thunderclap ate before anyone could read it. I have the shape of it. I do not have the word. Meanwhile, on the Heavenly Craft continent, a second-rate power called the Sword-Forging Manor has spent its entire treasury forging one divine sword at the grade of a quasi-saint weapon, and its master, Fan Zhen, has sent invitations out across the eastern domain. I heard about it the same night, and I did not sleep after it. 1 month. A sword debate assembly. The champion takes the sword. Xiao Qingshan is going, with his brother behind him. So is the Frost Soul Fairy, and the Sword Sun Tianhong, and the Edgeless Swordsman with his blunt two-hander, and every madman with an opinion about steel in 6 provinces. And in Yingzhe Prefecture, a man with an empty left sleeve read the invitation and put it down on a rock, and asked a question of nobody in particular. Di Jianfeng, will you come? The rock under his hand stopped existing while he was still speaking. I have not decided whether to let my swordsman go. That is a lie. I have decided. I am going to let him go because I have spent 5 years learning that a greenhouse does not produce a tree, and because whatever else is coming for my family from the netherworld and the law enforcement hall and the thing behind both of them, none of it is going to wait politely while we get ready. My Dai clan ruled the Saint Realm once. We are not that yet. We are a small clan out of a bottom-tier province with a good vault and a very short list of people who can be relied on absolutely. But there is a ring on my finger that has finally opened, and there are 9 dragons of luck over my ancestral land, and there are 2 tablets in my hall with the lacquer still newer than everything around them. 5 years ago, I listened to my family die through a flagstone and could not lift a finger. Whoever wrote that name in that letter should enjoy the next 5 years while